We have another session of the work of the Foreign Office in relation to the appointment of Lord Mandelson, starting this morning. And our first witness this morning is Sir Philip Barton. Thank you very much for coming.
Welcome.
You've been in front of the committee a few times now, and when you were permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, it's nice to see you. I imagine that you thought one of the benefits of retirement was that you weren't going to see us again.
I'd like to be able to say, Chair, it's nice to be back. I'm not sure that's entirely honest, but anyway, I might be accused of misleading you.
But I think the thing to do is to remind you that you're no longer a civil servant. So I suppose the first question is you did have eight months left on your contract before you left. So why did you leave?
I'll be honest and open with you, and I'm no longer a civil servant. It wasn't my choice to leave at that point, Chair, and I would have preferred to see out my tenure. But after what I think was a very successful transition to the Labour team in the FCDO, David Lammy wanted to make a change and told me he wanted somebody who would lead the department over the years ahead and carry out a major transformation programme. So I agreed to leave, and just to finish my thought,
major transformation programme
of the department
means what?
Well,
means 25% cuts in the staff.
That at the time wasn't obviously known because there hadn't been the spending review, Chair. But it's not that unusual. Just to finish my thoughts on this, for a permanent secretary to change, following a change of party of government. So I agreed to step down in January of last year.
Okay. I know that you were really only properly involved in the process for the appointment of Peter Mandelson for a very short time. So I think probably basically December to mid-January. But can I just take you back to a few months prior to that? Before Donald Trump was elected president, we've got Karen Pierce, who's the ambassador in the United States, a very experienced ambassador, popular with the Biden team and with the Trump team as well. We've got an internal candidate who's been there's been a process for getting a replacement for Karen Pierce when she steps down, I believe.
So, as I think is clear from Lord Case's advice to the Prime Minister, revealed in the papers given to the humble address, the last government decided in the first part of 2024 to hold an internal competition to find a replacement for Dame Karen, and that individual was recommended at the end of that process, but in the end it wasn't taken forward because the general election was called and the appointment process was frozen under the rules that apply on significant decisions during an election period. So it was...
Oh, I see. I didn't realise it was pre-election. Right.
It was before the election.
Okay, cool. So let's go to late summer, early September. What discussions were taking place about an alternative candidate then?
I wasn't involved in any discussions at that point.
Right. And then 2 months later, we have Peter Mandelson announced as ambassador to the United States. Were you, at what stage were you involved in any discussions?
Yeah, good question, Jay. I was first involved when I was in mid-December told of the Prime Minister's decision to make a political appointment as ambassador, and that political appointment was Peter Mandelson. So that was when I was first involved. It was, if I recall right, the 15th of December, so the beginning of the week that ended with his announcement.
Okay. And then from the first tranche of the humble address papers, we've seen that between November the 11th and December the 11th, the Prime Minister's PPS and Private Secretary for the Foreign Office give advice. We see the then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Simon Case, give his advice, and we see the due diligence carried out by the Cabinet Office, but we don't see advice from you. I mean, it may be for members of the public, that seems surprising that you're not... were you ever asked your opinion about appointing Peter Mandelson as ambassador? I mean, you were in charge of the Foreign Office.
The first I was aware of the decision was when I was told on the 15th of December the first I was aware of the advice that had gone to the Prime Minister, or indeed that it was being formulated, was when I read it in the humble address release papers. I wasn't involved. I wasn't told a decision was coming.
Would you have expected to?
I think it is, well, I think two things on it. I think one is, on the face of it, it is reasonable for the head of the Foreign Office to be involved in thinking around what is our major top bilateral ambassador post. On the other hand, given clearly the Prime Minister was deciding to make a political appointment, I think it is also reasonable that civil servants would not be directly involved in discussions around what is a political appointment, because in the end that is a matter for elected politicians, and I can also see the sensitivity. So I'm a bit conflicted. I mean, clearly, I think ideally you want to have a situation where there is a tight and small circle of people who can be consulted on a big decision like this on a basis of trust. But I can also see that in the end it was a political matter, and I suspect, I have no knowledge of this, was discussed in political circles at the top of the government.
In a circle of trust, do you think you'd have a place?
Look, not in a political conversation, no. But in the end, this is an appointment to the most senior job in our foreign service. I was head of the diplomatic service, so I think it is possible, without asking me as a civil servant or any head of the diplomatic service, I think it is possible for them to be involved in a conversation, for example, around what are the requirements? What does the UK need in the period ahead, and that sort of thing, even if that isn't, you're not then involved in the absolute decision-making discussions around individuals who are politicians, because it's a political appointment.
John.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just follow up one or two of the questions from the Chair? You said that the process had been underway for an internal competition, but come the general election, it was frozen. Once the new government had been elected, was the process not then recommenced?
Well, I wasn't involved, as I said, so I don't know whether that was considered very much. Obviously, you have seen the then Cabinet Secretary's advice on that, and that's all I know about it, is that advice.
The Foreign Office must have been continuing to look at potential candidates to replace Karen Pierce.
The view, Karen Pierce had basically been agreed formally, as the notes say, to stay until January 2025. I took the view that actually what made most sense was to know the outcome of both the UK general election, but also the US presidential elections. And obviously there was, until the election was called, there was an uncertainty around the timing of the UK general election, given our political system, with an end point of January 2025. Karen and I had discussed, therefore, whether or not, if required, she'd be willing to stay a bit longer while we were able to see how those two elections played out, as it were. So there was flexibility. So to answer your question, in terms of September of 2024, that was before we knew the outcome of the US elections. The new government was only just in, so the FCDO and I were not actively looking at that point for candidates, because I felt we had time to see the outcome of the US elections, and Karen had shown flexibility over exactly when she ended in the beginning part of 2025.
And when were you first told that it was likely to be a political appointment?
When I was told of the Prime Minister's decision.
15th of December?
Yes.
Until the 15th of December, you had no information that any discussion had taken place, or certainly that a decision had been reached?
No.
And when you were told that a decision had been reached and it was Peter Mandelson, did you express any concerns about that? I was,
as I say, I was told of a decision, so I wasn't asked for advice. I was told a due diligence process had been carried out, and I think this is known now, as the Prime Minister had been made aware of the risks and had accepted those risks and decided to proceed. So I then moved on to a conversation, was asked for advice on the practical steps required to meet what was the Prime Minister's decision and then the requirement around the timescale.
You say that the Prime Minister had been made aware of the risks, but he hadn't, because the developed vetting hadn't been carried out. So all that had taken place was the due diligence. Did you ask whether or not developed vetting had been taken out or had taken place? Or whether
it was clear at that point that vetting had not taken place. It was clear to me at that point the step that had taken place was due diligence, not vetting.
Can I just ask you, do you remember who it was that was telling you these things?
I had a conversation with the private secretary in number 10.
And did you express a view as to whether or not developed vetting should take place before an announcement?
Yeah. So on that, later that week, as we were taking forward the practical steps required, the Cabinet Office initially said that as Mandelson was, to use the technical phrase from the guidance, a fit and proper person as a member of the House of Lords, he did not require developed vetting. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought that was odd and insufficient. I'd been Deputy Ambassador in Washington and therefore occasionally chargé, and I knew very well to do the job effectively, you have to be party to some of the deepest secrets that the UK government holds. But I also recognised that the situation was unusual, and I therefore asked for advice, although I was pretty clear in my own mind, from the SCDO security team. They came back to me after discussions with the Cabinet Office and said that their advice was that he should have DV, and I absolutely agreed with that. And by then the Cabinet Office had reflected further, and they also agreed. And that, if I remember right, that conversation started at the back end of the week of the 16th of December, at the time that the public announcement was made, and then by the beginning of the following week, just before Christmas, it was clear that that was going to be the requirement. That's what I thought, as it were, and I endorsed the advice. And at that point, Mandelson was sent the forms that you need to fill in to kick off the whole process.
I mean, we have had a bit of a he said, she said on this. We've got the Cabinet Office saying that the Foreign Office asked, does he really need DV? And the Cabinet Office saying that the Foreign Office asked, does he really need DV? But you're down on the Foreign Office's side, that it was the Cabinet Office that said it first.
Look, I can't promise you who said what first. Right. I know what I was told. I was told the Cabinet Office suggested he didn't require DV. There clearly, self-evidently, was some further back and forth and consideration. And, I don't want to give you an impression that when we were taking forward the DV, there were people in the centre still saying, don't do that. By the beginning of the following week, everyone was agreed that he should have DV, and therefore it was now about taking that process forward. But I've given you my account of my memory of what I heard and what I thought at the time.
One thing is for sure, nobody made a note of it.
In the end, these are about practical arrangements rather than things which, are under, Chair, I know you've talked in previous hearings about civil servants writing everything down, but I also agree with those who've said to the committee that actually, if you're going to get work done, you simply cannot and do not have time to record every interaction. The key thing is, what was the decision? The decision was he required DV, and that is recorded.
So the decision was he required DV. That was your view. It was the view of the Foreign Office Security Department. Yet we know that prior to his obtaining DV clearance, he was given access to information which would usually require DV to have been completed. So how did that come about?
So you had I can't remember if it's 7 or 8 pages, but it's certainly lengthy and thorough response from the SCDO yesterday. You sent them a very long, not very long, I don't mean that in a critical way, a list of questions. I didn't mean long in a critical way. A list of questions, and they're very good questions. I think there are good answers in the SCDO's response. I recognise them from the consideration of the time. The context I was going to share on this point is you have a publicly announced ambassador designate to do the single most important ambassador job for the UK. You have a very, very compressed timescale you're being asked to meet for them to start their role in Washington. And you have the exceptional circumstances of an incoming Trump administration and a very high premium, therefore, in the new ambassador arriving as well briefed as possible in the short time available, recognising that normally ambassadors have several months to prepare for big jobs like this. And that required Mandelson to have access to briefings and papers to allow him to be properly prepared. And so, as reflected in what the Foreign Office said to you in the note last night, a decision was taken in line with the guidance that he should be given access to the building and access to the paperwork, in particular on, for example, the UK government's preparations and policies towards an incoming administration. And I was given that advice and I endorsed it, and I signed off on it. And I think it was the right thing to do to make sure that, as I say, the Prime Minister's choice for ambassador was properly prepared when he started his job. I think it would be very odd not to do that.
It does look odd, though, because he's got a green pass, which means that he's got DV. And he had a DV pass on the very day that, according to the DV people, he should be recommended to not get DV. So on the day that Ollie Robbins is making his decision that it's borderline, Mandelson is wandering around the Foreign Office with a DV pass. There's a photograph of him going into the Foreign Office on that day.
Yeah, I don't know the answer on the actual type of pass, and it was clear to everybody, and I can't quite remember what the letter from the Foreign Office last night said, was that, and it was, I think, clear at the time, was that he didn't have DV, and there were limits to what he could see and told. And again, I do think this is in the letter last night, but I can't quite remember. I do think there was a process in place to tell people who were going to brief him that there was a certain level of classification they could go up to in talking to him, and they couldn't go beyond that because he didn't have DV clearance.
Okay.
Can I just one final question? Just coming back to the answer you gave to the chair about your leaving your post. You said it. David Lammy told you that he wanted to make a change because of the transformation programme.
Yes.
Do you believe that your concerns about the way in which Peter Mandelson had been appointed had any influence on the decision to ask you to leave early?
No, for a simple timing reason. I mean, I announced to the department I was leaving on the 4th of November 2024, and I didn't know anything about Mandelson until the middle of December. So the answer is straightforwardly no.
Afri, you wanted to follow up?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to check with you. I mean, obviously, despite being head of the diplomatic service, you obviously hadn't been asked by number 10 or the Prime Minister directly or indirectly your view on Peter Mandelson's suitability for the role. Had you been, would you have wanted to raise, or would you have said you had concerns about the reputational risks that he carried?
I think that is genuinely a really hard question to answer, because hindsight is a fantastically wonderful thing, and it is hypothetical. But let me have a go at what I was thinking at the time. And firstly, it's just worth repeating. At no point did anyone consult me, ask me. I was presented with a decision. There was no space, and told to get on with it. There was no space for dialogue. You know that. I think, look, it is the most important job we have. I had been deputy ambassador. I knew the US well from 10 years previously, and obviously worked a lot on the United States throughout my diplomatic career. So I think I had a sense and an understanding of US politics, which gave me an idea of what might or might not be a problem further down the track. And so I had a concern at the time. There was a part of me that had a concern at the time that I don't know anything that wasn't in the public domain. Obviously, we know now a lot more about Mandelson's links to Epstein, but I had a concern that a man who, demonstrably from the public record at the time, and it's clearly much bigger than we all knew, had a link to Epstein, and that Epstein, through both the presidential election campaign in the US and more generally in US politics had been and was a controversial figure, and I was worried. That this could become a problem in future. Not because I was expecting that we were going to find out more, because to be honest, I wasn't, and who would necessarily know. But much more, I just thought that it was a potentially difficult issue politically in the United States. So that is a very candid account of probably what I was thinking at the time. But there was no space or avenue or mechanism for me to put that on the table. A decision had been taken, and it was a political decision.
I mean, you mentioned, of course, the links to Jeffrey Epstein, which were in the media at the time. Did you have concerns about Mandelson's business relationships with China or Russia?
So please don't laugh, but I really didn't actually follow what Mandelson was up to in his business relationships. I kind of knew about him when he was a government minister, so I didn't sort of have it right in front of my face, and I didn't see the due diligence report. What the details of those were. What I would always believe in is a vetting process to look at issues which might affect national security.
And obviously you know the United States very well. Your previous diplomatic role there, you probably had links with people who are out there. Were you aware of any views that were expressed by the President's transitional team about concerns about Mandelson being given that post, or about Dame Karen Pierce being moved on from the post?
Well, I think there's quite a lot already in the public domain. There was, at least one tweet from someone close to Trump, reminding people of what Mandelson had said about Trump many years before when he was president. Previously, I think those around Trump felt blindsided by the announcement at short notice, shall we say, and it was clear also that Karen and her team had done an excellent job in establishing relationships and access to President-elect Trump, and also when he was a candidate, doing their jobs. That's a hard thing to do, particularly in the political climate in the US, while maintaining good relations with the current administration. And Trump, has, again, on the record, had said that he'd like Karen and work well with her and be happy for her to stay. So that's a rather long-winded way of saying yes.
Thank you.
Can I just on what you were saying earlier about the DV and the access point? It's just to be fair on you, it is page 5 of the,
Thank you very much, Chair.
statement.
I appreciate your help.
Paragraph. It's paragraph 5, and it's where I believe that it says Lord Mandelson's private secretary should, in advance, inform people that he was meeting that they knew he did not yet have DV clearance.
Thank you.
Okay. Richard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sir Philip, for returning to the Foreign Affairs Committee to give evidence. The Prime Minister's National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell, was reflecting last September on the discussions that were had in government the year before about Lord Mandelson's appointment. And he reflected that that you, Sir Philip, had reservations. Can you remember what you were saying to the National Security Advisor about your reservations around appointing Lord Mandelson back in 2024?
I think it was very much along the lines of what I've just said around the possibility of his known connection to Epstein causing an issue subsequently. Obviously, I didn't know what was actually going to happen because Epstein was such a toxic hot potato subject in US politics itself, including in the election campaign. So that is what I recall thinking at the time, and I can't prove this because I don't know what Jonathan was thinking when he said it last September, but my instinct is that's what it refers to.
Okay. And then thinking later on that year about the Number 10 operation, do you recall any dismissiveness in Number 10 about the importance of vetting, and if so, how was that communicated to you? I
I wouldn't use the word dismissive. The word I would use is uninterested. I think, people wanted to know that all the practical steps required for Mandelson to arrive in Washington on or around, by or around the inauguration date needed to be completed, at pace, as it were, and that was it. The interest. I mean, no one, to be honest with you, no one said to me, "Look, Philip, the Prime Minister knows there's some risks around this. Can you really make sure that the vetting's done rigorously?" I mean, it's always rigorous anyway, but that wasn't the sort of thing being communicated. The sort of thing was, fine, he needs vetting, make sure it's done in time.
Okay, thank you. Last week, when Sir Ollie gave evidence to the committee, I said that Sam Coates had reported words around "just to prove it," and I need to correct the record slightly, because Sam Coates didn't actually report that. He didn't file a report. He did discuss it with a member of this committee. He didn't actually put it in writing. It didn't get off the cutting room floor. But it doesn't take away from the fact that his reply made plain that he had a strong sense that there was an atmosphere of pressure and a certain dismissiveness about this developed vetting. Could you comment on that atmosphere of pressure as you understood it in late 2024?
Can I just say one thing about the non-reported phone call and use of a particular word? I think it's important. I say this. Look, firstly, I didn't receive any direct calls from the Chief of Staff during my time as Permanent Under-Secretary, so there was no call at all. So my interactions with him were always when others were present in a general meeting. There weren't very many of those either. This story, or versions of it, has been in the media persistently, or floating around the media since last September. There's different versions, sometimes involving a swear word, sometimes not. And I've really racked my brains, and I cannot recall Morgan McSweeney swearing in a meeting at me, or indeed just in general. And so I don't see any substance in that part of it. And I think it's important I say that this morning, given how many people have come to think that might be true. In not answering your question, I've slightly forgotten what your actual question was. I know I didn't answer it. I did that on purpose. But can you just the headline at the end of your question? Sorry.
So Ollie, when replying last week, said that there was an atmosphere of pressure and a certain dismissiveness about this DV process, and I wondered if you could comment on the atmosphere of pressure, please.
I think where I would start is on the 18th of December, I received a letter from the Principal Private Secretary to the Prime Minister, and it's the one released as part of the humble address. I didn't receive letters from the Principal Private Secretary to the Prime Minister very often. Most of my dealings was with the Foreign Affairs team in the Number 10, as you'd expect. And the letter, as you know, basically says Prime Minister has decided, and it then goes on to say, please could arrangements be put in place, was to that effect, for a handover by the inauguration, a very compressed timescale, and that in effect is the top of the government saying the Prime Minister has decided he wants Mandelson's ambassador, and he wants it done in that timescale. So that is what creates the pressure. There were conversations around progress, but I think no one in the FCDO working on this can have been any doubt of the urgency of the issue and the importance that Number 10 and the Prime Minister attached to Mandelson being in DC in very short order.
Can I help you? On page
Yes.
22 of the bundle that's in front of you, the letter is there.
Yeah, no, I've got, thanks, Joe. I've got the letter. I mean, it's clear. I mean, it's clear. Please would you take forward the necessary arrangements at pace. We would like to secure Agrimor as soon as possible, the formal agreement of the US government as it were, in terms
Read
of
the end of the
as soon as possible to enable a handover in advance of the US inauguration.
In advance of the US inauguration.
Yeah, at that point, that was the ambition at the start.
He's given the job on the 20th of December, and they want him at the US inauguration on the 20th of January.
Correct.
So you have a month.
Yes. Sorry, does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And I have another, and it relates to that time in December. And I just wanted to sort of try and get an idea for some of the events that were happening in December of 2024. The Prime Minister gave a speech on the 5th of December where he talked about the tepid bath. And just to recap for people not familiar with it, he said that people in Whitehall are comfortable in the tepid bath of managed decline. The implication was that the civil service was satisfied to stagnate and was not sufficiently reactive to political direction. I wonder whether that had any influence on the culture and the way in which the civil service was reacting to pressure around this political appointment.
I honestly don't think it did, actually. I honestly think the FCDO, once it was clear a decision had been taken and had been through the formal sign-off process with His Majesty the King, did what it always does, leant in and did its level best to deliver Ministers' ambitions, in this case the Prime Minister's ambition. I think that would have done that whether or not the Prime Minister had made a speech about the civil service earlier in the month. To be honest with you, I think that's, actually think the Foreign Office and all the officials involved in the Cabinet Office and Number 10 as well. I mean, they all acted, in my view, certainly the ones I was collaborating with, in good faith at the time to try and deliver a very, very ambitious ask in terms of the timescale, because that was what the professional thing to do.
One more, Chair, if I may. The Prime Minister said at PMQs last week that, quote, no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case. How can that be squared with Sir Ollie's evidence last week where he said that there was a strong sense that there was an atmosphere of pressure?
I don't think it's for me to do evidence squaring, and obviously there's going to be other conversations around this, and I don't know who may or may not be asked to consider it in more detail. I'd have to ask you, what do you actually mean by your question? And the reason why I asked you that, I'm not being difficult, because I think there's two possible questions here. Question one is, was there pressure on the substance of the DV case? Question two is, was there pressure to get the DV case done in a particular time frame? And they are different they are different questions, and I worry.
You get us two answers.
I can give you two answers. I actually wrote down two answers, Chair, because I think there are two questions there, and I do think some of the problem with them is people are talking past each other because they're actually talking about different things. But anyway, I can't find my answers, but I'll give them to you anyway. So shall I just carry on, or do you want to ask?
No, carry on.
Answer one is, during my tenure, I was not aware of any pressure on the substance of the Mandelson DV case. Question two, was there pressure? Absolutely, and I've described it, and I also have seen what the Foreign Office said to you last night, and recognise what is said in that letter about the pressure to get it done, i.e. DV clearance, by a particular timescale. Because as I said to you earlier, I don't think anyone could have been any doubt in the department working on this that there was pressure to get everything done as quickly as possible.
And I recognise your distinction between time pressure and pressure on the substance of the vetting process. But I think it's reasonable to suppose that one can affect the other. If there is time pressure, if there's a desire to get the ambassador out to Washington, DC before inauguration, then you can understand that the FCDO has the delegated power to give a recommendation around developed vetting, might also then lean on the substance as well as the timing.
Yeah. So, if I recall right, Sir Ollie, when he was giving evidence to you last week, said that there was pressure on the timescale, but that did not affect his decision-making on the substance of the case, and the letter from the FCDO last night says he, i.e. the director ESND, does not assess that this pressure, the general pressure, influenced the professional judgment that was reached by himself or his team. And to be clear, I believe both of them.
Even though they didn't manage to read the last page?
Of what?
There was a 10-page document of the DV, and neither of them seemed to have read it. Was that anything to do with the time pressure or any other pressure?
I'm not aware of details of
the boxes.
Paper. Yeah, well, I'm not aware of the boxes. I've not seen a piece of paper with boxes on it either ever in my career. So, you know,
Nobody seems to have seen them ever. Right, thank you. Afra, you've got one question, and then I'm moving on to Abdesam.
Just wanted to ask that given this tight time frame that there was, we're also aware that back in September of 2024, Lord Simon Case had written to the Prime Minister advising that security vetting should be carried out prior to the appointment of Peter Mandelson. But we know that the announcement, I think, was made on the 20th of December 2024, and it wasn't until 3 days later, as we've talked about, that security vetting commenced. So what would you say was the process in place at the time for the order of security vetting and appointment announcement, in your view?
Sorry, can you just unpack slightly what you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I could
What would you say would be the normal order of process in place at the time? Would you say that the normal order would be vetting and then announcement?
Yes.
Or announcement and then vetting?
No, the normal order is vetting and then announcement.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea why it went the other way around?
No, the timing of the announcement was driven and decided by number 10.
Okay, thank you. Abdesam.
Thank you, Chair. So just following on from colleagues' questions in relation to pressure, what did that look like? I mean, were you receiving regular phone calls?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's important to, I'm not going to repeat myself, but it's important to remember the overall framing, in a sense. You know, you have the letter from the Principal Private Secretary, I won't repeat myself, but that provides the overall context. There were meetings in that week with number 10. There would have then have been regular progress chasing. There was discussion around the exact timetable that went on, and so there was, keen interest all the way through from number 10 that the practical arrangements required to get Mandelson to Washington in the timescale required or thereabouts was all moving forward. But in a sense, the pressure was kind of set at the beginning and just carried on. It wasn't a matter of did someone phone every day at 10 o'clock. It was much more this ambitious timetable has been set.
You referenced earlier Cabinet Office's fit and proper exemption, and you said that you thought this was odd and insufficient and unusual. Did you reference your concerns to number 10 or to the Cabinet Office?
I didn't need to be honest with you, because what I did was I asked the FCDO security team for advice, and then when the advice came back to me after their conversations with the Cabinet Office, at that point everyone was agreed that he needed DV.
So there were a number of emails that came out in the humble address prior to Mandelson being appointed. Was it normal for number 10 to be sending emails to prospective candidates?
No, I mean, I think, to be honest, I would cite, there's, for example, if I remember right, and I can check if you want, Chair, but if I remember right, one of the emails attached conflict of interest forms, which would normally be a departmental matter, and it was in the end agreed that the conflict of interest should be done by the FCDO. I think the fact that number 10 was at all points trying to accelerate arrangements was a strong signal of the time pressure that everyone was under. They were also trying to play their part. They were, stepping in to do things which might in the past have been left to the FCDO.
Mm-hmm. And in one of the emails, it references that you had a discussion with Mandelson. What was that discussion?
from memory, I had a intro chat with Mandelson on the Friday, the day that his appointment was announced, and that was around practical matters of how the department would support him in his preparations to be the next ambassador now that had been announced.
Okay. And in one of the emails it references that an iPad, laptop, iPhone was given to Mandelson. Is that usual practice to give to somebody who is not yet cleared?
It's not usual, but it's not unprecedented.
Okay, and the emails also referenced that he'd had briefings from senior officials at the FCDO. Were you aware of the content of those briefings?
I didn't, because obviously I wouldn't have had time. I wasn't aware of the precise every bit of it, but I was aware of the subjects that we were choosing to brief him on, and there was a kind of what you'd expect, a proper professional process run by the team in charge of our relationship with the United States to give him access, particularly to briefing on US government policy towards the incoming administration across a range of issues. And I remember seeing the list of issues, and I probably looked at it and thought, yes, that looks like a sensible list. But I didn't look myself at the briefing and wouldn't have had or expect to do that.
In none of the emails it makes reference to him being subject to cleared vetting. So it's almost as though he's got the job and we're just going through the process. Was there anything in any of the documents that said this is all subject to satisfactory DV?
As far as I recall and am aware, the first time the documentation shows subject to DV is when the FCDO sent him what is a standard form of words for people who are going into jobs. I'm not aware of any other references in the documentation.
I mean, would it be right to assume that had the final clearance been, would you foresee a situation where the final DV had been refused, that would have been rejected by the Cabinet Office? I mean, I can't foresee a situation where that would have happened, given how he was treated, and all the emails have implied that he has the job. Would you have foreseen a situation where it could have been refused?
Sorry, I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? Do you mean, is it a possibility, or do you mean...
Could it have been a possibility?
Well, I think, you start a vetting process. There has to be a possibility that at the end of that process someone is deemed not to meet the standards to have developed national security vetting.
Might have happened in this situation.
I mean, I don't know anything about the substance of the vettings. I'm sorry to say this again, a bit repeating what I said earlier. I at the time follow very much about Mandelson's wider life. I mean, it's not an impossibility.
Thank
I mean, it would have been a crisis if we got to the point where he had no vetting clearance. That would have been a crisis. Self-evidently, a publicly announced political appointment as the next ambassador to Washington, not being able to go, that would have been a big problem.
But I mean, presumably the DV is done with an open mind. And it's done with an open mind whether we're going to do DV, and if you fail it, you're not going to get the job. And so I think, the question is that there's an email which says that he's going to get briefed in person from the 6th of January onwards, including on higher tiers. Presumably that means equivalent of the sort of information you get if you got DV. He's got a pass for people who've got DV. This is before he gets DV. He's on the payroll from the 14th of January. I mean, it does all look like he's got the job already.
He got the job in the sense that he'd been announced by Number 10. The paperwork had gone to His Majesty the King. He'd been announced by Number 10. We were seeking the agreement of the US government. So in that sense, he had got the job.
What's the point in the DV?
Because to do the job, as I said, sorry, I should take the irritation out of it. I'm not irritated, but because to do the job effectively, you have to be able to have access to information that is of its sensitivity requires DV. So that's why he needed DV.
If he'd been failed, he would have had access to the buildings as if he had DV. He would have had access to information as if he'd had DV, and he would have failed it because he would have been seen as a security risk, and you would have exposed yourselves to him as a security risk during the period.
I don't agree that with your kind of characterisation of as though he had DV. He had access to the building, but parts of the building where people without DV also have access. He did not have access.
Why did he have a green pass?
He did not. I don't. You'll have to ask the Foreign Office about the passes. He did not have access to the parts of the building where you absolutely do require DV. And on the paperwork, and I think this is in the Foreign Office letter, he had access under the rules as allowed as a fit and proper person and a member of the House of Lords. He had access to papers up to a certain level of classification. He didn't have general access. He wasn't able to roam free, if you like, in terms of access to information across the department. So I can understand why it looks odd. I actually think it was the right thing to do to ensure at the time that in the short time scale that had been given, he could arrive in Washington properly prepared. The alternative would have been that we would have had an ambassador to the United States turning up not properly or fully briefed on the government's policies towards an incoming administration, and that would not have been right. It wouldn't have been proper for the Foreign Office to operate in that way. So I'm comfortable that it was the right decision at that point in time to give him that limited access under the rules.
So is this a fair way of putting it? That given that he'd been offered the job on the 20th of December, and you've got Christmas and New Year in the way, and he's got to be getting to Washington by the 20th of January, you were doing everything that you could to accommodate him being ready for that date?
Within the rules.
Was there a contingency plan in place for what might happen if he wasn't granted security clearance?
No.
Not done.
Yeah, Edward.
Sorry.
Edward.
Thank you, Chair. So, Philip, you said that you were informed by the Principal Private Secretary in number 10 on the 15th.
18th.
On the 18th.
I'm sorry. I know the word principal. But I was informed by a Private Secretary number 10 on the 15th.
On the 15th,
yes,
that the Prime Minister wanted to appoint Peter Mandelson.
Yes.
Was that a conversation? Because there's obviously then subsequently the letter.
Yeah, I was phoned up.
You were phoned up. The letter just references the desire to appoint Peter Mandelson. Your letter to the Private Secretary,
to
the King, says that the Prime Minister has indicated his intention to recommend a small number of political appointments. So when you had the conversation on the 15th, that presumably was that the PM will make a number of appointments.
To be honest, I can't recall. I don't think it did. I think, to be honest with you, I think that the first sentence of my letter, that was a catch-all sentence, which I think was the way it was described to your colleague in your hearing with Cat Little. It was non-specific. It was a non-specific general catch-all rather than because I was being told there's more coming.
Well, so obviously in his evidence, Sir Ollie Robbins said that he was asked, or another name was floated to him, Matthew Doyle, and not only that, he was asked to keep that information from the Foreign Secretary. If not during the conversation on the 15th, at any subsequent point were any other names floated to you for potential political appointees?
Not by the Labour government. And the first I knew about Matthew Doyle's when Sir Ollie gave you evidence.
And in any conversations with number 10, were you ever asked to withhold information from the Foreign Secretary?
Ever?
Well, okay, so with the current administration, we should put on record, you have served under 4 different Prime Ministers. So let's establish at any point during your tenure as PermSec, were you asked by a number 10 organisation to withhold information from the Foreign Secretary? How usual is that for that request?
I mean, I'm worried that everyone's going to think that the centre of government spends its whole time sort of conniving behind the backs of everyone else in government, and that's not the reality. The reality is, people trying to get on with delivering the business business of the government, the vast majority of the time. I think my best answer to that question is unusual, but in the end, and I'd say it's particularly around things where you might have a policy disagreement or difference of view between the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State, it is not unheard of for permanent secretaries, in a sense, to try and work in a way which allows there to be a decision and a consensus view, and the government can then move ahead and take it forward. And in that sort of situation, it's not unheard of for a permanent secretary to be privy to something that they don't pass on to, or are asked not to, rather, pass on to their Secretary of State. So I would describe it as not unheard of, but I don't want to give the impression that this is going to standard operating procedure.
This is extraordinary. It's absolutely extraordinary. So the Foreign Secretary, so the Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office can be told, don't tell your boss about this when they are the Foreign Secretary. Is it? I mean, has that ever happened to you before this?
Yes, it has.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you learn something new every day.
I suppose it beggars the question, does that operate in the other way? Because a lot of this seems to come down to what the Prime Minister was told and when. So how frequently are people being asked to withhold information from the Prime Minister? Has that happened as well?
Well, I can't speak for Number 10 or the Prime Minister. I would never say to Number 10, you can't tell the Prime Minister. And I always work on the assumption if I'm speaking to Number 10, there's a possibility, and that's for them to judge, that the information I'm relaying to Number 10 might go to the Prime Minister.
Because much of this does seem to hinge on how much the Prime Minister knew when he was making a decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, and the briefing that he may or may not got. So
I can't help you with that because I wasn't involved.
I appreciate that. You said that you weren't involved in the decision-making process around Peter Mandelson because it was a political appointment. Was the Foreign Secretary involved in the decision-making?
I don't know.
Okay. I mentioned already you served under 4 Prime Ministers. Search through the records, and you can correct me on this, suggests that the only other political appointment that happened during your tenure as Perm Sec was Sir George Hollenberry, who was the former Member of Parliament for Meon Valley and was appointed ambassador to Cuba during the Johnson administration. Comparing those two processes and the timelines, how markedly different was the Mandelson appointment compared with the process that was taken out for the appointment of Sir George Hollenberry?
You might need to get chapter and verse on this from the FCDO. During my tenure, the only 2 serving political appointees were Lord Llewellyn, Paris then Rome, and you're quite right, Sir George Hollenberry in Cuba. I can't absolutely promise you, because I started in September 2020 at the height of COVID and had to lead a complex merger, but from memory, George Hollenberry's appointment was done before I started, even if he didn't take up post until after I started. But certainly I wasn't involved in doing anything around his appointment. I think it was already I think it was already certainly decided, even if it hadn't been announced, and then it was taken forward in what I would describe as the normal way for an ambassadorial appointment, with time to go through the steps in the normal sequence, if that answers your question.
It does, thank you. More broadly, in terms of the process then, you've already mentioned that you have never seen the now infamous traffic light boxes. Apparently, according to the letter we received last night, the departmental head of security had also never seen the traffic light boxes, wasn't aware that it was. So Ollie has talked us through the fact that he had a meeting with the head of security. Have you ever had a meeting with the head of security to discuss whether or not somebody should be cleared DV in your time as PERMSEC?
No, I don't recall a recommendation from UKSV ever being escalated to me during my tenure.
That was unique. Given that you had never had cause to see the traffic light system, should we read anything into the fact that Sir Ollie, when he had that meeting, was not shown it.
I would rest on what you were told in the FCDO's letter last night.
I just pick up on one point.
At one point and then
point. But, so in the letter last night it says this is unusual where there's a difference between UKSV recommendation and FCDO sign-off, but it says there's more than one a month. So,
sorry, the door opened. I misheard the last end of the.
The letter last night says that it's unusual, but not exceptional, for UKSV recommendations to differ to the final FCDO decision on vetting, but it says there's more than one a month of those cases. But you're saying that they're not raised to permanent secretary level.
Correct.
Who would then make that decision?
I think that's set out in the letter. If I remember right, it sets out the decision-making hierarchy, but you would have to get chapter and verse from the department.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd become aware, Sir Philip, that there were issues with UKSV, given how high profile this appointment is, would you have raised this with the Foreign Secretary?
I genuinely don't think that's a question I can answer, because I don't know. Rightly, I don't know anything about the substance of the concerns. So, and what I would say to you is that, you know, when you're a permanent secretary, you have what I describe as crucible moments, and you are basically being asked to decide something sensitive, sometimes under time pressure, and you can't discuss that with anybody. And I really don't think that I can second guess somebody's decision in those circumstances when I'm not in them and don't have the information and the environment of that time.
I understand, but Sir Philip, you've said that it's very unusual for security matters to be raised, and certainly in your time that had never happened. Given how unusual it was, and given the media spotlight on this already very controversial decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, and looking at that Civil Service Code of Conduct, well, there's an expectation for ministers to be briefed properly by the civil service. Would you have exercised your judgment to say, actually, this is one of those times I perhaps need a conversation with the Foreign Secretary?
Yeah, you know, I can't, genuinely, I'm not being difficult. I genuinely can't answer that question in the abstract without having the briefing, knowing the information, knowing where, you know, I can't tell you what I would have done. I just actually don't know.
I understand. Do you recall your conversation with Sir Ollie regarding the handover of this decision? And in that conversation, did you discuss any of the pressures, whether that be time pressure or the kind of political pressure?
Yeah, I'm sure that I gave that we had about a week, but he spent a certain amount of that time talking to other people and reading documents, and we had, you know, a conversation at the beginning of the week, and at the end of the week we had a longish meeting where I kind of went through some of the senior personnel issues, talked about some of the future appointments that were coming up, and you know, how he might want to think about that, and what you'd expect in a professional handover, and kind of some of the things that I knew or wanted him to know that perhaps weren't. You know, I was probably the best placed person to actually tell him all of that, and so I did, as part of that, describe to him in headline terms the process that had been through and where we got to in the appointment of Mandelson and the preparations for him to arrive in Washington.
And as part of that process, did you raise any concerns that you had personally about this, or any of your risks that you thought may arise as a result of it?
My memory is we had a general conversation, mostly about what had happened, where they got to. The one thing I do remember discussing and agreeing with Ollie is how we would handle the conflict of interest form. I'd seen a draft of it and had commented on it, but it was, and Ollie and I agreed this, it was, I felt and he felt, something that wasn't sensible for me to sign off in my final week, not least because he was going to have to justify whatever anything was in there. So I do remember a conversation around how best to handle the conflict of interest in the transition from me to him.
Understood. In your earlier answers, you spoke to the chair about the pressure to get the ambassador in post before the inauguration, and Christmas and other time pressures notwithstanding, that's why you did the process as you did. Would you have briefed anyone else who is considered for that post if they weren't a political appointment? Let's say it was not Peter Mandelson and it wasn't a political appointment, but you knew this was the most likely candidate. Do you think that same thing would have happened?
Yes.
Okay. And on this announcement, you said that the normal order was the vetting to happen first and the announcement second, but obviously you say it's Number 10's decision for it to have gone in this order. Did you know that that was going to happen? Were you aware that it was being announced?
When did I know it was going to be announced? I think probably by the end of the 18th of December, certainly by the morning of the 9th, on the 9th, either the end of the 18th or beginning of the Thursday, I knew Number 10 were going to announce the following day.
And did you warn of any risks of proceeding this way? Did you speak to either the Foreign Secretary or anyone in Number 10 or anyone else in the department?
Well, the die was cast, to be honest. So I think we had a discussion around practicalities.
There wasn't any intervention from you as...
In what regard?
That there are risks of proceeding this way, that the normal process is the vetting happens first and the announcement second. And by going ahead with this timeline, that's not the normal process. And at Number 10 and the Foreign Office could be open to criticism and or process.
I mean, to be honest, I think that, as I say, the die was cast. The Prime Minister had decided, the timetable was set. Number 10 wanted to announce.
Thank you.
I still don't understand this, because if the die was so set that you weren't in a position to say, I don't think this is a good idea, I think you should do DV first before the announcement, and yet you say it still wouldn't have been a problem if you'd failed as DV, we would have announced that.
I think the difference is if there'd been, and I'm talking in the generic here, obviously, because I don't know anything about the substance, but generically, if there'd been sufficient material, in any case, you've got, you're talking about the beginning of the process and the end of the process. Talking about, beginning of the process is one thing. End of the process is a different thing because you've got a body of material.
I think who have I got next?
Alan for one
Oh, sorry.
Fleur.
And I've got Alan for one question, and then I've got Fleur.
Thank you, Chair. Sir Philip, I should put on record that you and I worked briefly together when you were High Commissioner to India, and I was Her Majesty's then Trade Commissioner, a job for which I had to get DV.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too. The issue we're struggling with in part is judgment, and one of the main problems is that initial judgment to appoint Peter Mandelson was flawed. Some are trying to say that the FCDO process, the vetting process, could have corrected that flawed initial decision. But is it fair to say that when you look at Ian Collard's response, politicians inserted enormous risk into the system by appointing Peter Mandelson, and what Ollie Robbins and the FCDO did was use their processes legitimately to manage that risk? Or do you think they were outside of that standard FCDO process?
I don't know anything about the substance, and I have no view, therefore, on judgments arraigned around the substance. I do think what they did, as I understand it, was within the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Sir Philip, for coming to give us evidence today. I've got some questions about the due diligence part of the process. Were there any other FCDO appointments like this when you were told about the due diligence and it was an FCDO appointment after the due diligence had been done?
I'm not aware, for ambassador jobs, of any due diligence being done of this sort of form. It's not part of a normal civil service process. So I don't recognise it.
In your experience, have you had experience of people not passing due diligence? So is it a process which is a pass or fail then?
It's not a process. It's not a standard process. I mean, the closest I can come to is, for example, this may be a total red herring, so if you want me to stop, I'll stop. But recruitment for non-executive directors of departments. Obviously outsiders, because that's the point. they have in the past been subject to a look at their social media profile and that sort of thing to see whether that throws up anything which make them unsuitable for a non-executive role in a government department. But that, I mean, is a bit different, but that is the closest comparative in terms of appointment processes to full-time on the books jobs rather than a non-executive role. I'm certainly in the FCDO. It's not part of the process, and certainly not for ambassador jobs.
And so just a bit more on the process. So you were told about it on a phone call on the 15th of December, but you weren't given the due diligence checklist, which I've got in front of us. It's part of the humble address papers that had already been completed. Did you see the conflict of interest paper at that time?
No, because it wasn't completed. Okay. It was basically sent to Mandelson, if I remember right, the following week or the week after. Let me just check to make sure I give you the right date on the conflict of interest. I saw that over the weekend of, I think it was the 4th and 5th of January, and I had some points on it. Either, I didn't, further points I wanted addressed, and so I remember actually writing an email, because it was a Sunday. I wrote an email setting out those points.
Who did you write the email to?
My office. Someone in the department dealing with it.
Okay, and were they? So they were the concerns which would have been raised by the due diligence form about the different things we can see here. Epstein, for example, was in that. But
I think I can't speak to due diligence. I wasn't involved. On the conflict of interest form, there's a clear form which you fill out, setting out areas in which in your life that might create a conflict, and then there's a process with the line manager, and the Ambassador to Washington is managed by the Permanent Undersecretary to agree whether that conflict's surmountable or not, and if mitigations and so on.
And is there a precedent of you seeing a due diligence form? Do you think you, or for asking, I know this is an unusual appointment because the Cabinet Office did the due diligence, so you didn't see it. Could you have asked for the FCDO to also do due diligence, seeing that you were going to be Peter Mandelson's line manager, and so that you were directly responsible in that way?
Yeah, if I remember right, I think I asked to see it and was told it formed advice to the Prime Minister, and therefore wasn't something I could see. Look, I think what you're suggesting is that I've been told the Prime Minister had due diligence done. He's seen it, decided this, and I'm going to say, well, that's not good enough for me. I'm going to do my own due diligence. I don't think that's plausible. Obviously, there was the pre-existing conflict of interest process and national security vetting processes which were gone through.
Just to be clear, in that week, I think you've been asked before about did you raise this with the Foreign Secretary? So this week of the 15th, you were told, the 18th it became public. Did you have a conversation with the Foreign Secretary during that week to say, this is the most high-profile appointment. It's a very controversial appointment. It seems. I was
clear in my own mind that I needed to know the Foreign Secretary was content before I went to His Majesty the King to seek his agreement. Diplomatic service appointment, ambassador, ultimately, obviously Prime Minister involved as well, but responsible to the Foreign Secretary. If I remember right, the Monday was the day of the annual Australia-UK ministerial meeting, which both the Foreign Secretary and I, pretty busy, both in our own rights. My counterpart was here as well as Penny Wong, but also together in joint meetings for much of the day. My memory is that I had a brief word in the margins of that to relay to the Foreign Secretary what I had been told. And if I remember right, he said he would talk to number 10.
Okay. So you were told by phone call, then you were in the same meeting together, and then you said, I've been told that this is going to happen, and the Foreign Secretary said he would have words with number 10 after that. Then did you hear anything back from that?
I didn't say he would have words, which obviously can be read differently.
No, let's make this very clear.
He said he would talk to
You would talk to number 10 about that. And did you hear back from that before it was then you wrote that letter to say he was appointed?
So yes, so I had the letter from the Principal Private Secretary of Foreign Affairs on the morning of the Wednesday the 18th. I established the Foreign Secretary was content for me to take forward the process, and I then wrote to Sir Clive, and the letter's part of the release, as you know.
Is there any record of that meeting where you had an establishment of the Foreign Secretary?
He was travelling, and I had a exchange with someone in the travelling party and had a message back. He was content for me to write. He was on his way, I think, to a dinner of NATO foreign ministers.
Can I just follow up on this? So you've said that there was, I mean, the purpose of due diligence is to look at reputational risks, yeah? And so if I was Foreign Secretary and one of my ambassadors had gone rogue, it would be for me to be answerable for that, right? So surely it's important in those circumstances for me to see the due diligence.
I don't know the extent to which the Foreign Secretary was involved prior to the Prime Minister's decision.
I don't understand what that answer is. You said that you'd asked to see the due diligence and you were told that it was something for the Prime Minister, and now you've given whatever answer that is.
Sorry, Chair, would you mind repeating the question? Would you just repeat the question?
Did the Foreign Secretary see the due diligence or not before you tell the King, I've discussed this with the Foreign Secretary who agrees with the recommendation?
I'm not aware that he saw it.
Are you aware that the Deputy Prime Minister has now said that there were worries about Peter Mandelson's appointment at the time? And he said to LBC that there was a discussion within government, but that ultimately it was a matter for Number 10.
I saw the media report at the time.
Is that all you're going to tell me?
Chair, honestly, I'm not being difficult. If you ask me a question, I will answer it. But I should also say I'm obviously not here to speak for the Foreign Secretary. You kindly pointed out at the beginning I'm not a civil servant anymore.
Have a view on the accuracy of the statement.
Just read it again. To be honest. I mean, I think you should ask the Foreign. If you want to know the Foreign Secretary's views, I don't really feel.
But you were there in the middle of all of this, right? You were there in the middle of all of this. The Foreign Secretary is your boss.
Fair enough.
The Foreign Secretary. You're telling us that the Foreign Secretary was happy, and you told the King that. The Foreign Secretary, now the former Foreign Secretary, now the Deputy Prime Minister, is saying actually that there were concerns and there were discussions going on. Which is true.
So, got it. So I'm not being unhelpful, I promise you. Let me put it this way. I was asked what the Foreign Secretary said when I told him. He did not say, Philip, please crack on, write to the King. He actually said, I'm going to talk to Number 10.
That's it.
That's that, because we were in the margins of big important meetings with the top of the Australian foreign and security system in what is always a very pressurised period in the run-up to Christmas, and this was about a political appointment. He was my political boss as Foreign Secretary. I gave him the information I'd been told. He said he would talk to Number 10.
Cool.
A follow-up to that, Sir Philip. So yesterday the former Foreign Secretary, now Deputy Prime Minister, said, as the Chair said, that he'd expressed worries. And you said this was a conversation in the margins. But again, back to how serious an appointment this is and the level of media scrutiny already rightly on this appointment. Did you have any further conversations with the then Foreign Secretary about these worries?
As I recall, he and I had a brief conversation. I can't remember if it was the 18th or the 17th or the 18th, so the Tuesday or the Wednesday. It was inconclusive, so he wasn't at that point saying he was content for me to proceed, and I hadn't in any case received what I asked for at the outset. I said at the outset to Number 10, I'm not doing anything until I've got something in writing. And at the point of that conversation, I hadn't received a letter from the Principal Private Secretary, and so we had an inconclusive conversation.
Did you raise any of your concerns with him for him to make a judgment to pass this on or anything like that? Was there any conversation about the worries that you both seem to have had?
I think the Foreign Secretary should speak for himself on his views and what was said, as it were. I at that point was doing my best to resolve the situation, establish what I was being asked to do by the top of the government, and then take the bureaucratic steps necessary either way.
So it was a situation that needed to be resolved during that week. Do you think the process of that week, the due diligence part of this, is evidence of, and the timings of it, is evidence of pressure or undue pressure, or evidence of due process being followed?
I'm really sorry, but I'm not sure I follow you.
The fact that, I mean, it's very, by your own admission, it's very unusual, and it was an unusual appointment of a political appointment. So it was this whole process tested the system to the limit, really, and we're looking at how the system worked in this case, but also what we need to learn for the future. But just the evidence of, you were already told quite late on in the process, due diligence had been done, then you were told he was going to be appointed, and then it was very publicly announced very quickly, and then so all of that, the timing of it, is that, in your opinion, evidence of pressure, undue pressure, or evidence of due process being followed at pace, yes, and you're in a high pressure environment all the time in your role?
The short timescale created the pressure, as I said earlier. In terms of the parts that the FCDO written I was responsible for, I mentioned conflict of interest or vetting, and other decisions. I'm very confident they were taken, albeit under pressure, properly. As I've already been clear, the number 10 decision to announce in advance of DV was unusual.
And final one from me. With the benefit of hindsight and many months to look at this and think about this whole process, where did the process go wrong? Was it at that early stage of even considering him, or was it the due diligence, or was it the vetting? Where did the process go wrong in your view?
I don't have complete knowledge or insight into the process prior to the Prime Minister's decision, so I can't answer that question.
You told us that it's the normal process to do vetting and then announcement. So for comparison purposes, when it came to the appointment of Jonathan Powell, was he vetted and then announced?
I wasn't involved in his appointment.
Oh, he's not Foreign Office.
It's a National Security Advisor, it's a Cabinet Office role.
What about when he was Special Envoy for the British Indian Ocean Territories?
Envoys are different and are dealt with differently. I honestly can't remember the secrecy on that, so you'd need to ask the department.
Alex.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sir Philip. You talked about the short time scale causing problems. Do you think there was a reasonable diplomatic reason why Number 10 wanted the appointment done by Trump's inauguration?
Look, I think once the Prime Minister's decided they want a change of very high-profile ambassador, you don't want to wait too long. You don't want to get on with making that change. I mean, my own view wasn't essential for Mandelson to be there by the time of the inauguration. Always takes a while for US governments to form because of the confirmation process. It's actually quite quick in Trump 2 compared to Trump 1, but it does take weeks. So I was personally much less concerned and didn't see that as an absolutely essential thing. And of course, Karen Pierce was willing to stay longer and be flexible within reason, and be well respected and connected to the Trump transition team. So yes, I can see entirely the point of getting on with it. I wasn't quite convinced that we had to see the 20th of January as a deadline, but that was the one we'd been set, very clearly, and communicated by the top of the government.
Did you say that to Number 10?
To be honest, I think, I would have been clear that we didn't have to, but I think in the end they were getting with it. It's also true that in the end Lord Mandelson didn't go until after the inauguration.
Any other external appointments, including political appointments, but others, are there examples where somebody has started in post before they've received their DV? And then had access to those materials?
I'm not aware of an ambassador starting in post, certainly externally, without DV. I mean, I can't speak for history, if you know what I mean, but in recent times, no.
And do you think the argument that because Lord Mandelson was a Privy Councillor, he wouldn't need DV clearance was credible at all?
As I said, my initial reaction was that it was odd and insufficient. So no, which is why I asked for advice. But but we did also pretty quickly settle on he needed DV.
And you said higher classifications of material that he wouldn't have access to. What level of classification before he received his DV was Mandelson able to access?
I think it's in the letter, but I think it was up to secret. 0.5 page, whatever it is. It's in there. So up to secret was allowed.
So there were no briefings he was given above that level of classification before he received vetting?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did the intelligence agencies ever share any concerns with you about Mandelson's appointment or his access to information?
No.
Thank you. Knowing what you know now about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Epstein and everything else, do you think the DV process made or UKSV made the correct decision and the FCDO made the correct decision?
I'm not aware of any of the substance of the DV process. I genuinely can't answer that question.
Does it change your view on the appropriateness of political appointments to ambassadorial positions at all?
I mean, this one self-evidently hasn't worked out, but Lord Llewellyn was a brilliant ambassador to Paris and then Rome, and George Hollenbury did a good job in Cuba, and the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary are absolutely entitled, and it's explicitly allowed for in the legislation, to make political appointments. So I don't have any objection. I mean, clearly, when I was head of the diplomatic service, I was head of the diplomatic profession, and inevitably you kind of, you're not quite chief. You're head of the tribe, even if you're not chief trade unionist. So, within reason, they're a good idea. But personally, as a diplomat, I would argue that the vast majority of jobs should go to diplomats, but they have been successfully used in the past.
Okay. And finally, do you think the Prime Minister's statement that full due process was followed is a fair description of what happened in Mandelson's case?
I'm going to dodge. I'm really sorry, but I just actually don't think it's for me to sit here it's not for me it's for others, including, all of you as members of Parliament to come to a view on that.
So as your permanent secretary, would you have said in another case?
Okay, let me. I mean, I'm not going to answer your question. Let me describe what I've said to you in my own mind to you today. So as I said, I think the processes, the FCDO, the bit I was responsible for, followed up until I stepped down on Sunday the 19th of January. That was proper process, done at pace as we were asked. It was unusual, and I wasn't involved in this, I was involved but not responsible. It was unusual for the announcement to be made before he received DV.
Thank you, sir.
I've got a question from Edward and from Afra, so let me go to Edward first.
I think it sort of follows on from what Alex was asking you, Philip. You're requesting to see the due diligence report. You're flagging to the Foreign Secretary that you have concerns. So Ollie in his evidence told us that this was the only time in which the Security Department requested to see him in respect to whether or not to grant clearance. You've told us that during your tenure there was no situation in which you'd met with the Security Department regarding granting clearance. Is there any precedence for this number of red flags to be raised on an appointment?
I think that's really an impossible, I'm sort of tempted to I don't know, that's a really an impossible question for me to answer. If you're
really
talking about, no, it is, because any appointment, you
want me to narrow it down?
Previous governments of different political persuasions over time have made, shall I say, not the smartest appointments in a whole different areas. But if you ask me, if I reframe your question as around an appointment to an ambassadorial role during my tenure, then the answer is yes. Or no, rather. I mean, not as many, whichever agrees with the thrust of your question, but that's yes or no.
Okay. All right.
Good answer.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a very quick follow-up question to one of the ones that Alex talked about to do with the types and levels of classified information that Peter Mandelson saw prior to going out to the US. Would you have expected the ambassador to the US to be briefed on and to know what was in the China audit?
So I'd left, unfortunately, before the China audit had been completed. So I'm slightly hamstrung by knowing the absolute classification of that and quite how, because some of the things about our China policy obviously are very, very highly classified. So I'm not ducking, but I don't really know, because it may be actually there was, and it also, remember, it wasn't complete at that point. Mm-hmm. It wasn't completed before I left. So my guess is on China, Lord Mandelson would have been told a fair amount, but there would have been some things which were a higher classification that he wouldn't have been able to know until later. But I'm surmising rather than knowing, and to be honest with you.
I mean, so I completely understand that. You said you're guessing that. But were you aware that it was expected that briefings would include some information about the work that was being undertaken as part of the China audit?
I would have expected him to have been briefed on the evolution of the government's policy on China, so that he was ready to talk to the US administration about the UK government's policy on China, i.e. doing his job, and that must have included, therefore, him being briefed on where the government's audit of China policy had got to, if that answers your question. So you said basically yes.
Thank you. Alan and then Dan.
Thank you, Chair. Sir Philip, was the correct process followed in the dismissal of Ollie Robbins?
Save the easy questions for last. Look, I don't think I can answer that question, and it's clearly going to be a matter of, or may become a matter of formal legal dispute. I guess what I can say is when I was Permanent Under Secretary, there were a number of very serious disciplinary cases during my time leading to dismissal, and they all involved some process. But only the Prime Minister, Sir Ollie, and those involved know what happened, and I don't. So I can't answer your question.
But in your cases, you would probably see someone suspended and an investigation taking place, or something as summarily dismissal as we've seen?
In a serious gross misconduct case in the FCDO, so for an FCDO member of staff, however serious, in my time, it was going to suspension and at least one case removal from post for overseas ambassador, and then a very short period to do a formal process.
Thank you. I want to ask about the due diligence report, but does anyone else want to come in on?
I think Uma wants to come in on the back of that, if you don't mind, and then we'll go back to you again.
Thanks, Chair.
A question, Sir Philip, on the judgment about the reasons for why Sir Ollie left his post. Would you have informed Number 10 or the Prime Minister of the concerns about Peter Mandelson and those leaked emails and the emails released by the US Department of Justice after the decision to sack Mandelson? If the view from the civil service is that you don't inform your principal before, surely after, when all this information's in the public domain, would you have intervened?
I don't think I can answer that question for the reason I sort of gave earlier about not being in the moment. I mean, I recognise the Prime Minister clearly believes genuinely he should have been told. So Ollie set out for you his view, including, if I understood him right, that he felt he was bound by the rules not to discuss the information from the vetting process, although that's now disputed, and you had different evidence from Cat Little. So I personally think it's a very good thing that someone of Adrian Fulford's stature has been asked to look into this, because we can't be in this damaging situation again. But I'm afraid I just actually can't answer your question but we do need a proper look at this because it is very damaging.
I'd agree, Chair, if you can let me ask one final question. This is a hugely significant decision, this appointment. It had national and international repercussions as well as reputational risk. There's a well-publicised friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, and the FCDO and the civil services view time and time again has been that they can't intervene because the rules don't let them intervene, or to take a passive approach. Do you think, given everything we know, the system should be changed going forward?
I don't know the answer to that question, which is why I'm pleased that Sir Adrian Fulwood, who I know from his time when he was, I think, the first head of the investigatory, he was the first investigatory powers commissioner, and also, if I remember right, may still do, has been the final appeal for vetting processes, so cases, so clearly knows a lot about it. I think he is the right person to get actually at that question. It's definitely right to look at it.
Back to Anne.
Thanks. In the follow-up to her evidence to the committee, Cat Little confirmed there was no Cabinet Office advice ahead of the decision that Morgan McSweeney and Matthew Doyle should follow up questions with Peter Mandelson about Epstein. Have you any views on whether you thought they were the right people to do that, or whether someone independent of the process or someone trained in vetting would have been better to follow up?
It wasn't part of the vetting. It wasn't part.
The due diligence process.
Yeah, no. What do I think about that? Look, it was a political appointment with a process being run out of number 10 and a due diligence conducted by the centre in a way that I've already said is not part of normal civil service practices. So I think in the end, who is doing the questioning and whether that's appropriate comes down to who and what weight is being put on those questions and who answers them. And so in a sense, I just actually genuinely don't know, because it wasn't me making the decision, I wasn't involved in it. It wasn't therefore for me to kind of say, well, that's good enough or not good enough as the conduit for the questions. I wasn't being asked or ever involved in putting any faith in that conduit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Anne and then John.
Thanks, Chair. We've gone around this issue of due diligence, vetting, over and over again. I am surprised that you have never seen a DV report, but is that correct?
The only papers I saw on DV was in my formal role as the Permanent Secretary in signing off the outcomes of appeals. So if someone being refused has the right to appeal, and those papers would come to me, but they did not include vetting files. Aside from those appeal papers and the forms I filled out for my own vetting, I have never seen vetting papers.
And so that would align with what Sir Ollie has told us.
Yes.
About having only an oral briefing where we now have him and Ian Collard telling us that this was a borderline case.
Yeah. Although, just to repeat what I said earlier, a case was never escalated to me in that way.
And then what this committee has been led to believe, I think, that red flags and denials of clearance were part of this. So I'm just... the bit I think you can help us with is the process through which Ollie Robbins finds himself sacked. Because you've been following this as closely as anybody else. I mean, just to phrase the question differently, do you understand why Sir Ollie Robbins has been sacked?
I have not seen the letter he was sent, so I cannot, and I don't speak for him, and neither do I speak for the government. So I can't sit here today and say I know. And I note also that Ollie was very clear in his evidence to you in basically saying he wasn't going to talk about that.
But in the end, the FCDO is a make recommendation department because it takes responsibility for passing clearance. It has the power to manage risks and to mitigate those risks, and that is the process that all of the evidence that we've seen shows us has happened, which also aligns with what the Prime Minister has said, that due process was followed.
That sounds right to me. And I read carefully last night the letter the Foreign Office sent to you, and I wasn't directly involved in anything after the 19th of January, but it rang true.
I'll go to John, and then Fleur's going to ask the last question.
You'll be aware that a number of former very senior civil servants have spoken about how damaging this episode has been on the civil service. As a former very experienced permanent secretary and head of the diplomatic service, what is your assessment of how this has affected the civil service and in particular the diplomatic service?
I mean, Sir John, thank you for that question, because I think I'm glad you asked it. It's a very important one. I think it's also important to remember the kind of wider context. Look, the British system of government works best when civil servants and ministers, including at the highest level, work together effectively to deliver the elected government of the day's programme, but respecting that they've got slightly different jobs and roles and responsibilities. And whenever that isn't happening, and that isn't happening effectively, then you're not able to deliver as well. So I do think a situation, and you need to have load-bearing relationships at the most senior levels as well. So I do think there's a challenge now, and I think it's incumbent on all of us, including people no longer in government who can perhaps help from the sidelines, to try and get back to a situation where the government of the day and the leaderships of the government of the day and the civil service of the day have trusting relationships, understanding they've both got different pressures on them, different roles under pressure and slightly different roles, but need to work together as a team to deliver for the country.
And the trusting relationship at present, do you think, is broken down?
I don't like sort of black and white terminology like broken down. I do think self-evidently that there are now challenges, at least for some people in the relationships.
Not least people who think they're in charge of their departments, who understand that their permanent secretaries have been told not to tell them things.
I've got one more question, one more piece of the puzzle, which is about going back to access talks that you held with what were then shadow ministers before the election. Did the issue of political appointments, the appointment of the ambassador to the US, or appointing Peter Mandelson come up in access talks? Would they have been recorded?
If you're asking to say were there records of if your question is were there records of access talks, the answer is yes.
Okay.
If your question is were these aspects recorded, I'm really sorry, but I can't actually remember the rules. But at the time, there was an absolute omerta around the contents of the access talks, and I'm going to be cautious, even though I'm no longer a civil servant, because I'm still bound by the rules about. So I'm reasonably confident actually the content of the access talks is rightly not something I can say to the committee, I'm afraid. But yes, they were recorded.
Good. Thank you very much. Order. Now, if we can logistically, if Sir Philip is allowed to leave first, and then The Foreign Affairs Committee are continuing their inquiry into the workings of the Foreign Office and the appointment of Peter Mandelson in particular. And we have just had a break, but we are now continuing our session with Morgan McSweeney. Thank you very much for coming. I understand, could you just introduce who you are? And I understand that there's a brief statement that you want to make before we ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Morgan McSweeney. I was the former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Keir Starmer from October 2024 till February of this year. Chair, thank you for inviting me to appear before this committee today. I hope to assist you in your work as fully as I can. Before addressing the specific matters before you, I'm grateful that you've allowed me to say something briefly. First, I want to say something about the victims and survivors connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Too often, discussions of public figures and appointments can lose sight of the human suffering at the centre of these matters. Women and girls were abused, exploited and scarred. They deserved protection then, and they deserve to be remembered now. I'm sorry for any part this controversy has played in causing further hurt or distress. I've spent much of my working life trying, in whatever role I held, to make this country fairer, stronger and more successful. I have always believed public service is a privilege. It brings responsibility and scrutiny, but it also brings a meaningful chance to improve people's lives. That is what motivated me in government. The appointment of Mandelson as ambassador was a serious error of judgment. I advised the Prime Minister in support of that appointment, and I was wrong to do so. As I said in my resignation statement, I resigned because I believe responsibility should rest with those who make serious mistakes. Accountability in public life cannot apply only when it is convenient. The Prime Minister relied on my advice, and I got it wrong. It is also important, however, to distinguish between what I did do and what I did not do. What I did do was make a recommendation based on my judgment that Mandelson's experience, relationships and political skills could serve the national interest in Washington at an important moment. That judgment was a mistake. What I did not do was oversee national security vetting, ask officials to ignore procedures, request that steps should be skipped, or communicate explicitly or implicitly that checks should be cleared at all costs. I would never have considered that acceptable. These processes are in place to protect our national security. Finally, I want to place on record my respect for those who serve our country through public institutions, MPs, ministers, civil servants, diplomats, security professionals and many others whose work is demanding, often unseen. In the Cabinet Office, the Foreign Office and 10 Downing Street, there will be many people working long hours now to understand what happened here and to ensure lessons are learned. They deserve fairness and respect as they do that work. Chair, I'm here to assist the committee in its work. I made a serious mistake in recommending Mandelson's appointment. I accept the consequences and hope today I can help the committee to establish the facts and to make sure the right lessons are learned.
Thank you. So why was it necessary to replace Karen Pierce at all?
So, should I set out the timetable of my understanding of the various different decision making? So,
I'm going to do that, but I just wondered if I could just start with, how did it even become an issue?
So, my understanding is that before we were in government, the civil service were deciding who to appoint Karen Pierce when her term came to an end, and that in the access talks with Simon Case, Simon Case was informed that the Prime Minister was minded to make a political appointment in the role of ambassador. So that predates my time as a Chief of Staff. At the time, I was working in opposition and I wasn't working as part of the transition team. When I came in as Chief of Staff, I understood that to be the general direction the Prime Minister wanted to go and that a formal decision was made not until after the US presidential elections, because he rightly wanted to wait until after seeing who was elected US President on the 5th of November.
So is there a note of the discussion around whether or not it should be a political appointment, or are you saying that it was something that had already been decided before Labour got into government?
So Well, I only found out this weekend as I was trying to piece together the full picture, and I called Simon Case to ask him what his recollection was, and his recollection was that February 2024, when he was inquiring about what Labour might want to do with the US ambassador, as they were considering who to replace Karen Pierce with, he was told the Prime Minister was minded to make a political appointment. As far as I know then, the next decision was taken in early November. So the decision by the Prime Minister was formally taken in early November after the US presidential election. So I've seen a box note that went from the Prime Minister's private office, his foreign policy private office, and his PPS, and which asked him explicitly would he like to go ahead with a political appointment or make a civil service appointment. I don't recall any conversation about that, and then the next thing is that he is requesting who could potentially fill that post.
That's the box note of the 11th of November, which is on page 2 of the humble address materials, and it's a PS note to the Prime Minister.
Yes,
it talks about that the current ambassador to Washington has been making good inroads with the Trump team, and then talks about on timing of appointment and announcement. Talking about what the options are essentially.
Yes, and I didn't input into that box note.
No. And neither did anybody else, it looks like. I mean, when it comes to the Prime Minister's comments on it or the Outer Office comments, there wasn't anything on that.
So I don't think there was any input from any of the SPADs into that. It was just a straightforward, what would you like to do, Prime Minister? But there wasn't a recommendation. There was
a list of candidates. David Miliband, Cathy Ashdown, Peter Mandelson, even George Osborne were the sort of names that, according to The Guardian and the Tom Baldwin's book, were the sort of candidates that were being considered at the time. Is that right?
Those sound like the right names to me. I think that I don't recall there being much discussion ahead of the US presidential election. I think the Prime Minister wanted to rightly wait to see the outcome of that. I think if Kamala Harris had won that US presidential election, I don't think that Peter Mandelson would have necessarily been appointed, and he probably wouldn't have been. I think the Prime Minister started to seriously consider names after the US election.
Just so that we get the timeline right, you became head of office on the 6th of October.
Yes.
You really wanted Peter Mandelson to be the ambassador, didn't you?
I thought he was the right choice after the US presidential election. The reason why I thought he was the right choice is because Britain was exposed, the UK was exposed after Brexit. We left the European Union without any US trade deal. And for me, honestly, this was the top priority of the Prime Minister, was to get a US trade deal with the Americans. And I thought that based on Mandelson's experience as an EU Trade Commissioner, that made him the strongest candidate. But like everybody else, I made clear to the Prime Minister there was pros and cons, and there was risks. I don't think the Prime Minister would have chosen Mandelson if Kamala Harris had been elected President. I think he considered about who would be the right fit for the White House, and we procured him a short list of 2 strong candidates at that point.
I'll come on to that in a minute. But I mean, you wanted. I mean, it was more than that. It was personal as well, wasn't it? I mean, he was your mentor, particularly when you became Chief of Staff, because you had no experience of the weird and wonderful world of Whitehall, but obviously Peter Mandelson did. So didn't he become an indispensable and venerated confidant for you?
He was a confidant for me, but I don't beg pardon. But I didn't regard him as my mentor. I first had a conversation with Peter Mandelson in 2017. I don't think I really started to go to him for advice until about 2021, and I was 44 years of age then. So I didn't regard him at all as a mentor. I got advice from him, and it was useful. But I also had other people around who were perhaps a bit more shy with the media, who I sought to for advice. We brought in some extremely experienced people from the Blair administration. So Liz Lloyd came into our team, Jonathan Powell came into our team, and I would certainly ask both of those for advice about how things work as well. So I asked a range of people for advice and help. I don't regard Mandelson as ever being a mentor, but certainly as an advisor.
So, I mean, when the New Statesman says that Morgan wouldn't breathe without consulting Peter Mandelson first, that's not fair.
yeah, you forgive me if I don't believe everything that's written about me in the papers, but I don't think that was true. He was somebody who I sought for advice, but both when I was campaign director and as chief of staff, I built a wide network of people who had done jobs similar to mine in the past, going back decades in the Labour Party.
And I will go into. I mean, I really wanted to just sort of start with. I mean, you began by working for Excalibur, didn't you? Which was run by Peter Mandelson. It was an attack and rebuttal unit, basically, in '97, and you worked on that. And one of the things was to also do work on Labour MPs who might be perceived as disloyal.
So, again, Chair, I'm glad that I can correct some of the records on this, because this is all a bit of a mythos here.
This comes from the Independent.
Yes. So I was an intern at the Labour Party in the 2001 general election. I was an intern. I was assigned to the attack and rebuttal team.
So you didn't work in '97 for Excalibur?
No, I did.
So 2001 was your first time.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And my job. And I hate to dispel the myth to maybe some people from different political parties about what Excalibur was, but all I did was glue bits of newspaper to A4 paper and scan it into a machine. Mm-hmm. It was.
We've all done it.
Literally, that was as sophisticated as my job got. The team wasn't run by Mandelson. The team was run by Spencer Livermore, right. And it included lots of future Labour politicians and SPADs. I never met or spoke to Mandelson in that election, and I didn't even report into who is now Lord Livermore. It was much more junior people that I reported into.
And then what I wanted to ask you about was about the accounts in the I paper on the 4th of February 26 that Mandelson was helping to vet candidates, that he was given access to a secret Google spreadsheet of potential candidates, and that there was an off-the-books exercise. There's quite a lot of detail in the article about it, which tends to give at least an aura of authenticity to such reports.
Mandelson had nothing to do with the selection or the vetting of any of our parliamentary candidates. I don't know what Google Doc the I is referring to. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a party document. I don't think that we kept...
No, I think it's an off-the-books exercise. I think that's the point.
Well, but it had nothing to do with me or the party. I was in a senior role in the party at the time. We did everything on the books. There might have been other people compiling their own lists, but his role had no official impact on the selection of our candidates. Our vetting was done by a team inside HQ, and it was all to do with... it wasn't to do with political vetting, it was to do with inappropriate things they might have said or done prior to becoming candidates. And it was an NEC process to determine the suitability of potential parliamentary candidates. But Mandelson was not involved in the selection of our candidates.
And there was a strategy document called Labour for the Country, which was written, I believe, after the Hartlepool by-election defeat. And is it right that Peter Mandelson had a big input into that? I mean, it's your document, but that he was involved in that too.
No, I wrote that document in February 2021 ahead of the local elections to the Prime Minister because I believed there was challenges the party was facing that it needed to address. And I think Hartlepool showed the scale of the political challenge we had if we wanted to win the next general election. And I certainly asked Mandelson for input into that document, but it was my document. The argument was mine. But I also sent it to half the shadow cabinet. I also sent it to other colleagues, all the senior staff, or most of the senior staff in Lotto at the time. I sent it to, and a document like that where I'm trying to gather my own thoughts, I might send it to 10, 15 people to say, can you give me a view? People from all across the party. But like I said earlier about Mandelson, most of the people who I would go to for advice were much shyer with the media. So you could quite easily put 15 contributors towards a document like that. But it was my document, and it was my argument that I wanted to make to the leader of the party at the time about the direction I thought we needed to take.
After Angela Rayner resigned, and when there was the reshuffle on the 5th of September 2025, it's claimed that Peter Mandelson masterminded the reshuffle In fact, there's a quote, this is not normal. He was US ambassador. Why was he masterminding the reshuffle? This is reported in the Daily Mail. Patrick Maguire says that on the day of the reshuffle, Peter Mandelson was in number 10 and wouldn't leave. And according to the New Statesman, just before his sacking, Mandelson had been in number 10 to advise on the first cabinet reshuffle.
Again, I'm very pleased I get the chance to correct the record on this. Mandelson was in the Cabinet Office and then understood came into number 10 on the day of the reshuffle, but he was not involved in the reshuffle. The reshuffle was extremely challenging because it was a bad day for our party, for the government. We had just lost the Deputy Prime Minister, and we needed to reorganise the government at pace, and the Prime Minister wanted to go ahead and do that. The text messages from Mandelson to me on the day, I believe, will be made available at the humble address. I can't remember precisely what he said, but he texted me his thoughts, and I have to say, on a reshuffle day, I get texted a lot of thoughts from a lot of people. The people who I would respond to and get back to would be cabinet members or other senior staff to ask them their views. I did not respond to any of Mandelson's texts. The text messages set out ideas of people that he thought should be in particular positions. None of his suggestions actually came out to be the case, so his ideas were not followed up. I don't mind getting ideas, but I didn't have a conversation with him about his ideas. He asked me to see me. I don't think I actually bumped into him. I may have done, but I definitely didn't discuss the reshuffle with him. The only text back from me to him is at the end of the day, where I said, look, I thought we did well considering the circumstances today, but I did not take him up on his offers of advice, and I did not act on any of the advice that he gave, and I did not ask him his views on any ministerial appointments.
And so are any of your text messages to Peter Mandelson, or not, going to be available in the humble address?
Yes.
And why is he texting you if you're both at number 10 on the same day?
Because he's not in the room.
And you didn't bump into him?
I might have bumped into him. I don't recall, but I certainly didn't ask him his views. And at the point that he texted me, so the way, and this was my only government reshuffle, there is a big gap between the Prime Minister taking a decision and then the media hearing about it, because we go through a number of processes, especially we have to go to the palace before it's announced publicly to ask the King's permission. So by the time we get to the afternoon, all of the work is done and you're making phone calls, and where the staff move on to is the next day. People text me. I don't like, and they're entitled to do so. I mean, it will be backbench MPs, it'll be ministers, staff members, ex-staff members, journalists, and they will all text me their ideas. Everyone has an idea of how to make.
This is the American. This is the ambassador to the United States of America. He's in number 10 on the day of a reshuffle. I mean, it does look odd. At the very least, will you accept that?
It wasn't a planned reshuffle. If we had all hoped the day before that the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner would get cleared and that we wouldn't have had to do a reshuffle. That was our hope. Had Laurie Magnus gone another way, we wouldn't have had a reshuffle at all. So Mandelson wouldn't have been able to just arrive out of thin air. He happened to be in the Cabinet Office that day, and I don't know why he walked into number 10. But in the room which we were organising the reshuffle, there was the Prime Minister, there was the Chief Whip, I think, came in once he had been appointed new, or maybe he was there the next day, and then there was a handful of his senior staff. Mandelson was not in the room. The Prime Minister did not seek his advice, but as Chief of Staff, on a reshuffle day, and it was true in opposition, I get a lot of text messages from people, and most of them I don't even read. I'll pay attention to the ones I get from cabinet members or from senior staff with their ideas, and most of the rest of them I just filter out. And at the end of the day, I go back to them and say thanks for your input. I don't know why he did it, but people do it.
All right. Well, let's go back to the appointment of him as ambassador. So there were a number of problems before he could become ambassador to the United States. I mean, the first being that he wanted to be Chancellor of Oxford and ambassador at the same time. So, I mean, he said on a podcast, the Times Pod, on the 12th of the 11th, 24, that he thought that he could do both jobs. Now, is it right that you asked for official advice on whether or not the role of ambassador to the United States could be part-time?
I don't recall, but I don't recall that I asked if it could be part-time.
So I'm relying in particular on an article in The Observer on the 4th of February 26. Morgan McSweeney sought official advice over whether Peter Mandelson, who resigned from the Lords this week in disgrace, could be the UK ambassador to the US and Chancellor of the University of Oxford at the same time, sources have claimed.
I don't have any recollection of it.
And officials had to explain that being His Majesty's ambassador in Washington was a full-time job in Washington.
So I do remember thinking that at the time, that it was a full-time job. I understood that. So, like I said, at the time that he was doing that, I think that had Kamala Harris won the US presidential elections, I don't think he would have got the job. He was certainly lobbying for the job. He did, but I think that Oxford University shows he was also hedging, because he didn't know whether he was going to get it or didn't think he was going to get it. So he was also looking at other opportunities. He did say to me when he was saying to me that he was interested in the job, that he was also going for Oxford University. And my view to him was these are incompatible. I don't see how you could do both. So
if you're telling him that it's incompatible, then you wouldn't be asking for official advice on whether he could do it part-time?
I don't think I would have, but I can't say for certain if I...
Why wouldn't you remember something like that? I mean, it is pretty interesting.
I can't remember doing so. So I think you're right. I'd remember it if I would have, but I can't remember ever doing so.
Okay. I mean, one of the other problems was that Keir didn't like him. I mean, again, for the New Statesman, Keir doesn't even like him and never really has. He's not Keir's sort of person. And the Foreign Office definitely didn't like him, as far as we can tell. And then, of course, there's all the red flags. So all of these things are problems, getting in the way of Peter Mandelson becoming ambassador. But you still wanted him to be ambassador, right?
At the time in Downing Street, there was conversations about who could be the best candidate, and names were considered, and most people were making pros and cons argument. I have to say, I know that a lot of people now say they told the Prime Minister they were against it at the time. Everything I know about how the Prime Minister works is he will consult widely, he will take a lot of views on, and if everybody else was opposed to this appointment but me, he would not have made an appointment such as that. He does like to try to build consensus within his team and to get a wide range of views, and he doesn't just listen to one person on it. He certainly spoke to other ministers, other senior staff, and took his time reaching the decision that he reached.
Can I suggest something to you? That you wanted him to be ambassador, and so you what you did was you bided your time for the first 6 weeks after your appointment of head of office, and then you went for it. I mean, as Jonathan Powell has said, it was weirdly rushed. I don't think it was rushed at all. What I would suggest is that it was part of a strategy. It's used in warfare, it's used in boxing, it's used in political campaigns. You go fast and you go hard and you confuse your opponents and you get what you want. You appreciate that. I mean, you are an expert in strategy. I mean, that is a strategy that is used sometimes.
That wasn't any strategy that I deployed. When I came in as Chief of Staff, we had big challenges in Downing Street. We had to reset Downing Street. We had a new PPS. One of my priorities was hiring more senior staff into the building because I thought we didn't have enough experience. We had a budget coming up. Most of my time at that time was completely immersed in the budget because I think, from my recollection, we were close to OBR deadlines. These were the kind of things that I was most concerned about, not who the ambassador was. When there wasn't detailed discussions that I remember ahead of the election because we were waiting to see who was going to be elected.
So Trump is elected on the 5th of November.
Yeah.
And what I would suggest is that on the 27th of November, when Mandelson has not been elected as Chancellor for Oxford, it was at that point that matters began. And that so you had between the 27th of November and the 4th of December when the due diligence started. So it's very quickly after Mandelson is available as a candidate, we're doing due diligence. And we did due diligence not just for Peter Mandelson, but for another candidate at least as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we've got in between the 4th of December of due diligence being done and the 11th of December. And on the 11th of December, according to one of the box notes that we've seen, Mandelson's now the leading candidate. So what happened between the 4th of December and the 11th of December for Mandelson to become the lead candidate? What happened in early December?
So I would disagree a little bit with the sequence of events. Before a consideration was given to who should be the political appointment, the first thing that had to happen was the Prime Minister himself had to decide, did he want a political appointment or did he want to go ahead with a civil service appointment. I didn't write into that box note. I think...
Neither did the Prime Minister.
Well, I can't speak for what he wrote and didn't wrote. I can speak.
You're in charge of his office. There's no note at any stage of, as far as we understand it, unless something, we're about to get something, of the Prime Minister making a decision that he wanted to have a political appointment. There's no note of that, or the thought process in relation to that. And then there's no note, oh, actually, I've now thought about it, I want Peter Mandelson. There's no note from the Prime Minister on that either.
So if I take each one of these decisions separately, the first decision he had to make was, did he want a political appointment or not? And I didn't write into that note that I thought that there should be a political appointment. He would have made his decision, and he would have told his PPS what he wanted to do, and then his PPS said, now we need to procure candidates. So he could have gone in a different direction at that point, and that would have been the end of it, and we'd have gone ahead with appointing a civil servant as ambassador. So he could have gone in a different direction. I didn't have any strong disagreements with anyone in number 10 that I can recall. Like everyone else, I could see there was pros and cons in the appointment, and I worried that it would go wrong. So I didn't try to push anything through. We procured two strong candidates for him. One was Mandelson, and the other was George Osborne, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who I'd met as part of it. And my view was that we had, and I said to the Prime Minister, you have two appointable candidates. Others agreed that there was two appointable candidates. I can't recall anyone saying that Mandelson was not appointable.
So what happened in early December was that you went to the United States, and you went with Jonathan Powell. And as far as I understand it, when you were in the United States, you were given a clear message from the Trump team that actually they weren't keen on Peter Mandelson and that they wanted to have Karen Pierce hanging on. So, did you tell the Prime Minister that? And is there a note of you telling the Prime Minister that?
So it's half right. So
This is Politico, the 20th of the 3rd, 26th.
They didn't talk to me about Mandelson. They made clear that Karen Pierce was doing a wonderful job, and that they would be content with her remaining in post. But I did, as part of the process, talk to Foreign Office officials that I knew, who also approached me directly as well. I spoke to people that I knew in the US system, and I got a wide range of views. And quite a lot of views were coming back in support of Mandelson as a candidate. As I said, if the Prime Minister was hearing overwhelmingly against Mandelson, he might have made another decision. But he was getting a lot of views at the time. He was listening to people. He does listen to his senior staff. He does listen to his ministers before we reach a decision. So I think if it was just me arguing for it, I don't think he'd have made that appointment.
So we've got that, and we've also, of course, got all the stuff that's come out of the due diligence. And on the box note that I've been referring to on the 11th of the 12th, it says, Chief of Staff has discussed candidates with you, with the lead candidate being Peter Mandelson. So here he is, he's now lead candidate. So how did you manage to persuade the Prime Minister that he should be the lead candidate, given what you'd heard in America, and given what was in the due diligence?
So What I'd heard in America is mixed views. There were some people I spoke to there that
you've told us that
said that Mandelson was a strong candidate. My view is that he was the lead candidate because of his experience as an EU trade commissioner and the political skills that I thought he could bring to the table.
No, because it's not your opinion that's important. It's the Chief of Staff has discussed candidates with you, with the lead candidate being Peter Mandelson. I mean, it is supposed to be the Prime Minister's decision, not your decision.
Yes. It's the Prime Minister's decision.
And the Chief of Staff has discussed Peter's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which we will go through with you, but your Director of Communications is satisfied with his responses to questions about contact. Do you think it's appropriate, when doing due diligence, for you as a friend of Peter Mandelson to speak to the Prime Minister, and for his responses to be measured by another friend of Peter Mandelson, Matthew Doyle? And for that information to be put before the Prime Minister as a basis upon which they can make a decision?
So I agree, and I think that when I look back on it, I certainly think it would have been much better if I'd asked Pet to ask those follow-up questions. I guess my thinking at the time was I put follow-up questions to him in writing, and that if a senior member of staff did that he would feel more obligated to give the truth and the full truth. I didn't feel that I got that back from him. But it wasn't my decision, it was the Prime Minister's decision, and he saw the DV as part of that decision.
And so between the 11th of December, when Mandelson's the lead candidate, and writing to the King and telling the King that, advising the King that this should be the candidate, what happens? Is there a decision made at that point that Peter Mandelson should be the ambassador? And where is the note to show that the decision was made and how the decision was made?
So I tried to get the times as best as I possibly could and dates, but you have to forgive me a bit because I don't have access to my number 10 diary or the Prime Minister's diary. So if I make a mistake, it's not intentional.
No, it's fine.
So I'll try to give you as best as I can. So I think three things worth saying. The Prime Minister will be talking to people at that time, saying, what do you think? Everyone will be giving him pros and cons. That's for sure. He will take a view based on a rounded view. Then the last meeting I recall, where he said this is the direction I want to go in, was with Nin Pandit, Jonathan Powell, and me and him. And then after that, and it might have been the same day or the day before, is when Nin Pandit wrote to Philip Barton to say the Prime Minister would like to make a political decision. So that was the last meeting that he had, and in that meeting he would have conducted that meeting the way he always does, which is to make sure everyone in the room has their view. And then
what day did you say this was? I've missed it.
This would have been either on the day or the day before, or a few days before Nin Pandit wrote officially to Philip Barton. So when Nin Pandit wrote to Philip Barton to say, can we begin the necessary arrangements and get Mandelson in place?
We're talking like 15th, 16th,
something
18th,
about that.
17th, 18th.
Yeah. So he would have had a meeting then. He would have said, right, what are we going to do here? Let me get your views. And then he'd have said, we're going to go with Mandelson.
Okay. During those 7 days, was there an agreement between the Prime Minister, between you, that what you should do is tell the King, tell the incoming President, announce the fanfare, but all of it always knowing that it would depend on his vetting? And would it be whether it was so during when this meeting was happening? Is it like, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're going to do this, but obviously it's all dependent on vetting?
So I wasn't involved in any decisions about when to tell the King. I'm not aware of those processes or when the appropriate time to talk to the King or communicate with the King about all of this. I don't think that we discussed that at the time, and I know Simon Case's letter has come out subsequently. I didn't see Simon Case's letter at the time, or I don't recall seeing it. I think it was directly to the Prime Minister rather than to me. And
but it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, you can't appoint somebody, let alone Peter Mandelson, without vetting him first.
So it didn't jump out as a problem to me at the time.
Even after the due diligence?
even after the due diligence. And the reason why it didn't jump out to me, we had around about the same time, and again, I can't remember the dates, around about the same time, we made a political appointment for National Security Advisor in Jonathan Powell. And as far as I remember, we appointed him, and then we began the DV. I was appointed before I began the DV work, and that's what tends to happen. If he had then failed, then we wouldn't have sent him to DC. So it didn't occur to me to ask, because that's how I saw the practices being put in place. I think the Prime Minister is right in saying that shouldn't happen, and I think that he's now made a decision that won't happen again in the future. But there has
As a strategy man, don't you think it's a bit odd? Let's at least look at it this way. It's a bit odd to, essentially, what you've done is you've briefed the press, you've told the King, you've told the incoming President, he started being paid, he's got his pass, all of these sort of things have happened, and then you do the due diligence. So at that point, due diligence had said, no, sorry, really, too risky, can't do this, and he'd... Imagine the storm.
Sorry, no, due diligence had been done. DV.
Sorry.
DV.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
It would have been very embarrassing for us. But can I just play an alternative kind of scenario? So at the time, it didn't jump out to me as a problem. We appointed, as I said, I got appointed before I completed all my necessary work. Jonathan Powell got appointed too before the necessary work. If Mandelson's DV had been a problem, it would have been an embarrassment for us. It would have been a much bigger problem for him. But there's an alternative scenario, which is that we had, say, we're going to do DV before we talk to the palace or before we talk to the US administration. The chances of, unfortunately, the chances in government of there being a leak anyway would have been a problem. Either way, if your lead candidate fails DV, it is embarrassing, but it's far preferable to pull that candidate at that point than to go any further. If that happens to your candidate and your candidate blows up and you have to pull them out, that's what happens. It's embarrassing to us. It would have been worse for him. But at the time, nobody said to me, hang on, before you announce anything at all, make sure that we do this DV first. Of course, if somebody had, I wouldn't have questioned it. I would have, but at
the time, the agenda was that he is offered the job on the 20th, and he's supposed to be in Washington on the 20th of January. So that's just a month, and during that month, there's Christmas and there's New Year. I mean, all I'm suggesting is that this was part of a deliberate strategy to push this as fast as it could be in order to ensure that people could not raise any objections in the circumstances, because there simply wasn't time.
No, I don't agree with that at all. If there was problems with his DV, we'd have pulled them. If we'd been told that he couldn't get the necessary security clearance, I've no doubt the Prime Minister would have pulled them. I mean, in the event, the Foreign Office couldn't complete the work until after the inauguration, but the timetable was being set by the US political calendar. We wanted to wait until after the US presidential election to work out who the candidate should be, and we did want the candidate in place by the inauguration. But it wasn't a big deal that he wasn't in place by the inauguration. He was in place, I think it was about 2-3 weeks later.
So this is my last question. So do you think that when the chance came for you to give Peter Mandelson his last job, you stopped thinking about what was best for the government? Really, you stopped thinking about what was best for the country. And you just thought, I want to give this job, this great job, to one of my heroes. And it became an obsession. And it may be that the Prime Minister can be criticised for giving you this leeway, but it was a leeway that you abused. And you stopped thinking strategically. You closed your eyes to the risks. You didn't consult the necessary people, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary. You railroaded this through as fast as you could before anyone could realise what had hit them.
I don't think that's true. I certainly spoke to the Foreign Secretary a number of times. I have then Foreign Secretary. I have a very good relationship with the Deputy Prime Minister. I've known him for very, very many years. And I would certainly have spoken to him extensively at the time. I don't regard Mandelson as a hero. I think that's an exaggeration of the kind of relationship that I had with him. in every advice that I gave to the Prime Minister, hand on heart, I thought I was operating with a motive in a national interest. In politics, you over decades, you know a lot of people. I've had to, in 20 years in politics, I've had to fire friends from jobs. I've had to turn people down who were desperate for jobs, who were closer friends of mine than Mandelson, who really wanted jobs in Number 10, or people who thought they were going to be ministers, because I've always tried to operate in national interest. The amount of times I've had friends come in and see me or phone me who were really angry at me because they didn't get the job that they wanted to get. That's what politics is. You have to try and always operate in a national interest. Of course, you know people, and then you make judgments that in this case turned out to be wrong, incorrectly. I completely accept that, but it was absolutely, this was not some heroes trying to get a job for. I thought that his skills as an EU Commissioner would help us to get the trade deal that I think the country needed, because we were very, very exposed after Brexit, and getting that trade deal right was very important. I thought he had the skills to do it. I made the wrong judgment. I completely accept that, but my motive was always in the national interest.
Afri, you want to do a follow-up, and then I'm going to Sir John. Is that right?
I had a few follow-ups.
Oh, well, I'll go to Sir John first, and then I'll go to you, if that's all right.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just be clear? The Prime Minister had decided that he wished to make a political appointment. Was it you who first said, Prime Minister, I've got the perfect candidate, Peter Mandelson?
I think the first person who put Mandelson's name forward was Mandelson.
Directly to the Prime Minister, I want the job? Or
I think he talked, I don't know if he spoke to him. I think he talked to a lot of people, making it clear that he was interested in the job, including, I'm sure, possibly even members of the press. But yeah, that's where that came from. I don't remember the Prime Minister asking me a view prior to the US election. I think, but I can't remember, but I think he was keeping his cards close to his chest, waiting to see the outcome of that election. And I think there would have been, for a Labour administration, a broader range of candidates available to him had the Democrats won that election.
You've set out why you think he was well qualified to do the job, but you've also known him for a very long time, and you will also be fully aware of the fact that he had twice had to resign from the cabinet, that he had business interests with China, that he had a close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, and also that he was friends with Oleg Deripaska, who was a confidant of Vladimir Putin. Despite all those things, you still thought he was the right person for the job?
Well, to take each one of those in turn, he after his last resignation, he had rebuilt a reasonable reputation for himself. He had gone as an EU Commissioner, and as far as I was aware at the time of his appointment, and I don't know what will subsequently come of their own investigations, but he had a good reputation. He was seen to have done a good job as EU Commissioner. Then he came back into British politics and served as a very senior member of Gordon Brown's premiership, Gordon Brown's government, and again at the time was well regarded as a senior minister in that department. So he had done these two big political jobs long after his last resignation. It's why I think that a lot of the media and a lot of other politicians at the time thought that this was the right appointment for the country. The nature of the relationship that I understood he had with Epstein was not a close friendship. How I understood it at the time was a passing acquaintance that he regretted having and that he apologised for. What has emerged since then was way, way, way worse than I had expected at the time. And it was when I saw the pictures, when I saw the Bloomberg questions in September 2025, I have to say it was like a knife through my soul. I did not expect that level of connection that he was talking about there. As for the other issues that you're raising, I thought business interests would be dealt with in the Foreign Office, so people look at things like conflict of interests. When we appointed SPADs who have business interests, Cabinet Office and PET would deal with that, so that wouldn't be something I would deal with as a Chief of Staff. And if there was any national security issues whatsoever, then my assumption on that was that would be dealt with by DV, and if there was any national security issues whatsoever, we would then be told if there was a problem, and then the Prime Minister could pull the appointment. So from what I knew at the time, I thought he had re-established himself as a credible political senior political figure in Europe and in the Brown government. I did not was aware of the extent of the relationship that he had, and I thought that these other issues would be dealt with at other parts of the process.
Your discovery of the closeness of his relationship, you say, was a knife to the heart. But the box note says that you discussed with Peter Mandelson his relationship with Epstein, and that you then discovered as a result of that conversation, for instance, the fact that he stayed in the flat belonging to Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein had been convicted for paedophile offences.
That wasn't a discovery that I made.
But did you advise the Prime Minister of that?
No, that was in the DV form that was from
DV?
Beg pardon, you're right. A due diligence form from PED. I wrote to Mandelson after the DD to understand from him in writing what his position was on these issues. That email that I sent to Mandelson and his responses from that, the Met Police are using as part of their investigation. When I was in number 10, I was told that we couldn't share either the questions or the answers to those questions or the email itself with the media or as part of the humble address process until the police were finished with it, because they said it would interfere with their investigation. And so I've stuck to that since I've left Downing Street too.
But in your conversation with the Prime Minister about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Epstein, the subject of Mandelson staying in Epstein's flat after the conviction, that was part of the conversation.
It's hard to answer that directly without saying what was in the contents of the emails. But my understanding at the time, which I could maybe say about what my understanding was from hearing him talk about it and listening to his friends. My understanding at the time was that his relationship was a passing acquaintance that he knew through somebody else, that the way of he's describing it was that he realised that it was a mistake, he deeply regretted it, he broke it off many years before. He wasn't advocating for the guy or defending the guy in any way, and you take all of these things into consideration. What then emerged as the relationship in September last year was not the relationship that I was led to understand. It was very different.
Okay. Can I ask about the two notes that went to the Prime Minister from the private office about the appointment? In each case, they've been released under the humble address process. They are completely blank other than the submission. There is no comment. The Prime Minister has not indicated any view. Now, I've worked in Downing Street, and box notes go up and they come back down with a comment. It may only be a tick, but there is something to indicate that the Prime Minister has taken a decision. In this case, there is nothing to indicate that the Prime Minister has taken a decision. Why not?
I can't answer the question. So the box notes usually come back into the civil service, and then I get informed what the decision is. He may, and sometimes he did do it verbally, but I can't answer why there wasn't anything in the box. So I would make submissions into the box the same as the other special advisors. They would be collated by his PPS, then they would go to the Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister would send it back through the system. I didn't ask to see the box note. I would sometimes ask to see a box note if I was unsure what the decision was, or if I wanted to understand a bit more about his thinking. But generally speaking, I just took whatever the civil service said. But I don't know why he didn't tick. Maybe he spoke to his team.
Well, that's the alternative, that he didn't indicate in writing. He said, I would like to have a meeting to discuss this. But if such a meeting took place, there would be a record of it, and there is no record that has been released.
Again, I can't answer as to why that was. I wasn't the person who was keeping records. But in terms of his decisions, I would always make sure, in any decision, including any of this, that the PPS would always be present to be able to give her views and to make sure decisions were properly recorded. But I wasn't the minute taker. I wasn't.
So how did you discover that the Prime Minister had decided to go ahead with Peter Mandelson?
I believe that, from my best recollection, that there was a meeting in mid-December, and he told us that that's what he wanted to do, and then Nin Pandit took his decision and passed that on to Philip Barton.
So a meeting took place, which led to the Private Secretary writing to say that that was the decision. Is there a record of that meeting?
I don't know. I don't have access to that information anymore.
It's just your job to make sure that the minutes are taken of meetings.
No.
Not? No. So you're in charge of his office, but you're not in charge of there being any records made of any decisions made in the office?
No, the civil service will take responsibility for that side of things. My job was to make sure that he had the political input. But when I was in meetings, private secretaries would take notes. How those notes were recorded and circulated, I didn't ask around the detail of it. I just always assumed that they would be properly recorded and shared with the appropriate people.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back over some of the questions that the Chair had asked you and just ask some follow-ups and seek some clarification on some of those. You said that you were out in the States at the start of December prior to the appointment being made. When you were out there, in the conversations that you were having kind of offline, did anyone raise with you concerns that they had about Mandelson's business links with China?
No.
Okay. So thinking about the security vetting, we heard from Sir Philip Barton that he told us there was no contingency plan in place if security clearance wasn't granted to Peter Mandelson. Had you considered the possibility that clearance would be denied, and had you put any contingency plan in place?
I didn't have a contingency plan in place, but I was always aware that somebody could fail security vetting. Was always aware that that was a possibility for any appointment that we made. Yes.
Aware, but did you consider it? Did you kind of actively think this could happen in this case?
No. And if it had happened, we'd have withdrawn the ambassadorship. It would have been a political embarrassment, and then we'd have gone on with probably it's hard to guess. Karen Pearce, we'd have asked Karen Pearce, I think, to stay on probably, and then we'd have thought about what would be the next steps.
You clearly felt that Peter Mandelson was the right person for the job. You'd recommended him to the Prime Minister, although you have said that you believe the Prime Minister would have sought a wide range of opinions. Despite the fact that you ultimately resigned over your advice to the Prime Minister, would you say that he was the person in full knowledge of all of the information who made the decision to appoint Mandelson to that role?
He had all the knowledge that I had, but I don't know what other knowledge, and this is part of what this committee is looking at, what he should have otherwise have been told or not told, but he had all the knowledge that I had, yes.
And that he was the one who ultimately will have made the decision, not being persuaded or kind of doing what somebody else wanted him to do?
Yes, the Prime Minister takes the decision, yes.
Okay. So Sir Oliver Robbins, who obviously is the former Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, he has now lost his job. And the PM said when he was asked that he didn't accept the explanation as to why he overruled the verdict of security vetters, and that's why he sacked him. Do you think somebody should be sacked for an error of judgment?
Sorry, if I could add one last thing to your previous question, if that's okay, which is that the Prime Minister was aware of everything that I was aware of, but the Prime Minister wasn't aware of enough, not because of advisors or civil servants, because Mandelson himself wasn't open enough with him. And that really is the big problem in all of this. Had Mandelson said this is everything and defended himself on the truth, I don't think that he'd have come close to being appointed. So the Prime Minister did not have enough information because Mandelson did not share the necessary information with him. He had ample opportunity to do so and did not. And that is where, above all else, that is where this was let down. If he had been honest, like any other person, and the thing that I always thought about Mandelson was I thought he cared about his party and he loved his country. So I banked that he would at least be honest with his Prime Minister in such a post, and I think that's where really it was let down. So I don't think that the Prime Minister had all the necessary information to make the decision. Sorry, I've now forgot your next question. Beg your pardon.
That's okay. And thank you for your answer on that. I must say it appeared to me that there was a significant amount of information that had come forward in the due diligence, but I think there may be some questions from others on that, so I won't push on that now. My question was about Sir Oliver Robbins and the decision by the Prime Minister to sack him. And I wanted to know, given the reasoning that the Prime Minister gave in the chamber, do you think that someone should be sacked for an error of judgment?
I can't really comment on what happened with Oliver Robbins. Sir Ollie. I had left Downing Street at the time, but I know how the Prime Minister works, and I think whatever decision he takes, he will always have been weighing up everything, including listening to people. But I can't really comment on that decision because I left Downing Street at the time.
So you think that he will have sought sufficient information that he wouldn't have needed to carry out a fuller investigation, but perhaps suspending him rather than immediately sacking him from the job?
I can't say what he did and didn't do because it was after my time in Downing Street, so I'm not privy to any of this information. But how the Prime Minister works, yes, I think he'd have got the necessary information before reaching a conclusion.
And I just wanted to check, because you talked about the process that Jonathan Powell had gone through, as far as you understood, in terms of going through developed vetting before he took up the political appointment of being National Security Advisor. But I understand prior to that he was already a special envoy for the British Indian Ocean Territory. Would he not have had developed vetting in that role?
I don't know.
Okay. And just wanted to ask you a couple of final questions in relation to Matthew Doyle. We heard from Sir Oliver Robbins that the Prime Minister had inquired, as I'm sure you're aware, about a diplomatic role for Matthew Doyle. Why do you think that the Prime Minister didn't want David Lammy, who was the Foreign Secretary at the time, to be told about that request and those inquiries?
So it was what was happening at the time was it was clear that Matthew Doyle's time in government was coming to an end, and the Prime Minister wanted me as part of that to discuss with Matthew Doyle next steps, because these are difficult conversations, and the Prime Minister wanted me to convey to him that if he had wanted to stay in government, that he should consider doing so because he had extensive experience in government. The private office asked what vacancies that Matthew Doyle might apply for. There was no suggestion at any point that he would be imposed in. If he had wanted to work in the Foreign Office, Matthew Doyle would have had to apply for any of those posts the same as anybody else. The reason why, I'm sure, but it wasn't my email, but the reason why I'm sure the private office said, please don't discuss this with anyone, including the Foreign Secretary, is because it was a delicate HR issue. Somebody's leaving their job. You don't want a lot of people knowing it. In the event, it wasn't something that was taken very seriously. It was as Matthew Doyle was leaving, and I'm having that conversation with him. People don't really engage in that conversation because it's a tough thing. And I'm saying, look, and I would have said to him, there are jobs coming up in the Foreign Office you might be interested in, such as these kind of things. But he didn't actually engage in that. He didn't seek to apply in any of that. He said he wasn't interested in any of that. He was in a senior job as Director of Communications. My understanding at the time was that it wasn't unprecedented for SPADs to apply for and get foreign policy jobs, such as Ed Llewellyn under the previous Conservative government, but it wasn't something that we talked about a great deal. He didn't apply for any jobs, but for reassurance, he would have had to apply the same as anyone else. And had he said he wanted to apply, absolutely at that point the Foreign Secretary would have been involved in that conversation. But the reason why the private office didn't want it shared around was because it was a sensitive issue for exiting somebody from their job.
If your answer is that he would have to apply in answer to an advert, like anyone else, like Equal Opportunities policy says, then why does anybody need to ring anybody else up?
Well, because the Prime Minister wanted to say to Matthew Doyle, look, you've done a good job, but we have to change the direction that we're going in comms. There's other jobs coming up. It was more about a kind of softer landing. There was no suggestion in any conversation anyone had with me that there was a desire to impose him into any job. All I said to him when he was leaving was, look, there's these jobs coming up, would you be interested in them? But he wasn't. So that was the end of the conversation. And the only reason to keep the circle of people knowing limited was because it was a HR issue, and we just don't want to have those wider discussions. We want to have those discussions with as few people as possible. But I don't think this was a big conversation with anyone. I think it was all the Prime Minister saying, look, can you have this with him? Well, he wanted to. I mean, they are difficult conversations. He wanted Matthew Doyle to be able to land on his feet somewhere, and he wanted to encourage him to apply for the next thing. And then part of that is telling to people, look, there is time to move on, but there are other opportunities out there.
So, I mean, you say it wasn't a big conversation, but obviously it went to the head of the diplomatic service, so that's quite a senior conversation to be having. You, in your answer, you say that you believe it was not told to David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary at the time, because it was a sensitive HR issue. Are you aware of any other discussions between Number 10 and the Foreign Office, the Permanent Under-Secretary, whether it was Sir Oliver Robbins or Sir Philip Barton, in which the Prime Minister on Number 10 asked for the Foreign Secretary not to be involved in the discussion?
No.
And would you say, how involved would you say that the Foreign Secretary was at the time in that decision to appoint Mandelson as the ambassador?
He certainly would have had several conversations with the Prime Minister. I had conversations with him. I don't know who else he had conversations with.
He was fine about it, was he?
Nobody was fine about it. Everyone could see that there was risks, and like everybody else, he would have flagged that there are risks. And I don't want to share with the committee what conclusions people came to, because I think it's for other people to say.
You were there. I mean, you were there. There's no notes, so we're just trying to understand how these decisions are made. We've got the Foreign Secretary. Here he is at a meeting. We're discussing whether or not Britain should send Peter Mandelson as ambassador to Washington. I don't see what's wrong with you telling us whether whether the Foreign Secretary thought it was a good idea or not.
Because I can't remember precisely what people said, and
don't tell us word for word. Just
okay.
Did he say, "Okay, yes, let's do it," or did he say, "Actually, I've got reservations"?
Like everybody else, he could see that there was cons and risks, and like everybody else, he would have seen. I had reservations too. Like everybody else, he would have had reservations. He'd have discussed them iteratively with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister would have taken the Foreign Secretary's views very seriously. He is somebody who he's close to politically. He obviously appointed him afterwards as Deputy Prime Minister in that reshuffle you were asking about earlier. So he was somebody who he was the then Foreign Secretary. I'm getting the terms right. The current Deputy Prime Minister is somebody who the Prime Minister is close to. Would have got his views. He would have also got his views of senior staff and other ministers. And the Prime Minister would not have dismissed any of those people's views, and would have taken them in the round before making a final decision.
Okay, let me try one more time.
Sorry.
Did the Foreign Secretary say, "I think this is a bad idea"?
Not to me.
Okay. Edward.
I just wanted to go back quickly to your presentation of the conversation with Matthew Doyle, that in fact, if there were upcoming posts, ambassadorial posts in the Foreign Office, then he should consider applying for them. Can you see how, if you were Matthew Doyle and you'd just seen the Prime Minister ram Peter Mandelson down the throat of the FCDO despite all of the obvious problems, that might feel like a job offer, even if it was how you characterised it? You surely would be sitting there going, that seems like a pretty locked-on job if I wanted.
I don't think that the Prime Minister conducted himself in the way that you were suggesting. He was told by the Cabinet Secretary that he was allowed to make a political appointment, and he made his political decision about who he thought the candidate should be. It's then for the machine to implement the Prime Minister's decision. Sorry, and certainly not the way I would have put it to Matthew Doyle when he was leaving. I would not have said, and I would not have needed to say it. This was
you wouldn't have, because you would have been sitting there going, well, if I want the job, I'm definitely going to get it, because the Prime Minister didn't get Peter Mandelson one.
Certainly not. No. Certainly, I certainly don't agree with that. This was about a duty of care to somebody who was leaving, and saying to them there are other opportunities out there. In the end, he didn't ask for any follow-up on that, but I would not have said to him, we're going to move you from this to this, or whatever job you want is yours. Certainly would not have said that to him, and it was the same when other people were leaving too. You would say to him that there might be other opportunities in the future. But
have you heard the phrase "jobs for the boys"? I mean, this is so far from any equal opportunities policies that I've ever heard of. I mean, don't you think this is a little odd or shameful?
Well, the same was true if we had to exit senior women from the team as well. We'd have said to them, if you want to stay in government, and some did. But Matthew Doyle would have had. I don't want to.
I'm just saying, we're talking about senior women. I mean, what job was she given, for example?
Czar of the Regent.
So, Sue Gray's now in the House of Lords, but this isn't about. He wasn't promised a job, and had he applied for the job, then the Foreign Office would have considered his application the same as anyone else, and the equalities and all of the other necessary procedures would have had to follow in any direction. So he was.
Sorry, Mr. McSweeney, that is not what Sir Ollie Robbins told us. Sir Ollie Robbins told us that Matthew Doyle's name was another one that was floated as a political appointee, which, given that when the Prime Minister politically appointed Mandelson, it was a lock, it would be fair to assume, if you're Matthew Doyle, that effectively the similar guarantee was being made to him.
I wasn't asked to. I didn't send that email to him. It was the opposite, though, of jobs for boys. He was losing his job, and all I said to him was there might be other opportunities. It was never followed up, and I was not told by anybody, not by the Prime Minister or the private office, you need to go and promise him a job. It was just a simple duty of care conversation. You're leaving the job. There are other opportunities in the future. Do you want to explore them? And it was no, and that was the end of the conversation.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take us back to a couple of questions that the Chair asked earlier in relation to Matthew Doyle. So on the 11th of December, the note to the Prime Minister, Director of Communications is recorded as saying that he was satisfied with his responses to questions about contact with Epstein. Matthew Doyle was the Director of Communications. Did you trust his judgment, given what we know about Matthew Doyle?
Trust his judgment, given what we know, beg your pardon.
Do you trust Matthew Doyle's judgment in relation to that particular, that he was satisfied with his responses to questions in relation to his contact, Mandelson's contact with Epstein?
So Matthew Doyle submitted his view into the Prime Minister, and it would be for the Prime Minister to decide whether he took that view on board or decided not to take the view on board. In terms of what I did, was I gave the answers, ran through the answers with the Prime Minister, but I didn't put a lot of weight on my own judgment on what Matthew Doyle thought at the time.
Okay, so there was a fact-finding call between the General Counsel to the Prime Minister and Matthew Doyle, where he's reflecting back on some of the conversations there. It's noted there that Lord Mandelson is a personal friend of Matthew Doyle, and that he had a number of conversations with yourself, many of which were one-to-one, and there was quite a lot of back and forth, which resulted in 3 specific questions. What were those 3 specific questions?
So they were all questions that came from wanting clarification around the due diligence report, and on the point of who should have been asking him those questions. It's my view now that we should have asked PET to ask those questions.
What were the themes of those 3 questions?
So they were questions in relation to the due diligence reports, but they are questions that the police have now got that email, and so does the government, and so does Number 10. But they've asked for, at the time I was in Number 10, I was told that the police did not want these questions or their answers released. They will be released as part of the as part of the humble address process, but when the police are finished with it. So until then, I don't feel that I can say what the questions were.
Okay, and do you think that given the scale of the appointment that 3 questions were sufficient enough to interrogate Mandelson?
I think if somebody is being honest with you, then the questions would have been sufficient. If somebody's hiding, then whether you ask 3 or 5, if they're deliberately hiding something, or however many questions it might have been, then I'm not sure you got to the bottom of it. For purposes of appearances, and public appearances are important in this, I wish and I regret that I didn't ask PET to carry out those questions. But I'm not sure that they'd have got better answers given how he was choosing to answer these questions. I'm not sure they'd have got better answers at all. However, my hope at the time, was that, my thinking at the time at least was that I'll ask him these questions and he should answer them honestly. If he doesn't answer them honestly, I don't have investigatory powers, and neither would PET. But there was 2 other mechanisms that I thought might catch a problem. One was he had been such a public figure for so long and had media scrutiny, actually worked for the media, that if there was anything where he had said something to me that the media later uncovered, then there would be gaps. I also thought that DV would expose if there was any further risks. So I thought those were the other next steps where there was some safeguards in place. But if somebody isn't fully truthful about the questions they answer, then if there was been a different person asking it, or if they'd asked more questions, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. We don't know. But with hindsight, I wish that I had asked PET to ask those questions.
Okay, did you put those questions in writing?
Yeah.
Is your evidence that you put those questions in writing because you thought Mandelson was more obligated to tell the truth if he had to write it down?
Yeah, and I had a record as well.
So does that mean that you advised the Prime Minister that you didn't think that Mandelson had told you the full truth about Epstein?
No, I didn't say that to him.
What did you say? Or you say that the Prime Minister thought, well, if there's a serious problem, the DV will pick it up?
No, I didn't say there's a serious problem. The DV will pick it up. No.
No, but I mean, either you thought that Mandelson was lying to you about Epstein, and presumably you told the Prime Minister that, or you thought, well, or the Prime Minister thought, well, okay, he's lied, but let's make sure, but the DV will pick it up, so that'll cover us at that point.
No, I thought he had told the truth. I thought if he had written to me and set it out the way he did, that he'd have told the truth. That was a mistake.
Right, so he'd lied before and then he told the truth when he wrote it.
I thought he no. I didn't think he had lied. I thought he had told the truth, and I thought, and that was the basis of which I thought we were going ahead. But I also thought, if I was wrong, if he had been lying, I thought he told the truth, and that's why I thought we should proceed. But I thought if I was wrong, and he had been lying, that might be picked up at DV.
And whatever he wrote, he essentially assured you that it was that any allegations about him staying at Epstein's house once Epstein was in jail was all fine.
Again, I don't think I can share the contents of the emails and the questions and his answers, but when he wrote back to me, I assumed wrongly that he was telling me the truth.
Okay, so going on to another fact-finding call, this time with Jonathan Powell. He's recorded as saying that he raised concerns directly with yourself in relation to the reputation of Mandelson. You responded back to him saying that the issues had been addressed. What issues had been addressed?
I don't recall that conversation. Like everyone else, Jonathan Powell was saying that there was pros and cons, but I don't recall that conversation.
You don't recall any issues being addressed? No. Okay. So I'll take us now to areas of conflict of interest in the due diligence checklist. So you said earlier that nothing jumped out at the due diligence stage and that you weren't aware of the extent of the problem. Did you look at the due diligence checklist in detail that was provided?
So things jumped out as a problem, but nothing jumped out as made a problem in the regards that we hadn't done the DV yet. So I assumed the DV process would happen following the Prime Minister's decision. It didn't jump out at me that it was public, that that's who the Prime Minister's preferred candidate was before we did the DV. On regards conflict of interests, my assumption was that would be picked up with the Foreign Office when he was being employed, because when we had SPADs appointed who had business interests, that would be picked up by the Cabinet Office and not dealt with at a political level.
Okay, so in the due diligence checklist under professional financial relationships, it says that the retained role and interest in Global Counsel would have to cease, come to an end. Did you make sure that that took place, or at any point did you question that?
I left all that to the Foreign Office because that's not my skill set or expertise. I wouldn't know how to even manage that.
Okay, and then in relation to reputational risks, so again, earlier you referenced that nothing jumped out at the due diligence stage. Did you have the chance to read the 2019 report commissioned by JP Morgan?
Sorry, just again, it did jump out at me this was a problem. What didn't jump out as a problem was that we had yet to do DV. So I can't recall reading it, no, but I recall thinking this is a problem and we need to ask some follow-up questions.
Okay, so questions were asked in relation to the JP Morgan report, but not enough to cause serious concern.
It wasn't the volume of questions. I don't think that was a problem. It was the nature of the answers and the lack of honesty.
Have you read the emails between Mandelson and Epstein in the JP Morgan report?
I can't recall reading them.
Okay, I will reference some of them where Epstein says, was Peter helpful? These are all in the public domain and were from 2019. Was Peter helpful in relation to the intention to sell a government asset? Epstein emailing Mandelson saying, I like to see my suggestions come to fruition. In 2010, Mandelson shares the guest list for an event he's speaking at in Shanghai. Another email from 2010, Mandelson emails about Russian businesses. Were none of these emails brought to your attention as a serious red flag?
No.
Okay. So if these were not part of the due diligence process, did the Prime Minister have any understanding of the depth of concern that was raised in the report, the JP Morgan report?
So he read the due diligence file. I don't know precisely what his overall views on it were.
Nobody thought to bring it to the Prime Minister as well, the content of the report?
Other than what I think he saw, I'm not that I know.
Think that was a failing of your role as the Chief of Staff to bring it to the Prime Minister?
I think that I would have expected due diligence to produce all the content that was available out there, and not for me to run a parallel process to look for other due diligence. So I didn't add my own further investigation to it.
It was all in the public domain, so this is everything that the general public would have known. So this was not serious enough to require you to, first of all, look into the evidence, and secondly, report it to the Prime Minister.
I didn't carry out any further investigations, and I think, looking back on it, I think that the DD process was surprisingly inadequate to me. We had so when we came in to government, we had introduced adding DD to appointments of SPADs, special advisors, which wasn't there before. We started to use other SPADs to do it because the process, I think, wasn't good enough, generally speaking, and this report, I think, was insufficient. And should I have asked further questions of the report compiling team, then I think that's fair. I think I should have.
And final question from me. You said it was wrong to appoint Mandelson. Why is it wrong now, but it was right back then?
I think the reason why I thought it was right then was because of his experience as an EU Commissioner. I think what came out in September last year with the Bloomberg emails, I think the pictures and the later revelations from the Epstein files shows that the nature of the relationship that he had meant that he was unfit for the job.
I want to have another go at an answer that you gave, because I do feel as though you've contradicted it. And I've got a note now. So my thinking at the time was that I'd put follow-up questions to him in writing, and that if a senior member of staff did that he would feel more obligated to give the truth and the full truth. I didn't feel that I got that back from him. But it wasn't my decision. It was the Prime Minister's decision. And he saw the DV as part of that decision.
Sorry, let me correct myself. In September, I realised I didn't get the truth back from him. At the time, I thought I got the truth back from him. When I saw the emails and the pictures that came out and that were published from the Epstein files in September last year, that's when it really dawned on me that I did not get the full truth from him then. At the time, I thought he was telling the truth. If I didn't think he was telling the truth, I would have said, this guy is not telling me the truth, but I did think he was telling the truth, and that was wrong.
So I didn't feel that I got that back from him, but it wasn't my decision, it was the Prime Minister's. You didn't mean any of that?
No, I didn't feel that I got the truth back from him September last year. Sorry, I might have mumbled my words. I got the answers back from him. I thought that he was telling the truth. And when I gave that to the Prime Minister, I did so on the basis that Mandelson had answered truthfully. That was in January, or December, beg your pardon. And in September last year, it became clear to me that he hadn't told the truth.
Edward.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if we're going over the same point here, but for the point of clarity, the due diligence report is produced by the Cabinet Office. You received that. Did the Prime Minister receive the full unredacted due diligence report, or did you summarise it, or did you brief him orally? What did the Prime Minister receive?
He received the full report.
He received the full report. And did you discuss the contents of the report with him?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And during that conversation happened at a point at which he had read the report, or there's a difference between receiving the report and reading it, I guess?
Yes, he would have read the report. He read all these papers.
Okay. Did he raise any reservations with you during that discussion?
I can't remember particularly which ones, if he did.
You wrote some clarification emails to Peter Mandelson, received those replies. Did those responses go to the Prime Minister?
Yes.
And did you discuss those responses with him?
Yes, we would have discussed those responses with him, and again, he would have considered them in a round.
Okay. So he didn't. Did he express any reservations at that point about the appointment of Peter Mandelson?
I can't remember what he said.
You've talked about there being pros and cons to the appointment of Peter Mandelson. When you said you spoke to Jonathan Powell, you said that he raised pros and cons. When you spoke to David Lammy, he raised pros and cons. I'm just wondering, outside of Peter Mandelson himself, is there anyone who wasn't raising any cons? Is there any out-and-out advocates for Peter?
No, but the same is true of quite a lot of appointments.
What, the...
People have cons.
I guess I'm going back to what you said earlier, which is that the Prime Minister talks to lots of people before coming to the decision himself, but so far everyone you've listed seems to be on the fence as to whether or not Peter Mandelson was a good appointment or worth the risk. I'm just wondering how you get to the point where you've got two candidates, and this is not to speak to the appropriateness of George Osborne in any way, shape or form, but you've got two candidates, one of whom absolutely everyone you speak to says, well, it's a coin toss on that one. So how does that end up being the candidate?
So what I haven't said is what each individual person conclusion they came to, in part because I don't remember precisely and I don't want to unfairly represent anyone else's views. Not only would people have said, I think there are pros and cons, but they'd have said, and this is what I think we should do. Mm-hmm. And the Prime Minister would have got a range of views. And he would have concluded based on the range of views which way he's going to go to. He would not have put up with people saying on the one hand and then on the other, so I'm going to sit on the fence. He'd have said, well, what's your view? What do you think we should do? And then he'd have got all those views and reached a decision. In the aftermath, I understand why people are mostly focusing on the cons they'd have raised, but I can tell you that there is no way the Prime Minister would just accept one person's view as being pro a candidate if everyone else had been against it. I think
even if it had been you.
Even if it had been me, yeah, absolutely, yeah. The Prime Minister has his own mind. He reaches his own decisions. Sometimes he takes advice from me and will go with it, and sometimes when I was there, he didn't. And all these other people that you're talking about are close confidence to the Prime Minister, people who he's judgment, who he trusts and respects. People like Jonathan Powell, people like David Lammy, these are senior staff that he has in Number 10. These are people who he takes very, very seriously. And sometimes as an advisor, you make advice and the Prime Minister goes with you. And that's what happened this time, and I'm taking responsibility for that advice. There was other times where I'd say, I think we should go in this direction. And the Prime Minister would say, no, I've got a different view, I've got a different candidate, or I don't like your candidate, and he goes in a different direction. In a situation where I want to go in one direction and senior cabinet members want to go in another direction, he's more likely to weight it with those cabinet members. So it depends on each individual situation. But Keir Starmer is not somebody who just takes one person's view before going with it. He is a considerate Prime Minister. He takes on views. He respects the views of people like the current Deputy Prime Minister, the current National Security Advisor, and his senior staff. And he would have taken those views very, very seriously.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Richard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McSweeney, for coming before the committee today. I'd like to ask a few questions about communication between Number 10 and the Foreign Office. It was rumoured last autumn, that the communication between yourself and Sir Ollie Robbins was assertive, emphatic, sweary even, and you've denied that. How did you communicate to the FCDO the desire from Number 10 to speed up the approval of Mandelson's developed vetting?
Thank you, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to answer this. I'm firstly very, very grateful to Sir Philip Barton for what he said about this swearing rumour. It is something that has caused me a great deal of stress for a number of months. I don't know why people do this in politics, put around untrue rumours. They phone lots of journalists. Those journalists then phone lots of politicians. That's how rumours get around. It is very, very corrosive. It's damaging for people's reputation, and a lot of people in Number 10 get that, and I think it's unfair for staff who can't speak for themselves. I'm grateful as well to the journalists, the vast majority of whom never covered that story because it wasn't true, and I'm so glad that Sir Philip Barton said today that I did not phone him, that he has no recollection of me swearing at him, and I have no recollection of swearing at him either. I denied it when I was repeatedly asked about it by journalists. Most journalists did not touch the story and showed a lot of integrity on that, and I think it's one of the most corrosive things that happens in politics. So I'm glad I got the chance to set the record straight. I did not swear at Sir Philip Barton. I did not swear at Sir Ollie Robbins either. And in his testimony, he said that I didn't call him, I didn't text him, I didn't email him. So I was not talking to Sir Ollie Robbins about this issue. And I have to say that because of what's happened, we're rightly all focusing on precisely what happened with this appointment. But I can tell you, in January 2025, this wasn't one of my most important issues. There was far more serious issues affecting the government and the country in January 2025 than the start date of an ambassador. That wasn't my priority at all. That wasn't the issue that kept me awake at night. And if I was talking to officials at all generally at that level, it wouldn't have been about this issue. What happens, I think it's important that we unpack this idea of pressure, because there's been a lot of conversation about it. There is pressure in government every day, and most of that pressure comes from within inside you. Every civil servant, minister and SPAD I worked with woke up every morning feeling pressure to make the country better, wanting to move faster. The challenges the country face are great. That's where the pressure comes from, and rightly so. And Number 10's job in all of this is to make sure that the Prime Minister's decisions are acted quickly. But there is a real difference between asking people to act at pace and asking people to lower standards. And we never did that. We never asked people to skip steps at any part of the process. I didn't speak to, I don't think I spoke to Ollie Robbins about the appointment or the start date. I think I had a conversation, at least one, maybe two, with Philip Barton, but it was on a wider Zoom call. As he said, it wasn't on a phone call. But it was all about, can we do this at pace, not can we do anything improper.
And I mean, accepting the point that your communication wasn't directly with Sir Ollie, we know from Sir Ollie's testimony that there was communication from Number 10 to the Foreign Office, even if it didn't include you both individually. And so who in Number 10 was applying this pressure that Sir Ollie described?
So the private office of Number 10 chased the appropriate department every day on decisions that the Prime Minister would have made. There would have been occasions where I'd have asked, where are we with this decision? But as a priority of Number 10 of our daily meetings, the start date of Mandelson was not something that was regularly on the agenda. It would have been sometimes. So what happens is the Prime Minister takes a decision, and then the private office will chase another private office. If it's a political issue, if there's a political barrier, then SPADs will chase SPADs, or occasionally it might elevate to talking to ministers about what's going on in the department. But in this case, the Number 10 private office would have chased the Foreign Office private office to see when this was happening. But none of the chasing would have been asking to skip steps, and I think that's very important, because we're talking about national security. And every single person that I worked with in Number 10 took national security very, very seriously. Everyone there knew what was at stake with national security and would not have played hard and fast with national security.
Just want to repeat back to you a couple of lines from Sir Ollie's testimony to this committee last week. He said, "My strong sense that there was an atmosphere of pressure and a certain dismissiveness about this DV process." And separately he said, "Throughout January, honestly, my office and the Foreign Secretary's office were under constant pressure." Do you refute that?
Like I said, I'd like to unpack the two elements of pressure here. We're under pressure to try and get decisions implemented. Our preference in Number 10 was that Mandelson was in post for the inauguration. And we wanted him in post for the inauguration because there was an opportunity to get to meet the new incoming administration and other key figures in DC. In the event, the Foreign Office were unable to get him in post by then. He didn't start for 3 weeks later. So they couldn't deliver on that timetable, and it wasn't the end of the world for us. It wasn't a big deal. Our preference was the 20th of January. I believe he started in the 10th of February, sometime around then, 2 or 3 weeks later. So we didn't get the timetable that we wanted, but we wanted it to be done quickly. But I worry that this conversation that's happening, and it's right that it's happening because people need to understand what's happening, is bringing two things together that are completely separate. Yes, we wanted it done quickly, but at no point at any point in number 10 did I witness anyone being dismissive about DV or national security.
That pressure around the timeline may have been misinterpreted as pressure for an outcome. So how would you reconcile the pressure that Sir Ollie described last week with the Prime Minister having stated at Prime Minister's questions last week that no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case?
The Prime Minister was saying there was no question, there was no pressure in relation to vetting. I don't think I ever had a conversation with a senior official about anyone's vetting. As Ian Collard said in his letter, he didn't think it had any impact on the outcome of their vetting. I think there's a world of a difference between saying we want to go quicker and we want to be reckless. There's a world of a difference from saying to a taxi driver, I'm late for a plane, to can you break all the red lights and go speeding. There's a world of a difference between those things. One is proper. We want things done quickly. The people of this country should want, number 10, to say we want things done quickly. The other one is wholly improper. We want steps to be skipped.
I mean, you're talking about red lights. I mean, the pressure put on civil servants, potentially, meant that they missed 2 red lights on the form, on page 10, the summary form, which said that they recommended that he didn't pass DV. I mean, according to Ollie Robbins, he didn't see it. According to Ian Collard, he didn't see it. So both of them missed those red lights. And is it not because of pressure being put on them?
That's not what either the testimony from Ollie Robbins or from Ian Collard's letter said. My understanding was he said that he does not assess that pressure affected the outcome. I thought that's what he said.
But neither of them can talk. You're the one who raised red lights and cab drivers. Both of them missed the red lights. Both of them missed the green, orange, red. Neither of them can tell us that they saw those 2 things. It seems to me to be fairly clear evidence that the DV was making a fairly strong recommendation. And yet we hear both of them seem to think that it was a borderline case leaning towards not.
Ollie made his assessment and would have carried out the processes the way he saw fit. I can't comment on how the DV process worked. I'm only learning about the DV process in real time, watching these interviews and watching this committee's work. What I can say is that nobody in number 10 ever thought it would be acceptable to skip steps. Yes, we want to move quickly, but that does not and should never involve making decisions that put national security at risk. I haven't seen anything in Sir Ollie's testimony or Ian Collard's letter that suggests that they did not follow proper procedures. They're saying they did follow proper procedures. Why they missed them, I think, needs to be part of how we draw the lessons from this. But they're not saying that they did anything improper, and nobody's saying they were asked to do anything improper as well. You've heard from Sir Philip Barton, you've had the letter from Ian Collard and Sir Ollie Robbins and Cat Little, and these are all like brilliant people. None of them said they would be asked to do anything improper. And from everybody I know in Downing Street, private office people would not ask if other private offices to do anything proper. These are serious people who worry about national security.
We've got Fleur next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in to see us today. I'm going to take you back to the very beginning of the process. It's famous that Peter Mandelson hosted dinners with political people at his house and in restaurants. It's widely reported. Did you attend any of those dinners in 2024 or up to your departure in 2025 at his house or in restaurants?
I didn't hear that last bit.
Did you attend any of Peter Mandelson's kind of private dinners that he hosted in his house or in restaurants? He held monthly dinners for political people. It's just reported. I haven't been to any of these. I don't think anyone here has, but have you been to any of those dinners?
So I've been to 2 dinners in his house. One was, I think they were both in 2024 with a wider range of people. I think 2, yeah. Maybe 1 lunch and 1 dinner, I think. In a restaurant in the whole 4 years I knew him, I think twice as well. I went for dinner with him.
Thank you. And we're trying to get to the bottom of who really proposed Mandelson's appointment. So you have said that you're sorry for your part in it, but also that before you started in post after the election, there were some access talks. You referred to access talks in January 2024, which you weren't party to, but which happened. You know that Peter Mandelson's name came up. Was it a done deal?
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay.
No. I didn't say whose name had come up.
Okay.
So I spoke to Simon Case,
Yep.
trying to piece together what happened, and he he said, I said to him, I recall there being a sense that we always seem to have wanted a political appointment. I said, when did you first remember this? And he said January, February 2024, that Simon Case asked the Prime Minister's access team what they thought about the US ambassador. They were replacing Dame Karen Pierce. They were thinking about who to replace her with and what the process was, and Simon Case was informed that the Prime Minister was minded to make a political decision, but as far as I know, Mandelson's name was not in that.
Okay. And at the dinners and lunches, the 2 dinners and lunches that you attended, did Peter Mandelson did he lobby you about becoming the ambassador to the US?
So he did lobby me, but not on either one of those dinners. One of those dinners was after he was ambassador, and I should say also I had dinner when I went to the US in the embassy. But he did lobby me, but I don't think at the dinners, no.
And the process you've talked about with George Osborne and Peter Mandelson were the 2 names in play. How far did the process of George Osborne's potential appointment that then didn't lead on, go? Did he have due diligence assessment made of him?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that due diligence then? Was that the important factor between the 2, one going before another?
That wasn't the important factor in my recommendation, no. I don't. I can't remember what the due diligence said for George Osborne, but it was carried out. I spoke to both of them, and the Prime, and yeah, I think it was similar.
Okay, and your due diligence meetings with Peter Mandelson, and you subsequently asked for more in writing. How many times did you meet him, or how long were your meetings with him for the due diligence?
None. The due diligence report was carried out by PET.
All by PET, and by writing to you?
No. So PET carried out the process. Like I said in my resignation letter, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this, and I think that the way that whole process works isn't up to it. I think there should be, as default, an interview with the candidates for something like this. There wasn't. I was given a report, or the Prime Minister was given a report by the Propriety and Ethics team, which was the due diligence report. That was conducted by them without any involvement of me. They gave that to the private office. I then followed up with some questions, but apart from that email, that was the only part I played in it.
So that was the due diligence report that's now in the humble address papers that we've all seen. Is that the report you're talking about?
Minus my email.
Isn't it? Okay. Do you think the violence against women and girls aspect of this, and I absolutely appreciate you talking about the victims and survivors of Epstein right at the beginning of that, they are very much, and I think I can speak for the whole committee, on our mind as well. Do you think the violence against women and girls aspect of this, the relationship with Epstein, was downplayed during those conversations that you had with the other people advising the Prime Minister and with the Prime Minister at that time?
I think it should have been a lot more to the fore, and I know it's something the Prime Minister takes this issue very, very seriously and has done for a great number of years, and I think it should have been way more done so at the time, is my view. But my understanding of the nature of the relationship that Mandelson had at that time, not what I now know, was that he wasn't somebody who had defended Epstein. He wasn't somebody. He was very apologetic from having made kept contact with him. He was very regretful for it. But I think it should have been. I do agree. It should have been much more to the fore at the time.
I know you weren't there in the interview. Do you think he was asked enough open questions, or the ability to give the full extent of his relationship?
There's no doubt he was. at a lot of stages. I mean, this was somebody who was in the public eye. There is no doubt.
And finally, for me, about the documentation of this process. Decisions of this magnitude should not be done informally, kind of on the sofa. At previous committee sessions, members, we have become aware of a lack of some of the papers, and today it's been referred to the Prime Minister receiving a lot of views. We don't have any paperwork of that. The Foreign Secretary being involved a number of times. We don't have record of that. We don't have record of the George Osborne side of this, and there are other parts. Do you accept that this was not documented well, and why do you think that is?
So I think government is conducted with conversations as well as papers. Prime Ministers should be able to phone people up and say, what do you think about something? I think it's right that decisions are recorded. It's difficult for me to say what's the appropriate level of recording the decisions and the minutes, because it's not where my expertise is. I think there certainly needs to be enough that people can see enough of a paper trail, but I also think it's appropriate for the Prime Minister to say, look, I want to get someone's views, I want to have a conversation with them, but those conversations are not the same as where he makes the decisions, and I think there needs to be enough recording around those, but it's not my area of expertise.
That sounds great, except that the decisions themselves weren't recorded. That's the point. You know, so, and I come back to the point, I mean, I know you say it's all the civil servants' fault and not yours, but you were in charge of that office where they weren't recording decisions being made.
They were recording decisions being made on a pretty regular basis.
You just haven't told us about them.
I saw regular paperwork on a whole bunch of decisions. If I've in any way slighted the people I worked with in number 10, please forgive me, because these were the most wonderful people, very serious people.
I'm sure they were, but I just want to see I just want to see evidence of decisions being made in relation to Mandelson and how those decisions were made. And we just, you know, we have the humble address, we have all this paperwork coming out, you know, we haven't seen any evidence of how these decisions were made. We're having to take the memories of witnesses that, you know, as we can see, are different. Anyway, I'm sorry, Edward, you have another question.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of, I guess, return to your original questions at the opening, which is when you're talking about the timeline and that prior to coming into government, in meetings with Simon Case, you're saying that the Prime Minister is already minded to make a political appointment. And according to what you said, at that point, no names were being discussed. But why was the Prime Minister already thinking about making a political appointment when, to this particular post, when we didn't know the outcome of the election, there was somebody good currently doing the job and a shortlist process for a diplomatic candidate had already been run? What is the logic saying that job there I might make a political appointment to?
So I don't think I said there was no names being discussed. I don't know what names Simon Case did discuss. That I just don't know, because I wasn't in that conversation. In January 2024 and February 2024, my total focus was on the election, and I was very reluctant to have any conversations with anybody about who would do what job if we won the election, because I didn't like that kind of talk.
That's fine. I'm just wondering why already, prior to the election, is that there is going to be a political appointment?
He didn't discuss it with me. I wasn't intimately involved in preparation for government work. I didn't have a view. I don't remember even having a view of it at the time. The Australians did something similar with Kevin Rudd. I don't know where the origin of that idea came from.
Okay, because to the Chair's point about, you know, this looking like it was a railroaded decision, you've already got, prior to the election, the PM identifying that position as somebody who wants to make a political appointment to. You've then got two candidates, and again, not to speak to the suitability of either of them, but one of them is a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm assuming the other one isn't. And everyone you speak to is giving you pros and cons as to is the other one actually a stooge? Is George Osborne just on there as so that you've got a tick box exercise? There are two candidates because you've gone through this entire process, ignoring all of the red flags, with all of the due diligence, with every conversation with every single person, saying, well, it's a difficult decision. There are pros and cons to that one. Are they also saying there's pros and cons to the other one? And does it not just come down to which one is a friend of a paedophile?
So, I think there's three things on that. One is I don't think that he railroaded. If the civil service was being told in January, way ahead of election, that should Labour win a general election, they would look to a political appointment, I think that was ample time to prepare processes, to talk to senior officials, to say this is the direction a Labour administration might want to go in. So that's the first thing. Second is that I think if Kamala Harris had won the US presidential election, I think it would have gone to a different candidate. Third is that the nature of the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein wasn't known to us at the time, and that's not the nature of the relationship that we understood it to be. That's not the nature of the relationship that he represented it to be. And the final part is George Osborne was a very credible candidate, and part of the thinking was the relationship between sister parties or parties of a similar political persuasion, his more recent experience, the fact that he had commercial acumen, the fact that he was Chancellor of the Exchequer. He was a very credible candidate and one that we gave serious weight to.
Just push back on a couple of those then, please, Ms. McSweeney, because actually we've already seen that the due diligence report contained the 2019 JP Morgan report, which shows that the relationship was more extensive. And as for putting in place the processes, the civil servant putting in place the processes, according to Philip Barton's timeline, it was barely a month that they were given to go through the entire process and do DV and Agramont and everything in order to get him in place in time for inauguration, which was your desire.
Yeah. And if it had taken longer, which it did take longer, then so be it. We didn't ask them to skip any steps, and they weren't able to get it done in time for the inauguration. And of course, if they had said the timetable you want to deliver on is impossible, and we need a bit more time generally, or we want a bit more time in this one, that's what would have happened. There was nothing stopping the Permanent Secretary saying that to the Foreign Secretary, or there was nothing stopping the Permanent Secretary saying that to the Cabinet Secretary. We need a bit more time, and a month isn't long enough. As it turned out, they didn't complete the process until several weeks later.
I just want to just do an assessment now, where it's 4 minutes to 1. We hoped that we would finish by 1. I think we're unlikely to now because I know that everybody is agitating because they're all thinking actually there are further questions we want to ask. So what I would like to do at this stage is to say we aspire to finish by 20 past. We absolutely must finish by 30:30. And what I'll do is I think take Uma and then Alan and Alex, who I know have kind of quite a lot of some questions of Dan as well, and then I think John and Abdesem and Afra may have follow-ups. But I think we do it that way. So, Uma.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to put on record that over the past decade I've worked twice with the witness. He's used to robust conversations with me. Hello, Morgan. In your opinion, actually, let me rephrase. Both Sir Philip Barton and Sir Ollie Robbins have said that it was Number 10's decision to announce the appointment of Peter Mandelson before the vetting process. Did you or did anyone in Number 10 make that decision? Or in your previous answer, you said that was, you suspect Sir Peter Mandelson had said that. Was this a Number 10 decision or was it a Peter Mandelson decision?
It wasn't a Peter Mandelson decision. I don't know whose decision it was. It wasn't my decision. And as the Prime Minister said now, we would do things differently. But it didn't jump out to me as a problem that DV was happening after the announcement. That's what happened in the case of the National Security Advisor and my own appointment.
And would you have expected senior civil servants to intervene, to flag any issues, to say, actually, this is not how the process happens, the vetting should happen first? Because Sir Philip Barton said that the vetting should happen first. We're not from the civil service were not to be expected to know this. Would you expect the civil service to have intervened there and told you these things?
Yes, if somebody thought there was a problem with how it's being run. I had a pretty good relationship with both Simon Case and Chris Wormholtz as cabinet secretaries, met them pretty regularly, and there was always opportunities for them to tell me when and where, which they did do, if they thought a minister was doing something wrong, or if they thought a SPAD was doing something wrong, or if they were unhappy with something Number 10 was doing.
And you said that you made clear to the Prime Minister the pros and cons of this appointment, and that you wouldn't have put Peter Mandelson forward had Kamala Harris won the presidency. Do you think the politics of the day was weighing more heavily rather than the trade deal, or were they both hand in hand?
I honestly don't know if I'd have put him forward had Kamala Harris had won. I think he wouldn't have got it. I think there were a broader range of candidates that were available to the Prime Minister, and I think he would have probably have gone in a different direction because of the nature of the relationships that were available to other candidates. For me, the top concern was the trade deal, and his role as EU Commissioner was a big factor in that. But the potential political relationships were also a factor, yes.
Was the Prime Minister led to believe that Peter Mandelson's risks, the cons as you've set out, were manageable? Did you have that conversation with him? Did anyone have that conversation with him?
Yes, that was part of his conversations always.
And in your answer today, you said that you didn't feel that the truth at the time was put forward by Peter Mandelson in his response to your emails. Did you communicate that to the Prime Minister also?
No, at the time I thought he was telling the truth.
Okay, and so you didn't raise any issues with the Prime Minister that you had these concerns. You just put these questions to Peter Mandelson, you got the answers, and that was that? I
thought they were truthful.
Okay, and I asked Kat Little this question. I asked her if the developed vetting would have brought up the information that Bloomberg had in their leaks, really grave issues of Peter Mandelson sharing information about a market-sensitive matters when he was then in government, which is huge and a betrayal of this country. If that had been put to you, would you have ever considered Peter Mandelson?
Not at all, no way. And one of the things that subsequently surprised me, I would have assumed that, and maybe they did, but I would have assumed that our Foreign Office would have been in contact with US counterparts to see what information they held on him. But absolutely no way would he have come close to Number 10 or any job in this government had that been known.
And it looks like you've been following our evidence sessions closely. You've seen these traffic light boxes, the UKSV red boxes. It turns out every stage of this process had never actually seen the boxes until this was leaked. So it's a bizarre process all round and one that doesn't seem fit for purpose. Had any of these issues been raised with you by the developed vetting, by the FCDO, by anybody? Had they been put to you as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff?
No, they're completely compartmentalised from SPADs, and as it turns out, more from ministers than I thought it was too. And I think it's quite right that it's compartmentalised for SPADs. I think that there are clearly a lot of things that need to be learned about how all these things will work, but there is no way that anyone in the Foreign Office would have discussed DV, anyone else's DV with me at any point. So I think there's a lot that needs to be learned by this whole process. But and I said, and I felt at the time when all this came out in September, that look, I know what I did wrong. I know the judgment calls that I made that were wrong. I'll live with them for the rest of my life. But as a chief of staff and you're a political advisor, you also relying on the information being presented to you. There's a lot of people in the state whose job is to protect the state, the government, and reputation, and you rely on that information coming from you. You don't have the ability to investigate, to ask more questions, to look deeper and deeper, and clearly it didn't work. It shouldn't be reliant on just one advisor giving bad piece of advice and then the whole thing goes wrong. The state needs to be more robust and stronger in all this.
And my final question to you, Morgan. Everyone's talked about hindsight. There were lots that were known about Peter Mandelson before this appointment, and I appreciate that you have said that you made judgment call that you've since said is wrong. But there's a very well publicised friendship with one of the world's most notorious sex offenders. How was it that nobody within Number 10 had seen this as an issue that so many of us had an aversion to? What was going on there that this was not the immediate red flag?
So I think the thinking was that the time that he was in contact with Epstein, he presented as being an acquaintanceship. He regretted maintaining contact after his first conviction when he realised whatever he realised. I mean, according to his story at the time, he wasn't defending what this guy did in his first conviction, and he was saying that he was duped into understanding the nature of what had happened. So we
got convicted though. He couldn't get around that. I mean, he had been convicted, of sex trafficking a minor. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, how do you talk your way out of that? Once a friend has been convicted of that, surely they're no longer a friend, let alone staying in their flat.
Yeah, and I don't have anyone in my life like that, but he didn't.
He did, and you promoted him as being the next ambassador to the United States.
He didn't say that he was a friend. He denied that he was a friend. He tried to say he was a passive acquaintance, that he was somebody who didn't really know enough about to ask questions.
And the due diligence said otherwise?
The due diligence didn't say he was a friend, and Mandelson
stayed in his house. The due diligence said he stayed in his house.
Not in my house.
All right, Alan.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your time, Morgan. I think you said earlier that you thought the DV process might also pick up untruths or misrepresentations by Peter Mandelson. Do you know if the answers that he gave you on the Epstein follow-up or the due diligence report was sent to the DV system, the officers, to use as evidence to check the kinds of answers he'd given you?
I don't know.
Thanks. Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you, Chair. So we heard from Sir Philip this morning that he felt the speed of the appointment was unnecessary. Karen Pierce was doing a good job. The administration would take some time to set up. And Ollie Robbins, in his evidence, said the whole process felt weirdly rushed. So why did you push for such a short timeline between the announcement and the appointment?
I didn't. Did Ollie Robbins say it was weirdly rushed?
No, Jonathan Powell did.
Jonathan Powell, okay.
So the pace of it wasn't raised with me as a concern at the time, other than we said we wanted number 10, and that was the consensus view, in place by the inauguration, so that he could begin the work. And in the end, the Foreign Office were unable to complete all the necessary arrangements by then. So there was no point where, if they'd said we needed more time to carry out further checks, that we'd have said we've got our own timetable here. You need to crack on regardless. So they took the time that they needed to do it right, and all of the evidence suggests that they carried out the processes in the correct way. I think we wanted to get. I mean, it's not unusual for Number 10 to say we want things to be happening quicker than the departments are prepared to move in, and it always ends up being Number 10 kind of gets some of its own way, and then the department gets some of its own way, and that's what happened in this case.
And you didn't think to consult with the head of the diplomatic service on that timeline before you announced it, and then put pressure on to deliver on that timeline?
I don't think that we publicly announced our preferred date when we made the announcement. No, I don't think we announced that when we announced that Mandelson was going to be the ambassador, that we said he would be ambassador by this date.
We twice heard, both from Philip Barton and Sir Ollie, that the Cabinet Office was asking whether DB was necessary at all, whether because Lord Mandelson was a Privy Councillor that would be sufficient. Presumably Cabinet Office wouldn't have done that off their own volition. Did that come from Number 10, and where did that thinking come from?
Absolutely not from number 10. I find that bizarre. I would have thought, of course, an ambassador would have to have DV.
Where might that would have come?
I have no idea. But I was reassured by what Philip Barton was saying, is that wasn't something that was considered for long. But I only found out about that as part of this. I find it bizarre. I would have assumed that, of course, the US ambassador should have DV. I don't know how serious of a suggestion it was by anybody.
You said yourself, because you were appointed without DV and the National Security Advisor was appointed without DV, it wasn't unusual. Do you think that the number 10, when you were Chief of Staff, had a dismissive or an uninterested approach to security vetting because of your own experiences?
No. I think everybody in number 10, because of what you learn in that job, takes national security more seriously than any other issue.
When you were appointed after the election, what level of security clearance did you have?
I think it's common practice for ex-civil servants to not talk about the security clearances they had, and I'll continue that practice, because when you're in post, you're told you can't say what clearances you have. I had all the necessary clearances to do my job, and I saw whatever papers I was given, and that process is managed by civil servants.
Okay, so you had DV at the point that you were appointed as Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister?
I don't want to say what my security clearances were, but I had all the security clearances I needed to do my job, and I completed the forms and the processes and the interviews the same as anyone else.
I mean, this whole thing is about security clearances, developed vetting. We've had a long conversation about the process. I think if you had developed vetting at that point when you were Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, you would be able to tell us. And I'm surprised that you're not telling us.
Because what I understand from speaking to civil servants is that the practice is that they don't share what security clearances they had. I'll follow that practice, but only to say that I had all the necessary clearances to do my job, to read the papers I read, to attend the meetings that I attended, and that I completed every form and everything that was asked of me in all of those processes.
And do you think that attitude, because it's a different process for SPADs than it is for civil servants, and I got DV when I was in the Foreign Office, as I think every other person does, do you think that contributed to you trying to expedite the process and having an uninterested attitude towards Peter Mandelson getting DV?
Not at all. I think there would have been no suggestion from anyone in number 10 to skip steps or to take any risks on national security. But at the same time, I wouldn't have asked the Foreign Office about how someone's security clearance are going, because that's not something the Foreign Office would discuss with me.
There are photographs taken, though, of people wearing their passes, and they're different colours. So a green one is DV and an orange one is the lower level. And so there's a photograph of you with a green pass, but not when you first took over the job of being Chief of Staff. So when did you apply for your DV, and how long did it take for you to get it?
I don't recall. The process as well is driven by how quick people fill their forms in.
Yeah.
A lot of people take a very long time.
Would it be unfair to suggest that you didn't fill in the form straight away?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know why you think I didn't fill in the forms. I filled in the forms as quickly as I could. They're quite extensive, and it's not something that you could just sit down in an hour and rattle your way through. And if you don't get it completed, I mean, it takes a long time. But I took all of that side of things extremely seriously, because in order to do my job, I needed to have necessary clearances. And I filled in whatever forms. You also have to gather a lot of information about things. It takes a while, but I always did it as best as I could and as quick as I could.
On the 4th of February, Parliament passed a motion requiring the divulgence of all communications relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson. On 25th of March, you reported that your telephone had been stolen. Now, the Metropolitan Police have released the transcript of the call you made relating to the theft of your mobile phone. You didn't say, "This is the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. My government issue phone has been stolen," which one would imagine would have been taken pretty seriously. You just said, "Oh, hello, someone just robbed my phone." Why did you not make it clear that this wasn't just an ordinary theft, this was a phone which was likely to contain highly sensitive information?
So, the dates are slightly incorrect. My phone wasn't stolen on the 20th of March. My phone was stolen on the 20th of October. So it was 4 months before. I gave up my government phone pretty much as soon as I left. Within a couple of days, I handed all my kit back to number 10. My phone was stolen on the 20th of October. I was a victim of crime. Somebody hopped onto the pavement and took my phone from me. The first thing I did was to try and retrieve it. I tried to chase, which was probably a mistake. The next thing I did was I phoned number 10, and I would have gone with whatever they told me to do. Now, I thought at the time that they would be able to track the phone, and that's what would happen, given, as you say, what's potentially on that phone, and that was my assumption. I then called 999. If number 10 had told me, "You need to tell the police, or you need to tell the call handler what your job is," I would have done so. But otherwise, I didn't do that as a matter of course. I didn't, in any part of my job, go around saying, "I'm a very serious and senior person." If number 10 had asked me to do that, I would have done that. I also thought, wrongly again at the time, I thought a squad car might come by and I could explain a bit more if the squad car had come by. And then I made further phone calls to number 10 where I'd hoped that they could track the phone and I could tell the police where that phone was. And like you and like everyone else kind of reading about this, I was quite surprised by how limited the security is around Chief of Staff's telephone.
One of the reasons the squad car didn't come round may be because you gave the wrong location. You said you were in Belgrave Street, which the operator interpreted to be in Stepney, and you said he turned left, there's a park on top of the road, and the operator said, "Stepney Green Park, okay?" And you said, "Yeah, he turned left there." That wasn't anywhere near Stepney, it was in Pimlico, I understand.
So I also said I was in Westminster. So I said I was in Belgrave Street, Westminster, where I think I was on Lower
Belgrave Road?
No, I think I might have been on Lower Belgrave Street.
Okay.
It was some months ago, and I missed the lower. I didn't see it. I was also
missed the operator saying Stepney Park.
I was also quite adrenalised. So what happened was I chased the guy who stole my phone as far as I could. I was out of breath. I was completely exhausted because I'm 48 years of age. I shouldn't be chasing people down the street. And then I was trying to go back to the original location that it happened so that I could tell the 99 operator. As I was following the guy, he turned away from a park that I could see in front of me. And as I was coming back to try and find the original location, I just assumed that the call handler was looking at it on the map. I haven't heard the audio. I can't imagine that I was clear and coherent at the time. I was out of breath. I was adrenalised. And if I gave any wrong direction, it wasn't intentional. But I did say I was in Westminster. And why the squad car didn't come had nothing to do with how the call handler had heard it. The call handler had said the squad car wasn't coming while we were on the call. And if the call handler had said to me, the squad car is there, I'd have been much more precise about where I was so that I could meet the police at the time. And as I said, I had thought wrongly that my phone would be tracked so I could retrieve my phone.
Can we take it that your phone would have contained quite a lot of communications, either with Peter Mandelson or about Peter Mandelson's appointment?
Probably not as much about his appointment that hasn't already been available to number 10, because when he was sacked, number 10 did do its own, I wouldn't say investigation, but its own research on what happened and why it happened. And as part of that process, I was asked to share messages and emails about the appointment, and also been interviewed, as were other members of staff.
So those messages are therefore recorded somewhere?
Everything that I had at that time in September, which was more than a month before my phone was stolen, I shared it with the number 10 team. Beyond that, any messages that I sent to ministers or staff or officials would still be on their phones.
That should be in the humble address material at some stage.
Yes. Yeah, I would have thought so.
So actually, there is a record, you believe, of all your communications from that phone, which, if relevant, will be released.
So I don't think that all of my phone records will still be available, but I don't know what the recipients of my messages have, and they'll have to share their messages too. So I can't tell you what the Cabinet Office have. I'm not in charge of the humble address process, and wasn't when I was there, and I haven't been told by the Cabinet Office what's been released and when, but I gave all of my government kit back to number 10 when I left.
One would assume that given the sensitivity of the material on this phone, and there may be all sorts of things besides Peter Mandelson, that there would be quite a robust effort to try and recover it. Has there been any news as to whether or not it's been found? Or
Police keep me up to date, but I don't think that I should share the latest. But they haven't found the phone. No.
Just very quickly following on from Sir John's questions, so for the missing period from October onwards in relation to the content of your phone, was it not backed up to a cloud or linked to a device, or have we lost all data for that period?
So from October 20th to my departure, all of those messages should still be on the phone that I gave back to the government, so they should have all of that. For everything prior to that, whatever the settings were on the phone, I didn't change them. So I didn't change whatever default settings people have on WhatsApp.
It could be linked to a cloud. It could be backed up somewhere.
I don't know. I don't know. My understanding is it's not, that they don't go connect back to the cloud, but whatever the default settings were on my phone, I just kept those. The government phones are pretty restrictive at what you can do as a member of staff with them. When I became Chief of Staff, we couldn't copy and paste on those phones.
Thank you.
Did you have disappearing messages on your WhatsApp? That's the question.
Yes, with some people, yeah. With most people. Yeah, I think I did.
Peter Mandelson, did you have disappearing messages?
I probably did, yeah. Yeah.
I've got just one other sweep-up question before I go to Afra. You've been asked about dinners with Lord Mandelson. I wondered if you could also tell us. I think there were also monthly dinners at Lord Liddell's, which I believe Peter Mandelson used to attend to. And were you attending those?
I attended a couple of dinners with in Roger Liddell's house that Mandelson was at. The reportage of these dinners, I think, were just made it sound like these were something that was happening when we were working in opposition. I read about them in a book. They weren't.
We all know what book it is.
Yeah,
I mean, it's was it not also a part of the history of Labour Together as well?
No. So I'll explain a little bit about it if I could, because I think there's a bit of stylisation going on. A lot of that period the book is covering is COVID, so nobody was going around to anyone's house for dinner. Mandelson did not like Labour Together at all. He was not a fan of what I was doing. He was not interested in it. He broadly didn't agree with it. So I think the first conversation I had with him, I think from my best memory, was 2017. And the reason why I had a conversation with him, I was also having a conversation with a lot of former senior Labour grandees, was because there was a group of Labour MPs who were arguing to split the Labour Party. I did not agree with that. I thought it was a terrible idea, and I was trying to basically make the case and build support to oppose that. I met with Mandelson as part of that. He wasn't particularly interested in what I was doing at Labour Together at all whatsoever. The next time I really started to meet him more was about 2019 at social gatherings, a couple at Roger Little's house, but I didn't really have a one-to-one relationship with him. I don't think he backed Keir Starmer to be leader of the Labour Party. I don't recall him doing so. He certainly didn't. Certainly wasn't working on the campaign, wasn't donating to the party. So if he voted for him, which he might have done, but from what I could tell. So this sort of mythos that's being built, that he is some sort of guiding hand behind me or my strategies or my life, is not the case. I started to try to engage with him for advice in about late 2020, early 2021, I can't remember when I was thinking about how do we win the next general election. I also did so with characters like Margaret McDonough or Spencer Livermore or people who had run campaigns before, because I wanted to know what a winning campaign would look like, and he had been part of one in 1997, and that's why I engaged with him then. But there was no closeness of a relationship prior to then whatsoever.
Thank you. Civil servants, including those in ambassadorial roles, can be eligible for a severance payment when their employment's terminated. Were you aware that Peter Mandelson would receive a severance payment on leaving his role?
No.
So at no time until it came out in the media were you ever told or aware that he would get payment? You weren't consulted at any stage on the terms of his departure?
I wasn't consulted on his departure. I don't know if I was aware, but I wasn't consulted or didn't give a view, wasn't asked for a view.
Okay. And were you aware whether others in number 10 were considering whether making a severance payment would reduce the likelihood of Lord Mandelson potentially becoming a public critic of the government? I
don't know. His contract is with the Foreign Office.
Okay. So you don't recognise the kind of reports that there may have been emails that said that if they paid him off, it would limit his reputational risk?
Just what I read. I wasn't in those conversations, so I don't know much about him, I'm afraid.
But do you believe those conversations may have taken place?
I don't know. Okay. Not with me.
And I think you just got...
Just for the record, I attended a dinner at Roger Little's with Peter Mandelson, I believe after he was appointed ambassador.
Yeah. And was Morgan McSweeney there? That's the last question. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry we've taken so long. If we could, everyone could remain seated for the moment. Order.
Single one of us down. Whether any Prime Minister misled the House or not is not a matter for the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, nor is it a matter for the Intelligence and Security Committee. It is a matter for privileges. That's why such a committee exists. It may be that opposition parties are using this motion today to box Labour MPs in, but I'm not angry about that. That's politics. Some of us here would do the same. But I know one thing for certain today, Mr. Speaker, that I will not be voting against this motion, but I want to listen carefully to the rest of this debate because, like everyone, when I came to this House, I wanted to do the right thing, and I hope I continue to do that for however long I have left in this place.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for South Shields, who I think has made a very powerful speech. And I think we all, on all sides, listen to it, and I hope her colleagues on the government benches listen to it and think about it carefully during the passage of this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called this motion a stunt. That is not why I put my name to it. But it's funny, though. I was just checking whether they were awake, Mr. Speaker. But it is funny, though, because stunt is exactly the same word Boris Johnson used about the motion that the Prime Minister and I tabled 4 years ago, referring Boris Johnson to the Privileges Committee. Ironic, Alanis Morissette could probably write a whole album about it. It wasn't a stunt then, and it isn't a stunt today. It is, as the Prime Minister said back then, a motion that, and I quote, seeks to defend the simple principle that honesty, integrity and telling the truth matter in our politics. Honesty, integrity, telling the truth. These things matter in our nation's parliament perhaps more than anywhere else. And when I hear the Prime Minister complain that we've tabled this motion just over a week before important elections, I find myself transported back to that debate 4 years ago, 7 days before crucial local elections. At that time, Conservative MP after Conservative MP made exactly the same bogus argument in defence of Boris Johnson. So I do have to say, although there are differences in the whipping arrangements, I do find it very hard to take some of the sanctimony from the leader of the Conservative Party seriously. She and her Conservative colleagues propped up Boris Johnson back then. She called him a great Prime Minister, and even after the game was up and Johnson was gone, she dismissed the Partygate scandal and called it overblown. So it does seem there's quite a lot of hypocrisy to go round, Mr. Speaker. But I want to try and be consistent. So I look back in Hansard at what I said back then. And I was struck that I can use exactly the same words today. With families facing the deepest fall in the living standards since the 1950s, with the pain of energy bills and rising food prices compounded by the government's unfair tax rises, we know that our constituents are facing real hardship. It's not just a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of living emergency. At such a time, the country needs a government that will be focused on tackling that economic emergency. Crucially, it needs a government that it can trust. Labour members agreed with me back then. I hope they will still agree with those words now. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He's mentioned Boris Johnson a few times, so I just wanted to remind the House that Boris Johnson misled the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and his words about my constituent, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, meant that she spent 6 extra years in jail for a crime she didn't commit. He had multiple opportunities to apologise, including when he saw Nazanin face to face. Does the Honourable Member think when someone has made a mistake, especially someone in a position of power, they should apologise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can see from your restlessness in the chair that you don't necessarily want me to go down that particular avenue, but I hope I speak for others that we can reflect on how incredibly depressing it is that nothing has really changed. The British people are facing a cost of living emergency. They need a government focused on tackling it. They need a government they can trust. But instead, this is what we've got. A Prime Minister who promised to be different, who promised to turn the page, who promised above everything else change, but who has now mired this government in the same endless cycle of chaos and scandal as the last one. A Prime Minister who appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, even though his links to Jeffrey Epstein had been widely reported, even though those reports had been brought directly to the Prime Minister's attention. even though the Cabinet Secretary had advised him that security clearance should be acquired before the choice was confirmed. A Prime Minister who, despite all that, still told the House repeatedly that full due process was followed. A Prime Minister who says no pressure existed whatsoever to appoint Mandelson, even despite all the evidence we've heard to the contrary, as the Right Honourable Lady set out in her speech. And now a Prime Minister who desperately claims that he wouldn't have appointed Mandelson if he had known about UK security vetting's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said we would find what he told us to be incredible, and we do. But I think it's that last part that is the most incredible of all. Does he really expect us to believe that after all of that, ignoring the clear warnings from the Propriety and Ethics team, ignoring the advice of his then Cabinet Secretary to get the security vetting done first, ignoring everything we already knew about Peter Mandelson, and announcing his appointment to the world before the vetting had been done, does the Prime Minister really expect us to believe that if he'd been given the same recommendation as Ollie Robbins, that it was a borderline case, that he'd have cancelled the appointment? Do honourable members opposite really believe that's what would have happened? Because that claim is now all that's left of the Prime Minister's case for the defence, and I'm afraid it just doesn't stand up. So, Mr. Speaker, I will finish not with my own words, but with the words of another honourable member 4 years ago, the now Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyne. I know her words carry a lot of weight on Labour benches. She said, and I quote, "The only way to get to the bottom of this issue and regain public confidence in our democracy is by respecting the processes that have been created to enshrine the rules of our Parliament. I point out that process we are following today is in place only because the Prime Minister has failed to do the decent thing and resign. I repeat, honesty, integrity and the truth matter in our politics. Today, MPs across the House have the opportunity to defend those principles and to vote to support our democracy. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady was right back then. That is the opportunity before MPs today, and I urge us all to take it."
Brenda Singh-Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I spoke in the emergency motion debate, and I spoke about the appointment of Peter Mandelson in the first instance, the approach taken by the Prime Minister as details have become available, and finally the vetting process overall. Today I want to address the motion and why I feel it's premature. And in doing so, I believe there are three principles of this House that are key to our consideration today, and that is transparency, due process and proportionality. A privileged motion is a serious matter and a tool available for Parliament to use in such circumstances. And whilst the motion is there to address such matters, it is also the case that use of a privileged motion impacts on the integrity of the House and its procedures. And deploying a privileged motion prematurely or in the absence of full and proper grounds has the ability to impact negatively on the integrity of the House. And I am clear that any allegations or concerns must be addressed.
Refer the member to the words of the Speaker earlier. It's the Speaker that decides whether or not a privilege motion goes ahead. So he's criticising the Speaker for having allowed it.
He received a
So my point is about what our consideration of it, the fact that the Speaker has decided we are here discussing it, and I'm putting a case forward about why I think it's premature to vote for it today. Just because the Leader of the Opposition and others have decided to put it does not make it right. It's clearly a political and partisan process. And I'm very clear that any allegations or concerns must be addressed, and it's quite clear that the Prime Minister is clearly of this view as well, and which is why we have the humble address, why we've got ongoing inquiries by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and even an ongoing police investigation. It is right and proper that all allegations should be examined thoroughly, and that these processes should be allowed to run their course. And whilst there is all that is all ongoing, I would suggest this privilege motion is premature.
gentleman who's giving a powerful speech. He said that all allegations should be investigated properly. Well, with greatest respect to him, the Foreign Affairs Committee isn't looking into whether the Prime Minister misled the House.
Neither are the police.
Neither are the police. There is no process other than the one which the Speaker has allowed to be addressed today, and that is to refer the issue of whether the Prime Minister has misled this House should be determined by the Privileges Committee. And if the honourable gentleman is going to be consistent, he should agree with that and he should vote for it today.
I think the honourable gentleman, he should understand that the only reason we're here today is because of things that were being determined either through the release of papers for the humble address or evidence people are given to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And that's why we're here. So for him to say that those processes have no relevance in this process is absolutely wrong. They absolutely have full relevance. And my whole case is that we should have let those processes complete their entire run before, and that's why I believe this is premature. I'll come back in a bit. I want to make a bit of progress. So it is right and proper that all allegations should be examined thoroughly and those processes should run their course. And whilst that is all going on, I would suggest this privilege motion is premature. More than that, it's a clear attempt to bypass the processes already taking place, as I've just said. Mr. Speaker, whatever one's views of the substantive issue, there are some things that we should all agree on, and that is that the Prime Minister has been forthcoming in addressing the allegations, both in this House and outside. The Prime Minister has apologised from the very outset for the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson in this House and outside, and apologies that have been full, wholesome and without equivocation. He has also specifically apologised to the victims of Epstein. The Prime Minister has repeatedly answered questions in this House and outside and shown a willingness to be held accountable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for giving way. Whatever the merits of this motion, does he accept that the party whip should not be exercised where politicians are constrained and cannot support or go against a particular motion? Does he agree that that whip should be withdrawn?
That's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a humble backbencher, and I would not disagree with my chief whip in terms of their decisions on how to apply the whip. That's a matter for them. The inquiries, all those inquiries I've talked about, are ongoing and they are being robustly pursued. Mr. Speaker, I fear therefore that this motion risks setting an unhealthy precedent. That unproven allegations alone are sufficient to utilise a most serious, one of Parliament's most serious procedures. And this is not something any of us should be comfortable with. The naked politicising of this process will not serve Parliament well. My fear, Mr. Speaker, my further fear, Mr. Speaker, is that whilst people on the opposition benches are seeking to utilise this procedure in this way, some of those honourable members on the opposition benches will already be looking to see what other procedures they can use to further extend this process in this partisan way. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us to give consideration to due process and proportionality. Diverting away from the high standards voters expect of this House risks damaging confidence in Parliament itself. There are substantial parliamentary and other processes already underway. We should not preempt those processes, which is what this has the potential to do, but should allow them to complete their procedures. That is in the best interest of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. It's in the best interest of transparency, due process and proportionality, and that's why I call on members to vote against this motion.
Sir David Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the wisdom of the House is crystallised in the comments of us ordinary backbenchers, and particularly today with the brave speech of the Honourable Lady for and indeed with the intervention of the Honourable Member for Perry Barr on the Leader of the Opposition. Both of them, in effect, said that what we have lived through in these last several months is a tragedy, not just for this House, not just for the government, not just for the Labour Party, but for the trust in government, the trust in our democracy of ordinary people. Now, at the risk of expulsion from my own party, I will admit to having hoped after the election that the Prime Minister would succeed. Because it's in the interest of the country that he did. But in some ways, even more importantly, it's in the interest of our democracy that he did. Because there is already extant throughout the entire Western world a corrosion of belief in democracy. On and on and on. This will make it worse. Now, we're here today for a simple reason. Statements by the Prime Minister made in this chamber are at odds with those provided by the civil service on the material issue of Peter Mandelson. This matters. It's not a stunt, it matters.
Yeah.
Honesty between ministers and Parliament is fundamental to our democracy. Without it, scrutiny fails. Without it, accountability fails. Without it, trust fails. The responsibility for absolute honesty rests most heavily on the Prime Minister. So the standard that should be met by the Prime Minister is even higher than for others. Recklessness with the truth for any minister is unacceptable. From the Prime Minister, it's indefensible. Now, all political parties have their inherent flaws, and I'm not going to spend a whole day talking about mine. But the origins of this situation, the origins of this situation lie in a stance often taken by Labour MPs, which is that good intentions somehow justify bad decisions. We mean well, so our mistakes don't matter. Worse, we mean well, so we should be forgiven for everything, whether it's freebies or wrong appointments or whatever. That mindset, which I'm afraid is sort of sanctimonious arrogance, sustained by a habit of believing their own propaganda, is precisely what led to the appointment of a deeply unsuitable individual as our ambassador to Washington. A man twice dismissed after scandal. A man under formal investigation now by the EU's anti-fraud office. A man with an extraordinary relationship with a convicted paedophile. A man driven above all by a pursuit of glamour, money and status. A man who turned amorality into an art form. And in addition to that, a man who has plainly compromised by an over-close relationship with the proxies of both the Russian and the Chinese government. Together, these facts should have made this appointment unthinkable. Yet these concerns were brushed aside. The head of the diplomatic service, we heard this morning in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, was not even consulted. Why? Because within the London establishment, a ludicrous self-deception had taken hold. That the peculiarities of the Trump administration could be countered to the peculiarities of Peter Mandelson. Yes, of course.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that almost universally the previous ambassador, Dame Karen Pierce, was widely respected and felt to have a good relationship with the previous Trump administration? There was no reason to believe she wouldn't have one with the current Trump administration.
Well, that's entirely true. And in fact, the current Trump administration made that point to the government before the nomination of Peter Mandelson. So that perverse logic led to the most obviously unwise public appointment in modern times. And the implied message, unfortunately, was clear. Government appointments rest on networks of patronage. Great offices of state are perks to be handed out to friends. And it's systemic. They even tried to get an ambassadorial appointment for Lord Doyle, a man so unsuitable he's even had their whip withdrawn. Mandelson's unsuitability was evident before vetting began. It would have been surprising had the vetting service not found grounds to reject the appointment. I suspect Number 10 knew that, and they leaned on the Foreign Office to ensure the outcome was secured quickly and without question. And by the way, one of the honourable members, I can't remember his name or see, tried to suggest that pressure for time is different from pressure on outcome. When it's vetting, it's not. I mean, my first positive vetting took 6 months. Now, I know I've got an unreliable friends, fewer, I think, than Lord Mandelson. It would have taken quite a long time to get to the bottom of all the issues related to Lord Mandelson. So saying you've got to do it quickly is the same as you've got to do it shoddily. So let's not lose sight.
I'll give way.
Francois.
He's making an excellent speech. But is it not true that the post of UK ambassador to Washington would be held by someone who would therefore have access to extremely sensitive intelligence, potentially including nuclear cooperation, and the fact that Mandelson had been found to have been working for a Russian company post the invasion of Ukraine should have completely barred him from that appointment on that one ground alone?
My honourable friend is exactly right, and indeed it's worse than that, because it is the nexus, that post is the nexus of the entire Five Eyes intelligence cooperation. And in our service, it's not like the Americans. In the American embassies, the CIA is freestanding. The ambassador doesn't matter. In our service, the ambassador runs the local secret service element, if you like. And so he is or she is entirely responsible and has entire access. And it's particularly an issue with the Americans, because the Americans are incredibly sensitive about the corruption or in any way undermining the security of that arrangement. So we could actually put at risk the whole Five Eyes cooperation arrangement, but the honourable friend leads me off on a completely different tangent. So when asked this morning, to come back to the general point, when asked this morning about delay and attitude and pressure, so when asked this morning at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee if he recalled any dismissiveness in number 10 about the importance of Mandelson's vetting, Sir Philip Barton, that's Ollie Robbins' predecessor, described number 10 as uninterested in his security clearance. The evidence Sir Ollie Robbins gave was that throughout January there was constant pressure and an atmosphere of constant chasing. Yesterday, Ian Collard, the former head of the Foreign Office security team, corroborated Sir Ollie Robbins' account. And just this morning, again, Sir Philip Barton repeatedly emphasised there was pressure to secure Mandelson's vetting clearance within, I quote, a very compressed timescale. And the Prime Minister told this House only a week ago, no pressure existed whatsoever. Now, if that was the only issue, that would justify being referred to the Privileged Committee to resolve what the exact truth was. But it wasn't. Because plainly there, if the Foreign Office is right, the Prime Minister is wrong, and on that timetable, actually deliberately wrong. But let's take some other occasions. On the 4th of February of this year, the Prime Minister gave an unambiguous impression when asked about Epstein's coverage in the security clearance that he'd seen Peter Mandelson's security vetting. But in April, he told the House, on the 14th of April, he found out for the first time that Mandelson had been granted developed vetting clearance against the specific recommendation for the United Kingdom security vetting, that developed vetting clearance should be denied. These two statements are incompatible. Again, a freestanding failure of the rules. And more, this chaotic clash of opinions reinforces the impression that far from following due process, as the Prime Minister has maintained on a number of occasions, number 10 was effectively making it up as it went along. On the 11th of November 2024, the then Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, as we've heard already from the Leader of the Opposition, issued explicit advice: secure the necessary security clearances before confirming your choice. Again, this was reinforced this morning by Sir Philip Barton, who described the correct process as, quote, the normal order is vetting and then announcement. Normal due process was clear, but the Prime Minister did the opposite. Claims that this was normal defy common sense. For career ambassadors, the DV, the direct vetting, happens at every new post. You go to become an ambassador in Tehran, you're DV'd. You go to become an ambassador in Washington, you're DV'd again. But the DV is an update, so it's lower risk, and by definition, our ambassadors, generally speaking, are low-risk security personnel anyway. This is plainly not the case for a high-risk figure like Peter Mandelson. Indeed, frankly, it's harder to imagine a higher-risk appointment to a post, as my honourable friend said, is of the utmost sensitivity. To appoint first and vet later is not due process, it's certainly not prudent, It's a gamble with national security and a risk to our single most important alliance. So there are 3 instances where the Prime Minister made questionable statements. His insistence that there was no pressure when there evidently was, the 2 versions he gave on when he saw the vetting file, and the assertion that due process was followed when it clearly was at odds with the process described by both the Cabinet Secretary and the Permanent Secretary for the Foreign Office. So the Prime Minister made a deeply questionable decision. Whether it was cronyism, a misunderstanding of the role, or excessive leniency towards a member of his own party, something he would never have tolerated, quite rightly, from any other party, we cannot know for certain. Whatever the explanation, the conclusion is unavoidable. The decision was wrong. And to implement it, established procedures were bent out of shape. The civil service was placed under extreme pressure to deliver outcomes that sat on the margins of propriety. When concerns were raised, they were not confronted but sidestepped. As usual in number 10, an attempt was made to place the blame on somebody else. Even in this week's New Statesman, traditionally a banner carrier for the Prime Minister, even in this week's New Statesman, I think it was Tom McTague's article, there is a quote from a senior government official who goes on at length against the Prime Minister, but he ends by saying, "Ask Chris, ask Sue, ask Morgan, ask Ollie. He will say he takes responsibility, but then he makes everyone else pay." That's what we're looking at. So rather than addressing concerns directly, the Prime Minister proceeded regardless, and only later sought to justify his decision with answers that were, I'm afraid, frequently misleading. As a former DPP, he should have known better. What began as a mistake evolved into something more serious. A failure turned into a defence, a problem became a pattern, and ultimately the situation now looks like a cover-up. But today, as we've already heard from the front bench and a number of other speakers, is not about determining guilt, it's about determining whether there is a case to answer. Finding the truth and adjudicating guilt is the task of the Committee of Privileges, which is both the time and the access required to examine the evidence in full. Now, much has been made of Boris Johnson's appearance, as it were, before the Privileges Committee, and I am famously a fan of Boris Johnson. When it was brought to this House, that question, whether it should go, it was clearly recognised at the time that this was not delivering a verdict, but was deciding whether there was a case to be answered. Now I, at the time, with our own Whip's office, made it very plain that I would not countenance any attempt to block a proper investigation on a House of Commons matter. But I was by no means alone. There are a number of other colleagues who made the same argument. And as a result, the government of the day accepted this is a House of Commons matter.
Exactly.
It is improper for the government to intervene in such a matter to try to guide the House. Accordingly, the motion passed without a whip and without division. Interestingly, the honourable gentleman thought. Mr. Speaker, you know, in a debate which is about misleading the House, I do wonder when members of this House accuse others of not voting in a measure without a vote. So I will not be taking an intervention from him. I will certainly not be taking an intervention from him. As the honourable gentleman is a noisemaker, not a truth issuer. On the evidence before us today, contradictions, procedural failures and an emerging pattern of conduct, there is plainly a case for referral. Where doubt exists, it should be resolved through proper scrutiny. Where a case exists, it should be tested. This case should go to the Committee of Privileges and go today.
Cole Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Goole and Pocklington. We rarely agree politically, him and I, but we do work together, I think, constructively in the constituency for the betterment of the region. Mr. Speaker, I start by way of an apology, because I think it was mentioned by the leader of the opposition. I did accidentally published correspondence between me and you, Mr. Speaker, last week. That was my mistake. I respect you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect your office. So I apologise sincerely for that mistake. But it was my mistake. Now, do I believe that the Prime Minister deliberately misled this House? No, frankly. I've known him a long time. I know him, I think, very well. I think it's fair to say I describe him as a friend, and I think he's described me as a friend as well. Both him and I are lawyers by trade. There is no way, in my honest opinion, that the Prime Minister would come to this House and deliberately mislead the House. However, there was a very significant difference, in my view, between what the Prime Minister said in answer to the Right Honourable Lady, the Leader of the Opposition, last week in Prime Minister's Questions, and what the evidence was of Ollie Robbins the previous day. I think I'm right in saying that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever, intimating at very least that that was the evidence that Ollie Robbins had given to the committee. I watched every minute of it. That's definitely not, and I've looked back, I've checked Hansard, the evidence that was given by Ollie Robbins. So I do think there is a prima facie case for this matter to be investigated and an inquiry to be had by the appropriate committee of this House. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that if that happened, I suspect it's not going to, because this is whipped, and I don't blame the government for that. I find it unfortunate, to be honest, but they're not setting any new precedent. There's been precedent for whip scenarios in this situation in the past. But, Mr. Speaker, I do think the Prime Minister would be vindicated. Yes.
For giving way into it. He is right that there are some precedents for House business being whipped, but the lesson learnt from that is that it is a fool's errand. It is normally the start of the end. So does he agree that whilst he is making a fair point to his front bench and being kind to them, that the lesson is there may be precedent, but you learn from precedent, you don't repeat it?
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's spot on, and it leads me to the point that was raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I did make a statement on social media that this was a stunt. I think a stunt is defined as an action designed to capture attention. I think it's worse than that, actually, if I want to be cynical. I think the problem is this. This is an action designed to capture Labour MPs. And that's my concern. Because if it is said by our opponents politically that Labour MPs came in here today to block an inquiry of this House of the leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister, I think every single one of us will be accused by our electorate of trying to help the Prime Minister in a situation where he needed to face the music. Mr. Speaker, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The Prime Minister has set out a very detailed chronology, and he's made it abundantly clear that he has not lied, he has not misled this House. So in those circumstances, would it not be the right thing to do to embrace this process and wipe the floor with the critics that put those things to him? And whilst we're at it, would he also agree with me that the appointment of Peter Mandelson, who had made it abundantly clear that his purpose every day was to take action to bring down the then duly elected of the Labour Party, made him wholly and utterly unsuitable for that office?
Well, I was about to say he's a good man, and he used to be my boss, Mr. Speaker, in the shadow transport team. He always tries to help me. But I don't want to get into the stuff in relation to Mandelson, which he hopes I go down. But while I'm speaking about the appointment of Mandelson, I'll say this, right? I think the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson in the national interest. I think he thought that we would go to Washington and do a job in the national interest and deliver for the country. I think that's why he made the appointment of it. And I think when it became clear, following the Bloomberg emails, that it was politically difficult for the government, the Prime Minister again did the right thing by dismissing him, very probably. But where I think the Prime Minister went wrong is by the shenanigans between that point and that point, looking round for an excuse of why it's gone wrong. Just take it on the chin. Deal with it. That is the advice I would have been giving the Prime Minister, and that's why I am particularly disappointed, because the truth of the matter is, and people, colleagues who came in at the last general election might be disappointed with me because I've got the audacity to stand up and say what I'm to believe is the truth. I'm sorry if they're not happy with me about that, but I'm here not to represent my interests, but to represent the interests of those that elect me to this chamber. And that's what I will always do, whether it's against the government policy, whether it's a Tory party in government, or whether it's my own government. I'll do what I think is in the interests of my electorate. And let me just warn colleagues by saying this. I promise you now, if we are seen to go through the lobby to defend this process, which is a reasonable process, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the shenanigans that the government has suggested in relation to jury trials. This is not a single judge. This is a jury of peers, impartial, made up more of Labour MPs than it is Tory MPs. The Prime Minister has nothing to fear. He ought to do the right thing. He should, as my honourable friend suggested, he should have referred himself. And that would have saved us all this messing around, debating the point, trying to justify why it's a bad idea. There's two committees running alongside. Utter nonsense. Get on with it, be dealt with, and let's move on, because we'll not move on from this shenanigans. I'll give way.
John Macdonald. I think the honourable gentleman was referring to me when he said that I'd recommended the Prime Minister refer himself to it. And the reason I did that is because when you're under attack like this, you don't run from the attack. You run to face it. And you run to face it with confidence. And you argue if there's an attack and people want to criticise the individual, then produce the evidence. And he knows as well as I do that the Privilege Committee will deal with this matter fairly, and I believe as a result of that, this party will come out of it stronger.
Completely agree with my right honourable friend. I think I said on Twitter, he rarely gets it wrong. I was accused of being wrong for suggesting the very thing that he rarely gets wrong. But I think, in my experience of knowing him for the time that I've known him, he rarely, in my opinion, gets it wrong. So I think he's absolutely spot on. I'm confident, I'm convinced. I know the Prime Minister, I know he's not a liar. I know he wouldn't deliberately mislead. I know that for a fact. And I think he would be exonerated. And I think the trouble we now face is the accusations from the electorate that we stopped it happening in the first place, and for that reason the Prime Minister is guilty by the fact that we avoided the inquiry in the first place. And once we're in that position, once we are in that position, we have a big problem, because you cannot prove something that never happened. Thank you.
Father House, Edward Lee.
I want to speak very briefly, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not particularly party political, and I don't like making personal attacks, and I'm not calling for the Prime Minister to resign. I'm not questioning the appointment of Mr. Mandelson. This debate is not about whether that was a good decision. I'm sure that at the time there was some logic in appointing him, in that obviously the incoming president was a very political, very difficult character, and it was felt that Mandelson had the political skills to deal with him. I understand all that. So I'm not making a big issue about Mr. Mandelson or about whether it was right to appoint him or not. And I wasn't really going to speak in this debate until I heard the speech from the Honourable Lady for South Shields, which I think was a very powerful speech, because it came from somebody who was obviously a loyal member of the Labour Party, as is the member for Harley East who's just spoken, that they were not trying to damage their own government. All they were, I think, trying to say is that when you have an issue like this, when all sorts of allegations are being thrown across the floor of the House about whether people lied or not, actually having a process with the Privileges Committee is a process of catharsis. And we saw that with Boris Johnson. There was deep upset in the country, we know that. Whether that was fair or not, whether Mr. Johnson acted wrongly or not, we know that there was deep upset about what was going on with Partygate. But it was right that the House decided to have that Privileges Committee, and we knew that in a way that drew a line under the whole thing. Now, I believe the Prime Minister, I'm sure he's an honourable person. It's not for me to say that he deliberately misled the House. But I think there are many questions that quite reasonable people are asking. And one of the most reasonable questions was actually put by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. If due process was followed, why was a dedicated civil servant, Sir Ollie Robbins, sacked for not following, apparently, due process? And I think many reasonable people feel that what is really monstrously unfair about this is that civil servants, dedicated civil servants, were simply trying to carry out the wishes of their political masters. And Sir Ollie Robbins has paid a very great price. And I think many people in the civil service, our civil service is incredibly loyal to ministers. They work loyally for ministers. They try and carry out the wishes of their ministers. And I think that many reasonable people feel that the treatment of Sir Ollie Robbins has been quite wrong and he should be reinstated. But that's, in a way, for another day. You know, I think my honourable friend for Lagan Valley put it so well. If there's nothing to hide, why worry? You know, in these scandals, it's such a war of words, we almost lose track of what was originally true. It's not the original scandal, if there is indeed a scandal, which is at fault. It's the cover-up, or the perceived cover-up. And the best way to restore public trust in Parliament, in the system, in what the Prime Minister said or didn't say, and the public are not that interested in all the details of all this, and they're probably, like me, quite confused about actually whether the process was followed, who said what, whether the Chief of Staff bullied the head of the Foreign Office. These are all just party political words, Westminster bubble. What's important is the reputation of this place. And the most important thing in this place, we may say wrong things, we may say silly things, we may be party political, we've got to tell the truth. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters in this Parliament. I am prepared to accept that the Prime Minister, for whatever reason, made this appointment. I'm prepared to accept that in his heart of hearts, when he's been standing at that dispatch box, he's been telling the truth. Why can't we just have a Privileges Committee, not the Foreign Affairs Committee, which is deciding great issues of foreign affairs, just a Privileges Committee to look at this narrow issue? Why can we not just not have a vote at all? Not have a vote at all, like the last occasion with Boris Johnson. Just don't have a vote. Let us all express our point of view and let it go through. Let us have an impartial committee, let us listen to the testimony, and let the committee and the House of Commons make up its own mind on the truth.
Nadia Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, it's important that in all of this we're centring Epstein's victims, who have so often been forgotten. Their courageous campaign for justice and accountability continues, and we must all do all that we can to support it. I've heard the argument that this is all a distraction from the real issues that we should be discussing. Now, I would like nothing more than for us to be focusing on what this government has delivered, like bringing NHS waiting lists down, raising the minimum wage and lifting children out of poverty, and pushing for even greater ambition. But unfortunately, it's because of the serious mistakes made by Number 10, like appointing Peter Mandelson, that these achievements are being overshadowed. Now, I also don't doubt that the Conservatives are attempting to use this issue for their own gain ahead of the local elections. As my honourable friend said,
for sure,
that is politics. Of course, our political opponents will try to exploit our weaknesses. But nevertheless, I believe that our constituents do care about the honesty of politicians and that they deserve nothing less than the whole truth on this matter. This vote is not on whether we in this House believe that the Prime Minister misled Parliament or not, but about whether we believe that there are questions that the Prime Minister needs to answer and that the Privileges Committee should look at the matter and give its assessments. I appreciate that the Foreign Affairs Select Committee inquiry is ongoing, and I'd like to commend its chair for the fantastic work that she is doing. But the purpose of that inquiry is not to look at the Prime Minister's conduct. I've listened to the Prime Minister's arguments, and unfortunately I am yet to be convinced that he has definitively not misled the House, even if inadvertently. Because I'm concerned that pressure was put on the Foreign Office regarding Mandelson's appointment, given Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence. And if I remain unconvinced, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure there'll be a sizable number of our constituents who are also unconvinced. Why not let the Privileges Committee settle this matter once and for all? As is often said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. If we're to preserve what little trust still remains in our political system, it is vital that ministers demonstrate the utmost transparency, and it is vital that we, as MPs, no matter our political allegiance, do not allow the impression that we are in any way attempting to cover things up for the leadership of our parties. And that is why I'm extremely disappointed that Labour MPs are being whipped to oppose this motion. Votes on House business are not normally whipped, and even Boris Johnson's government did not whip Conservative MPs to oppose his referral to the Privileges Committee. I'm not making any comparison between his behaviour and that of the Prime Minister's, but our government must be seen to be holding itself to far higher standards than the mess and the sleaze and corruption that Johnson's government came to represent. I wish that the Prime Minister would just refer himself to the Privileges Committee, demonstrating his confidence that he has nothing to hide and preventing the need for a vote entirely. Now, colleagues will be aware that the Prime Minister and I have had our political differences, which is to be expected in a broad church party, but I want to be clear that that has absolutely no bearing on my vote today. I'd rather stick to debating these politics, not matters of integrity. So it brings me no pleasure to vote for the motion today, but this is about doing what is right by our constituents, for trust in politics, and for the party that I've been a member of for almost half my life.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there's been a common theme in the remarks made by the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kingston upon Hull East. The Honourable Lady who's just spoken, it's a pleasure to follow, from Nottingham East, and the Honourable Lady for South Shields. I don't really know what wings of the Labour Party or bit of the Labour complexion they represent, but what I do know of the three of them is that they are Labour people and part of the Labour family to their very fingertips. And I think the difficulty and the emotional difficulty which they felt in giving those three very powerful speeches was certainly tangible on this side of the House. And I hope their right honourable and honourable friends on their side of the House felt it too. Because I know, as my right honourable friend, the member for Goole and Pocklington mentioned, as have one or two others, one of the hardest things to do in this place is when your instincts and your judgment are to go against the herd of what your family or what the whip is telling you to do. Politics is a tribal thing. We stand together or we hang together, so we're told. But it was Lord Nolan, in those principles that he set out some years ago, who reminded us all that the exercise of our judgment as individual members of Parliament is so important. It was depressing to hear the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Smethwick, say, slightly tongue-in-cheek, I'm just a humble backbencher. It's not for me to say what the whipping should be. We are all individual members capable of coming to our own rational judgment, informed by all sorts of imperatives. And I would just remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, that one or two members opposite have prayed in aid as a reason why this motion shouldn't be carried, the humble address. But I would just remind colleagues across the House, but particularly colleagues opposite, that we started that debate on the humble address with the whip being to vote it down from the government side. It was only when the government chief whip and the leader of the House, two right honourable gentlemen with whom I have the highest esteem and regard, listened to the debate when the right honourable gentleman, the member for Torvine as the Paymaster General, read the mood of not the House but their own benches and realised that the whip was wrong and they needed to find a way of meeting something in the middle. Now all of this could go away, of course, were the Prime Minister to refer himself. Now, the I will be fine.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend and I could never have been described as the greatest fans of Boris Johnson. But this party decided that when it came forward to go to the Privilege Committee, that committee was the right place to decide whether he had misled Parliament. Nobody was calling for his resignation until that report came out. Now, after that report, this party moved and he went. Now, isn't the flip side of the coin, I say to my honourable friend, that once the Privilege Committee, as many Labour MPs believe, will clear the Prime Minister, that actually his strength will grow. Is it not true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he has nothing to fear?
My right honourable friend has many skills, one of which I've just learned is that he is able to read the left-handed scrawl of my hand on my notes, even when he's sitting next to me, because that is a point I am literally just about to come to, because the Honourable Lady for South Shields wondered, as have one or two, is this a trap set by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and many on these opposition benches laying this motion? I don't think it is. But even if it were, which I do not believe it is, as I say, the whipping operation from the government benches today has baited that trap. It is the wrong thing to do. It makes, as my right honourable friend suggests, the Prime Minister look uncertain. It makes the Prime Minister look weak. He's not using a large parliamentary majority in this place to deliver change for the country, but turning you all into a human shield for him. And I agree with the Right Honourable Member for Hull East. I think the Prime Minister takes his training and experience as a lawyer very seriously. I think the Prime Minister takes the integrity of politics very seriously. I sometimes think the Prime Minister can be naive in presuming that everybody else takes a sort of similar, sort of elevated view of these things, and I think that can sometimes be really feeding in to some of his problems. So one has to ask, what would the Prime Minister, who is an experienced lawyer, fear from having his name cleared and his reputation strengthened by going through a cross-party informal process of this House. He wouldn't. He would feel stronger. But we do understand that Labour whips and loyal ministers have been picking up the telephones or whatever, accidentally on purpose, bumping into people in the lobby or elsewhere, asking them to vote this motion down. May I give, for what it's worth, just some thoughts on how I would have responded were a whip on my side to have asked me to do the same.
Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
And don't worry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have checked what is parliamentary language and what is not. The first point I would make is one which has already been made. Not even Boris Johnson. I was never a fan. We first met in the late 1990s. I never got him then, he never got me, and nothing ever changed. But not even Boris Johnson thought to apply a whip on a privileges motion. So the question I would be asking if I was the honourable gentleman, the member for Smethwick, or anybody else to the whips is, do we, as Labour, really want to be letting him look like the good guy when it comes to referrals to the Privileges Committee? Bad politics, as far as the Labour Party is concerned. The second point I would make is that the Privileges Committee can be the fulcrum for lancing this particular boil. It will do it dispassionately, it will do it well, it will do it without fear or favour. That is what the Privileges Committee is taught to do. They have done it in the past, they could do it now. I am doubtless that they will do it in the future. There is nothing to be afraid of. This is not a kangaroo court. This is not a committee comprised just of people who really can't stand the Prime Minister. It is a committee of this House. I will.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech as usual. He's talking about the composition of the Privileges Committee. Is it right to say that is actually comprised of the majority of Labour members? He's actually asking his own colleagues, amongst others, to judge on him.
My honourable friend is right. Just in the way, of course, that when the Privileges Committee looked at Boris Johnson's behaviour, there was a majority of Tory MPs on it. And it was still able to come to a judgment on the facts, on the evidence. Would you forgive me if I don't? I know a lot of members want to speak, and I just want to make a little bit of progress. The third thing, the third compelling reason that Labour whip or Labour minister has deployed, well, the local elections, Wales, Scotland.
National elections.
This isn't going to do us any good at all. Well, I'll tell you what would give a whole lot more confidence to party canvassers, I would suggest, if this was raised on the doorstep. My leader has nothing to fear. He has referred himself, or has not sought to hinder, a motion that referred him to the Privileges Committee. If members opposite, honourable and right honourable, follow the advice, and that might be the gentlest way of describing it, but follow the advice of government whips today, they will be creating the largest albatross to hang around their necks in these closing days as we approach polling day. Why did you vote to cover up for the Prime Minister? Why did you not do the right thing? What has the Prime Minister got to hide? Why is the Prime Minister running scared? Far much better to say to that floating voter, or that person who may be havering over where to put their cross, what confidence has my party leader got, the Prime Minister? He's happy for this to happen. He's absolutely clear in his own mind that his integrity is unimpeachable. His honesty is to be unquestioned. He has not misled the House. Off to the races. It is another trap which the Labour Party seems to be keen to fall into. We're all familiar, I would be saying to that whip, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Let the Privilege Committee be that sunlight. And I can well remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I say in closing, there was a vote in the last Parliament which was whipped, and 13 of us on the government benches rebelled. It was a hard and tricky vote. We came under pressure during it and most certainly after it. But within 24 hours, the position of the government had changed to find itself pointing in the direction of those of us who had rebelled rather than those who had been loyal. This may sound a slightly old-fashioned question to ask ourselves. When we leave this place, either by our own choice or the choice of our electorate, we would all want to, I think, sit back and say, when some of those crunch votes came, did we do the right and honourable thing? Did we do something which left my soul and spirit feeling peaceful or in a state of turmoil? But possibly more importantly for today and tomorrow, could we, without blushing or without crossing our fingers or without trying to find some weasel word, answer truthfully why anybody would vote against this motion if we were asked it in the supermarket queue this weekend, or at the butcher's or the fishmonger's or wherever? Because if there is nothing to hide, let that absence of something to hide be shown to the Privileges Committee. The Prime Minister will be strengthened, the integrity of this place enhanced, the honesty of politics burnished. It is the right thing to do. In their hearts, they know it's the right thing to do. Have the courage of the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Hull East, the Honourable Lady for Nottingham East, the Honourable Lady for South Shields. You'll be in jolly good company.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The appointment of Mandelson was a profoundly flawed process. It was also a profoundly flawed choice. It was the wrong choice. And I think of the victims of Epstein, and I also think of Alistair Darling, who was a fine public servant, a committed public servant, and what he would be thinking today. But we're asked this afternoon to make several leaps of faith, one of which is to believe that just 9 days from local and national elections that we are here, not because of a political stunt coordinated by the Conservative Party, but to accept that they have turned into a sober, principled set of defenders of parliamentary standards. That they are not interested in pre-election theatre. But nobody seriously believes that. Even their own press briefings give the game away. A senior Conservative source was reported as saying, "We got the privileges vote. That was the goal ahead of the local elections." Not the truth, not the outcome, not the merits of the case. The goal was simply to force the spectacle of a vote. And that tells us everything we need to know about the intent behind what is happening this afternoon. And it's no surprise, then, that this has been widely characterised, even by those observing closely political correspondence, as a win-win exercise for the opposition. If they secure an inquiry, they claim vindication. If they lose, they still bank the headlines, the insinuation, the noise. This is not how the House should conduct itself when invoking one of the most serious mechanisms at its disposal. And as the Honourable Member for Smethwick very powerfully pointed out, we're not dealing with a vacuum. There are mechanisms already in train. The Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the humble address. The Prime Minister answered questions for nearly 3 hours last week. That is important. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, referral to the Privileges Committee is not a partisan tool. It is not a device to be deployed because one side sees a political opportunity. It exists for a clear, prima facie, serious and evidenced case of misleading the House, cases that go to the heart of ministerial integrity. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Member. Because it's so evident that what you're doing this afternoon, that the Honourable Member is participating this afternoon is party political. In fact, I would say to the Honourable Member that he's partaking in a particularly dishonourable act in doing this in such a partisan way. So, to carry on with the case that I was making, I do not believe that what has been presented meets the bar that I just mentioned. At most, what we are dealing with now, I'm going to make some progress, thank you. At most, what we are dealing with here is an argument about a deeply flawed appointment, as I've said, a deeply flawed process and the judgments around it. But those are matters for political debate, for scrutiny, for challenge, across this chamber, but they are not, in themselves, grounds for alleging contempt of Parliament. If they were, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Privileges Committee would be constantly in session. And that brings me to the question of consistency, because the House in recent years has had to confront genuinely serious breaches, cases where standards weren't just questioned, but plainly and repeatedly violated. Findings of bullying at the highest levels of government in the last government. Of ministers in the last government falling short of the standards expected of them. And most notably, we saw a former Conservative Prime Minister investigated and found to repeatedly have misled the House. Conduct so grave, I'll finish this point and then I might give way if I'm feeling generous. Conduct so grave that it resulted in a damning report, which I think the Leader of the Opposition abstained on voting in favour of, I think. And of course, that's quite aside from the fact that it also involved a criminal conviction.
Exactly.
There is no equivalence, none. Between those cases and what is before us today. Because if there was, there would have been a genuine attempt at a cross-party piece of persuasion. And instead what we got from the Leader of the Opposition was a rambling rollercoaster. Iran, the two-child benefits cap, U-turns, etc. So, to attempt to draw that comparison is not just wrong, it diminishes the seriousness of those findings in the past. It risks turning the Privileges Committee from a guardian of standards into a weapon of convenience. Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion today speaks the language of contempt of Parliament, but actually it reveals something else. It reveals the contempt the opposition hold for the British people.
Keep the temperament good. Stephen Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Macclesfield who's done himself no harm whatsoever and soon becoming a junior whip in the government. And I look forward to seeing him in his trade envoy, of course.
America, an ambassador.
I'll let them have their fun soon, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I wish to start on a much more important note, which is not to dwell upon what the Prime Minister said, where he is, of course, accused of misleading the House. I will come to that. It's something that he said at the dispatch box a few months beforehand, when he stood up just there and in response to the Leader of the Opposition said that he knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with the world's most notorious paedophile and child trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein. And when he stood up at that dispatch box and said he knew, he finally admitted that he knew. That should have been it. That should have been curtains for him. And the members opposite at that time, at that moment, should have made a moral decision that he was not fit to hold the office of Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the First Lord of the Treasury. He was not fit because his judgment was flawed and it was wrong. But they proactively chose to ignore that and to defend him. And in the weeks that have passed, all we have seen is even greater scandal engulf this Prime Minister and the members opposite, whether they realise it or not. Some appear not to. And as Parliament returns after the prorogation which is to come, we've now received confirmation from the Prime Minister's chief bag carrier that the second tranche of the Mandelson files will become apparent. And each and every one of these members opposite will be wedded to him. Wedded to him as their leader and their Prime Minister, despite everything that the public knows and everything that the public is going to come to learn. And let me tell them something. As someone who has sat in this House and watched a little bit of chaos up close, it will come back to haunt them, and it will come back to bite them far sooner than they realise. And all of us, in all of our political parties, go through these moments. I've seen it in my own party in recent years, just as members opposite have said they have seen it in theirs. But what you do in politics, or what you should seek to do, is learn from those mistakes, not to repeat them. I remember sitting outside this chamber during a very contentious vote to which the Right Honourable Member behind me referred earlier, where Conservative members were whipped to support the indefensible, and all chaos broke loose. That was the legacy that they built for themselves, and it's why they got hammered at the last election. This is what is going to befall the members opposite. They cannot outrun Peter Mandelson. They cannot outrun their own Prime Minister and his record. And what the House is being asked to do today is, of course, very simple. If they believe that the Prime Minister is innocent of the accusations that are being put to him, then all they need to do is accept the premise of taking it to a committee of the peers in this House, ourselves, to decide whether that is accurate or not. A confident Prime Minister, a confident Labour Party, a confident government would believe their Prime Minister, would have courage in their conviction and go to that committee post-haste to clear his name. But they will not do that because they are not acting from a position of strength. They are acting from a position of profound weakness. And the public see that, and the public smell it. And all they are going to believe is that there is a cover-up on behalf of each and every one of the members opposite who traipses through the lobby behind this front bench. Of course I will.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Referring to the whiff that the public may pick up, do you think that some of the Prime Minister's concern may be that the Privilege Committee delivers a result that he may not like?
It's hard at this stage to come to any other conclusion. And if they had confidence in their Prime Minister, then they would already be going to the Privileges Committee, irrespective of the views of any of us in this here House. But notwithstanding the arguments that have been made regarding Ollie Robbins and Simon Case and others, and the Prime Minister's decisions to throw everyone under the bus bar himself, I do wonder what the public make of all this. At a time when they are profoundly, and I'm sure all of us can agree on this point, profoundly anxious about the very basics in their life, of being able to afford things in the supermarket, of being able to fill up the car because the price of diesel is near £2. And they turn on their TV and see a Labour Party that should be acting in their best interest, looking to protect and save their jobs, to give them hope and opportunity for the future, simply seeking to defend the indefensible. And that breach of trust, with the public can't simply be renewed. When the Prime Minister first came to that dispatch box following the general election, I did as many others did, and I congratulated him and I wished him well. And the phrase that sits most acutely in my mind at that moment was his attempt to convey to the people of these isles that he would tread lightly on their lives. He has done the opposite. He promised to be change, and I'm afraid to say he has delivered more of the same. The public deserve better. The government can do better, but that will only happen if the members who are sitting behind that front bench find the courage that the front bench so badly lacks.
Sam Rushworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as others have said, I think it is important that when we speak in this place that we reflect the feelings of those that we represent, and I think that if they see anything in all of this at all, they'll be thinking about Epstein's victims. And as someone who knows more about sexual abuse than I'd like to, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely clear before I make any other remarks that I think that it was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson, even knowing what the Prime Minister knew at the time. But I will also say this, the Prime Minister has acknowledged as much. He's acknowledged it at this dispatch box, he's acknowledged it to the PLP, and he's acknowledged it to Epstein's victims, who he has apologised to on multiple occasions. As I speak with ordinary people like an auntie that voted for Brexit and didn't vote Labour at the last election, she told me that she thinks the public are sick and tired of hearing about this because we're not addressing the bread and butter issues of their lives. Nonetheless, this is the motion before the House today. I also want to say a word about pressure. And many people have alluded to this being a whipped vote. In many ways, I wish it wasn't, because it would not change the way that I would vote. I intend to vote against the motion before us today, and I would do based on my conscience of how I read this situation. Look, I'm a backbencher with really nothing to lose and nothing to gain greatly from loyalty to the government. I've looked at this in terms of the merits of the case. And what I think is also really important is that we do have a robust system of standards in this place and that we don't make a mockery of it. And I think when we have politically motivated charges such as been brought today, it does risk making a mockery of the Privileges Committee and that process. I will gladly give way to you.
What does he say to his colleague, the honourable member from South Shields, the member behind him, Hull East, Nottingham East? I don't see it as some politically motivated thing. This is something where it's a serious issue, it's a House issue. He already says he regrets it's whipped. Surely he needs to see beyond whatever the whips have told him.
Well, the whips haven't told me very much, but look, I will address the answer. I will address his question as I progress in my speech, and he will see why I've drawn the conclusions that I've drawn. The question is this: has the Prime Minister deliberately or recklessly misled the House sufficient to make a referral to the Privileges Committee? And as I said a moment ago, I think it's important that we treat that properly, because we should not treat lightly this committee. We should not mock it. If we just make political referrals all the time, every time a member says anything where someone could twist or misconstrue their words, we'd be making referrals. Now, it seems to me, from listening to the Leader of the Opposition, that there are two sort of principal claims. One is regarding whether due process was followed, and the other was regarding pressure. And I've been watching, and as we all have, the evidence sessions by the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've been listening carefully to those. We're still awaiting many of the documents, more than 300, that have been referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee, and we're waiting to see what those documents say. But nothing so far that's come out has done anything other than corroborate what the Prime Minister has told us. I'll give way.
Just so I make sure that I can follow his logical structure. So when he's saying that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure existed whatever, no pressure whatever, he meant there was no pressure whatever apart from the various types of pressure. Is that right?
I will come on to address that point in just a moment. First of all, let's address the point about process. Sir Chris Wormall's letter to the Prime Minister said, "The evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that the appropriate processes were followed both in the appointment and withdrawal of the former HMA Washington." Sir Ollie Robbins confirmed that he did not tell confirmed that he did not tell the Prime Minister that Mandelson had failed the vetting process and said, "You are not supposed to share the findings and reports of UKSV other than in exceptional circumstances where doing so allows for specific mitigation of risk." So this is according to him. Kat Little, who appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee, said, "My view is that due process was followed, because the process I've outlined to the committee is that UKSV make a recommendation and the Foreign Office make a decision as to whether to grant DV." So all the evidence so far is certainly corroborating that view. I want to address your colleague's question about pressure. Clearly, there are different types of pressure that can be exerted. And what Sir Ollie Robbins was clearly talking about was the pressure to reach a decision quickly. And we all know, they know what was going on here in the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson. We had a change in government in the United States. We had no trade deal with the United States, thanks to the legacy that they left us. We had a very difficult situation that meant that we needed a capable ambassador in post before President Trump's inauguration, and there was clearly... I'll give way.
I was just wondering if the member is suggesting that the previous ambassador was not therefore capable.
Yeah.
It's just not what he said.
I'm happy to answer that point, and if they stop chuntering, they'll hear the answer. No, not at all. I mean, it's my personal view, although I'm not an expert in these things, that I probably would have appointed an ambassador. I said I thought the appointment of Peter Mandelson was wrong. I would have probably appointed an ambassador to the United States or left her in post. But that's immaterial to the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that Number 10 clearly felt time pressure to get somebody in post. There is a difference between feeling a pressure to conclude a process quickly and pressure exerted on somebody to change the decision. And if we listen to what Sir Ollie Robbins actually said, we will see that. I'll happily give way one more time.
And I'm genuinely listening to the honourable member's logical process as he ratiocinates through this. I might humbly say that we could do this, we could put this evidence out in a privileges committee, which would be the point of doing it. But in terms of no pressure whatsoever being exerted, and he's talking about the kinds of pressure that didn't include that were exerted, could he give examples of the kind of pressure that wasn't exerted?
We've seen no evidence, and indeed, Sir Ollie Robbins made it quite clear that he did not feel pressure to change his mind, that there was no pressure exerted on him with regards to the decision that he made. There was pressure exerted to make a decision. Now, that is just part and parcel of the normal runnings of government, particularly when you're working to a timeline. Let me quote him. I'll make some progress in a moment. I walked into a situation where there was a strong expectation, you've seen the papers released under the humble address coming from Number 10, that he needed to be in post in America as quickly as humanly possible. The very first formal communication to my predecessor from Number 10 Private Office being that they wanted this done at pace so that Mandelson could be in post before inauguration. That does not imply that there was some pressure to appoint him against the evidence that came forward. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Having recognised that, as Sir Philip Barton said this morning, I don't think there can be any doubt that there was pressure to get this done as quickly as possible, i.e. to jump through all of the hoops, to confirm the decision, No, that's what you said. That first bit is a quote. That's a quote. The next part of my sentence is my words, i.e. to jump through the hoops to confirm an announcement that had already been made that Mandelson was appointed as ambassador. It simply stretches the bounds of reason to breaking point to suggest that pressure on time frame within the context of an already announced decision where there is no contingency plan has no impact on pressure on the content of that decision.
Message understood. Sam Rushworth.
I simply disagree. I think that pressure to get things done is part and parcel of what we do in government all the time. I'm always under pressure. I'm always under deadlines. That does not mean, and the central allegation that the Prime Minister somehow pressured them with regards to the decision. I'm sorry, the evidence has not pointed to that in any shape or form. Now I won't take any more interventions because Madam Deputy Speaker's looking at her watch. But what it simply hasn't been substantiated. There is a process going on at the moment. There are documents being released under the humble address. There is the evidence being given before the Foreign Affairs Committee. I do have to wonder why they have not waited until that process was concluded before writing to the Speaker requesting this. Now, I just want to address a couple more points quickly, and I won't take any more interventions. One is that I will acknowledge that there are members on my side today who have suggested, and indeed some members of the opposition, that they're so confident that the Prime Minister has no case to answer that he should just refer himself to the committee to prove it. I don't think that that's the way that we should be using that committee's time. I think the onus is on this place to decide, has any evidence come forward yet that suggests that there is a case to answer? And I don't think anybody so far has shown any. And people have referenced as well that the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, may I remind the House that at the point that he was referred to the Privileges Committee, this was not a case of what happened in the FCDO behind Prime Minister's knowledge. This was a case of him saying there were no parties in Downing Street, him then appearing photographed at parties, and then there was a Metropolitan Police investigation and a criminal conviction by the point that he was finally referred to that committee. So I'm simply not going today to indulge the opposition in their games. We all know what this is about. We all know that somewhere in Conservative headquarters right now are graphics being prepared with our faces on it to try to play some narrative to our voters that we're all part of some big cover-up. I think that when we behave like this, frankly, it does a disservice to all of us, and it does a disservice to this place, and I'm simply not going to play their games today.
Well said. Alicia Kearns.
The motion today does not attribute wrongdoing. It represents a simple choice. Do we as a House support transparency? And a decision. Do we think that truth in this place still matters? Now, Peter Mandelson's CV reads like an indictment, and we all know that, and I don't need to rehearse the litany of appalling and heinous decisions and acts that he has taken. And for me, there leaves no question as a result that Prime Minister's judgment was absolutely found wanting in this situation. But given the seriousness of Mandelson's actions and the seriousness of this appointment, surely every member of this House wants to know why he was appointed, how he was appointed, and whether or not we and the British people have been given the full story of what happened. Now, I worked at the Foreign Office as a civil servant. And if I, listening in detail, reading every single detail bit, feel that something doesn't sit quite right, if I have former colleagues ringing me and saying that's not how the process works, it just doesn't make sense, that's not right, if we then have the Prime Minister saying that he'd seen the vetting, oh no, I meant I'd seen something else, sorry, I hadn't seen the security vetting, I'd seen the due diligence, oh there wasn't any pressure put on, well others most clearly think there was pressure put on, and if the Honourable Gentleman who just spoke is genuinely suggesting that there is no such thing as abuse from those who have more power against those who have lesser, that politicians do not sometimes behave appalling to civil services, and that pressure, oh, we're all busy, it's the same pressure. No, and that's why we have specific law. Let me finish the point and then I'll happily take this intervention. We have specific laws that represent that when someone senior to you puts you under undue pressure or treats you in a certain way, they have to take far more responsibility because they have the ability to exercise that responsibility and authority over you that you cannot challenge. And if the gentleman wants to come back and argue that he does not believe that in hierarchies, particularly number 10, political appointments versus civil servants, there is such an imbalance in power, I will happily have him make that case.
So I'm disappointed in the way that she just made that point. But no, what I saw in Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony was that he said that number 10 was repeatedly asking, has the vetting been completed? And That is inconsistent with the idea that number 10 regarded the vetting as immaterial to their decision. Quite the opposite. It demonstrates to me a number 10 that felt that actually this was an important process that had to be followed, and there was of course pressure to complete it quickly. That does not mean that there was pressure to change the outcome, and I'm sorry, but until somebody shows otherwise through evidence, there's no reason why we should believe that.
I'm sorry, but the idea that somebody just chasing an update is always done in can I just check where we are with that? We really would like to get it done. And that there's no concept there could have been any bullying because anyone is just asking for something done a bit quicker. I'm sorry, but that is a foolhardy suggestion by the honourable gentleman. Now, the Prime Minister has come to the House many times, as honourable members would like to suggest, but he hasn't answered the questions. And the Prime Minister himself set the terms. Either he misled the House or he was reckless with the truth, and those are the terms that he set. Multiple people have lost their jobs over this Prime Minister's decision to appoint Mandelson. 2 civil servants and 2 political appointments. For a man who said he would never sack his staff for his own appointments, that's quite something. His judgment has also shown that he was happy to appoint people to Cabinet who had lied to the police, where he knew full well that they had done that. So there is a pattern. Now, Ollie Robbins lost his job for implementing the wishes of the Prime Minister by the book. Now, either he followed due process and was sacked for doing so, or there was no due process and he was sacked because there wasn't. The Prime Minister's position so far is that the former is true. It cannot be both, in which case Ollie Robbins should never have been sacked. He did his job under immense pressure and was stripped of the agency to say no. Mr. Speaker set out at the start of the debate. This motion does not attribute guilt onto anyone. The vote today is for an investigation by the Privileges Committee, and that is a committee chaired by my friend and neighbour, the Honourable Member for South Leicestershire. And I want to place on record my total faith in his probity and professionalism. Because unfortunately we have seen in previous approaches and previous investigations that some may seek in future to undermine individuals. Now, I appreciate there are a range of views across the Labour benches, and some seem to genuinely believe the Prime Minister's version of events. Others share concerns on this side of the House, even if they're reticent to express those. I do want to point out that in the entirety of this debate, at no point has there been more than 9 Labour MPs sat on the backbenches who were elected before 2024. Now, I would say to those members, having been a new MP and having been through this process and watched it, having once voted, as I've said previously in this House, in a way that I deeply regret on the Owen Paterson vote, I had planned to vote against him. The reason for that was because I sat on those benches and I watched the debate and I was horrified by what I saw. And despite the enormous pressure from people around me, I went, right, okay, I've got to do what's right, and I'm going to vote with those brave 13 who did the right thing. I then went downstairs to breastfeed my daughter, who was very young at the point. I think she was just turning 6 months. And when I came back up, there was only 1 minute left of the bell. And when I looked into the 2 voting lobbies, I couldn't see those 13 friends who'd gone the right way on the vote. So I was stood there on my own, absolutely terrified, not knowing what to do, seeing everyone else going through the other votes. And I never, ever, ever accept feeling that way ever again. And I say to the new intake, there is a reason why none of the other previous intakes are on these benches. There is a reason why anyone so far from the older intake who has spoken have said to you, if your gut is telling you there's a problem, there is a problem.
Absolutely.
They have given you their advice. Now, I know they tell us often how dismissive you all are of them, but there is... Oh, apologies. Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. You would never be dismissive of anyone, so I correct myself entirely. But I would just say there is a reason, and you should take that time to reflect and... Oh, my goodness. I can only apologise again. There is a reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, why older intake Labour MPs have chosen not to come and defend the Prime Minister today, because they've seen this show before. They know what happens, and they know that actually your gut will be telling you the right thing to do. And I also congratulate those who've been brave enough to speak out today and to share their views. The House will recall the government did attempt to whip Labour MPs against giving the Intelligence and Security Committee a role in assessing and releasing the Mandelson files, as per the humble address. Parliament asserted itself on that day, and we must do so again. A vote against this motion will show loud and clear that you followed the party line and that you forgave and ignored your conscience. No, that you... Oh. There is precedent here. In 2022, the House unanimously passed a motion to allow the inquiry into whether the Prime Minister had misled Parliament. We Conservatives supported that motion and not a single MP blocked it. So I do know how hard these are, because we've been there, and I supported the committee's findings that Boris Johnson had misled the House. So my advice to Labour MPs is to listen to your conscience and do what you know is right. Members will thank themselves as years pass by to be free from the weight of regret. But also, I would also point out that matters of standards should never be whipped. And I'd be interested to know if any Labour MP is willing to stand up today and say that the threat of having the whip removed has not been made, because so far none of them have said that. And I would also say to the front bench that there is indeed, well, pressure seems to be an issue we need to debate more. I would also say to Labour MPs considering speaking in this debate, you may find that even before the vote, the government changes. The members may find that before the vote this evening, your party has changed its mind and you are no longer being whipped. So I would encourage Labour MPs to reflect on whether this is the record that a member may wish to have, because whips do change their minds if members represent themselves to them. So can you truly say that the whole story is out there?
Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Can I remind the Honourable Lady, it's not me. Much of this has been addressed to me. I'm not voting this afternoon. I won't be speaking. Alicia Kearns.
And I accept fully, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I do know better, so I apologise. The whole story is not out there, and a future release it will happily given.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she makes a wise and experienced speech today to this House, reflecting on her personal experience in previous votes. Would she agree with me that the question we must all ask today is, whichever side of the lobby we vote, we must justify that to our constituents?
Absolutely. And some members have suggested today that their constituents don't really care about process. They don't really care about whether the truth is told in this chamber, and they're not really interested in this privileged motion. That is most certainly not the case, and that is something members will experience in months to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that a future release of files will contradict the Prime Minister's version of events further. We discovered only this morning that Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, was also appointed before being vetted. I asked the government about his vetting in February. I was told that national security vetting for the current National Security Advisor was conducted to the usual standard set for developed vetting. Does that sound familiar? Clearly something again went awry. Clearly due process was not followed with the National Security Advisor, and once again we in this House were told that due process was followed. Judgment is revealed not in the exception but in the pattern, and there is a very clear pattern in this situation. I will very happily give way.
I'm very grateful to her, and she comes to the crux of this debate today: was due process followed or not? Would she agree with me that the simple fact that vetting must always come before any appointment, the simple fact, we've heard this morning evidence in the Select Committee where that was not the case, is very clear that due process was not followed?
The Honourable Gentleman is completely right, and we were told repeatedly and consistently that due process was not followed. Now, anyone who wants to tell me it was, I know it wasn't, because I've been through security clearance, which was the first level, where I had to wait for 7 months to hand in my notice to my existing job so I could join the civil service until I got security clearance. Then there was developed vetting, where again I had to wait about 6 months before I could take up that role. And then I went through strap clearance as well. So I've been through the work, so I've been through all of it. And it doesn't sit right with me, the accusation that due process was followed. And fundamentally to the point about Ollie Robbins, it cannot be that due process was followed and therefore he deserved to be sacked. He must have breached due process if he needed to be sacked. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be voting in favour of this motion. And tonight I will end my day with a clear conscience, knowing that I voted to give my communities the answers that they deserve. And I hope that every member can say the same. Because we are asking whether the man leading our country has the judgment the office necessitates, and a commitment to the truth that is required. And at this moment, the country does not believe that that commitment to the truth is there. So let's have it, and let's see if it was.
Brian Leishman.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. And from the outset, I wish to state my support for justice to be delivered for all the people who were harmed by Jeffrey Epstein and for those involved with him who committed such despicable violations and crimes to be held responsible. Yeah. The people who were exploited should be at the front of all our minds. It is my opinion that this motion does not come from anything noble, a deep concern for those that were trafficked or abused, nor is it about a protection of democracy or anything of that nature. Of course, this motion is designed to embarrass the Prime Minister and put Labour MPs in an awkward position. And not for the first time as Labour MPs, we are in an awkward position. And not for the first time it's because of the Prime Minister's actions and not that of the opposition. The accusation of secrecy and the goings-on in this place are serious political issues that mean the world to a whole host of our constituents. Sometimes it's in the traditions and protocols of this place, which to many often seem archaic, arcane, and totally unrelatable to how they lead their daily lives. People are regularly frustrated at ministers not answering questions at the dispatch box, and equally shadow ministers with amnesia at their own record when in power. People are infuriated watching politicians do the media circuit, slavishly going through the party lines no matter how illogical they may be. All of it just breeds utter contempt in politics and for politicians. People are sick to the back teeth of it all. Now, when I'm out campaigning and knocking on people's doors, they tell me just how irritated they are with politicians who endlessly try to deflect and defend the most absurd and wrong decisions, just because of the party that they represent. Of course, this is not unique to the Labour Party. All parties indulge in this. Conservatives defending the record of austerity that ripped the heart out of communities up and down the United Kingdom. Many in the SNP refuse to take responsibilities for failures in housing, education, health, local authorities and vital public services. But credit to the Right Honourable Member for Aberdeen South for alluding, touching the lightness of touch on some of the travails that his party have experienced. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want my Labour government to be better than that. It really is a low bar that we have been set, but people genuinely think that we are all the same. They see no real difference. And to echo other honourable and right honourable members, I think the Prime Minister should refer himself to the Privileges Committee. It would say to Parliament, and more importantly, our voters, the country, that he knows he will be proved innocent, that he will be vindicated, that he's got nothing to hide, and importantly, that transparency and accountability are at the heart of our democracy. I say to colleagues on this side of the House that we were elected based on the promise of providing change, an end to the scandals and the cover-ups that people are so disgusted with, whether it be Tory lockdown parties or trips to castles, hundreds of miles to test eyesight. The SNP abandonment of care homes and the do not resuscitate notices placed on patients without their consent during COVID. We need to be better than all of that. But truthfully, in our first 20 months in government, the public don't think that we are. And because of the mistakes, the decline in standards, the secrecy, the lack of accountability, then we are paving the way for a hardline, far-right government to come next. And be under no illusions. That government would set the country back to the days of mass unemployment, dire poverty and inequality. They want to create a society that is as intolerant as it is unfair. and it absolutely terrifies me. In finishing, I say to any colleague that if you think I'm wrong, then please do have a look at the polls. Look at the by-election results we have had. The Prime Minister said we would put country before party. Today, with his vote, he has the perfect opportunity to do just that. The Prime Minister needs to stop putting Labour MPs in awkward situations. The open and honest thing would be to refer himself to the committee. But if he won't, then I'm afraid he has left me with no choice. I will have to vote for this motion this afternoon.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the start of this debate, when Mr. Speaker was in the chair, he's reminded the House that this debate was not a trial of the Prime Minister. This was a debate about whether or not an issue should be put to the Privileges Committee. I do think we all need to remember that. And he also said, for the record, that when the debate became repetitive, he might consider taking a closure motion. I'm sorely tempted to move one, Madam Deputy Speaker, but not yet. It saddens me deeply that we are where we are today. It saddens me that this has been presented by some members of the government benches as a ruse before the local government elections. This is about something very fundamental to many of us. It's about the truth, the probity, the integrity of this House and every man and woman that sits in it. I've heard some very courageous speeches from the government benches this afternoon. And I applaud each and every one of those people who made them, because I know just how difficult, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is. Mr. Johnson has been referred to frequently. I was one of the first, possibly the first, to call publicly for the resignation of Johnson as Prime Minister. That was not a happy circumstance. I did not enjoy it. I do not like taking on my own side. But I believed then, as indeed I believe now, that man was not fit to be Prime Minister. But I also know that what I did and said was right, as I believe that those honourable members on the other side of the House who've spoken this afternoon in support of the motion are doing what they believe to be right. I'm horrified, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have to believe that House business is whipped. It should not be. It's been said repetitively that actually the sensible thing to have happened would be for the Prime Minister to refer himself to the Privileges Committee, but if that's not going to happen, then I think we all need to understand that out there are people waiting to see what we do. Can we be trusted? Never mind can the Prime Minister be trusted, can we be trusted? Yeah. Can we be trusted to take the proper decision tonight? Every single one of us in the morning is going to get up and look in the mirror to either put on makeup or shave. And we have to look. My honourable friend reminds me that he did say incorrectly that the vote on Johnson, the call for the resignation of Johnson, was not taken until after the Privileges Committee findings. He's actually quite wrong. That call was made well before it went to the Privileges Committee. So let's come back to what I was trying to say. Every single one of us has to be able to look in the mirror in the morning and live with ourselves. I hope very much that the government whips will withdraw the whipping, tonight so that honourable members can vote according to their conscience. And I believe that if that is so, and if that is done, then this matter will be referred entirely properly to the Privileges Committee. And then we can get on with the job that after the King's speech we will be here to do again, which is to devote our concerns to the cost of living, to fuel prices, to the manner in which the hospitality business is being destroyed, to all the matters that we ought to be here discussing today, rather than discussing this. I beg my friends on the other side of the House to do the right thing tonight.
Chris Kane.
Deputy Speaker, a referral to the Privileges Committee, particularly involving a Prime Minister, should be rare. The bar should be high because we have so many other processes available to us in this place. And with this issue, many of these processes are already in action. The Foreign Affairs Committee, under the excellent chairing of the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury, is taking evidence and will report in due course. The humble address from this House has put a process in place to ensure transparency, and the Government is complying with it. Then there is attendance in this chamber. I have no doubt the Prime Minister will continue to make himself available here, as he has done in recent weeks through statements and at PMQs, both because it's right and because the processes of this House require it. And let us be honest about the timing. Bringing this forward 1 week before elections is political. Now, I do not criticise that. It's part of the system we operate in, but we should be clear about it. I've been reflecting this week on the concept of pressure. We have heard from senior civil servants that there was pressure to proceed with the appointment of Peter Mandelson before vetting had concluded. They have said that the pressure was inappropriate. They have not said the pressure was inappropriate, simply that it existed. The Prime Minister, for his part, has been clear. He has said that this was the kind of pressure that exists in any high-performing environment where decisions need to be made and progress needs to happen. That is very different from pressure to do something you are not comfortable with. But I suppose the truth is that my experience of pressure is not the same as the Prime Minister's. A degree of recalibration is required on my part. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, we apply pressure to senior civil servants every week. We expect them to account for their decisions, often in difficult circumstances and under public scrutiny. And time again, I am struck by their professionalism and their ability to handle that pressure. I am equally struck by the Prime Minister's ability to do the same. Whether at Prime Minister's questions or in extended sessions like the one we held last week, where he answered questions for over 2 hours. That level of scrutiny is constant and unrelenting. In my time in this House, I have never known the Prime Minister to act in anything other than good faith. He is focused, serious and determined to deliver in extraordinary, difficult circumstances. Is he perfect? Of course not. None of us are. His is an almost impossible job in turbulent times. But that is the nature of government. The public elects a government and gives it time to govern. That requires consistency, judgment, and at times the ability to change course as circumstances demand. What it does not require is abandoning the course entirely at the first sign that another ship looks to be sailing more smoothly. We are, quite clearly, in the middle of a storm. Not a passing squall, but sustained, difficult conditions. Economic pressure, global instability, and challenges at home that have been building for years. In those circumstances, what matters is not whether the sea is calm, but it's whether the vessel is seaworthy and whether the person at the helm knows how to navigate. Now, no ship is perfect. There will always be repairs to make, adjustments to take, and decisions that with hindsight might have been handled differently. But abandoning a ship mid-storm or trying to sink it is a risk. Because that other ship, finding another ship that is sailing in different waters is sailing under different conditions. And let's be honest, that other ship, well, the same storm is heading its way too. So the real question is not whether things are perfect, it's whether we have a vessel that can withstand the conditions and a captain who can steer it. Now, when I look across the chamber, I do not see credible alternatives ready to take us through what lies ahead. On one side, we have a Conservative approach that too often feels like a ship designed for a different age, a wooden ship, not equipped for the realities of the world we are living in now. A vision that looks backwards rather than forwards. And on the other, I see the SNP. If you cannot reliably build and run the ferries that connect your own communities, it does raise serious questions about the readiness to navigate a much bigger journey. Theirs is less of a fully equipped vessel and more like something assembled for the appearance of movement rather than the reality of it.
So we give way in at that point?
Of course I will.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Does he agree that it appears the SNP don't have a ship right now? They must have a submarine.
Order. I think honourable members will find this is not a debate about the SNP, and perhaps we all ought to confine remarks to the subject that we're actually debating. Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To finish my metaphor, but not about the SNP, you hold steady. You make the adjustments that are needed and you focus on getting safely to better conditions. That is the task that's in front of us. And that is why I will be supporting the Prime Minister to continue doing the job he was elected to do, to keep a steady hand on the tiller and guide the country through challenging times. And I would urge colleagues to do the same, because in the end, this is about stability, seriousness and leadership. And that is what this country needs. Today's motion feels to me like a distraction from that mission, and so I urge colleagues across the chamber to vote against the motion today.
Anne Davis.
Madam Llefarydd. The Prime Minister has called this motion a stunt and pure politics, but the Prime Minister and Labour MPs rallying around him forget the seriousness of the allegations against him. That is, misleading the House of Commons over statements relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, an individual with well-documented links to the convicted sex offender and human trafficker. To swat away these allegations as a desperate political stunt, refusing them to be investigated properly by the Committee of Privileges, is an insult to us all. An insult to the public who were promised transparency and openness by the Prime Minister's Labour government, and an insult to victims and survivors of violence and abuse who deserve so much better from those who claim to represent them. What Parliament is being asked today is a straightforward question about whether serious concerns regarding the Prime Minister should be examined properly and independently. If the Prime Minister insists that he has done nothing wrong, then surely the Privilege Committee will come to that same conclusion. And if Labour believe that everything is in order, why have they forced their MPs to vote against the motion today? It begs the question, what does the Prime Minister have to hide? The Prime Minister promised change, and people across Wales gave him a mandate for that change. But what did the public get instead? Misjudgments, incompetence, a lack of transparency at the heart of government, and no real accountability. I put myself forward to become a Member of Parliament because, to be frank, I was fed up of Partygate, the betting scandal, the 200,000 that Vaughan Gethin had accepted in order to fund his own leadership campaign. I thought we're better than this. As residents, as constituents, we are better than this. And people deserve a government which is honest and transparent, and we certainly haven't had that in the 2 years that I've been sitting here on these benches. The Prime Minister has tried to wash his hands of Mandelson's appointment, hiding behind processes, procedure and the actions of civil servants, destroying decent people's lives, only to hobble on for another few weeks. And even if the Prime Minister's loyalists vote this motion down today, Labour and the Prime Minister himself will have shown their true colours. In just over a week, people of Wales have a chance to give their verdict, and they will.
Yeah. Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise in this debate, first and foremost, to reiterate, as other colleagues have said, my fullest solidarity with the victims of Epstein. And we should always maintain them at the forefront of our mind. Notwithstanding the absence of them from the motion, it is something I know many colleagues across both ends of the House have referenced, and I'm sure will continue to do so. In respect of this motion before us, I want to be clear that I will vote against it, not because I have to be told to, but because the case is absolutely not made out. And given some of the contributions made about shaving in the makeup or shaving in the morning or putting makeup on in the morning, in considering and reflecting on the vote that will be cast tonight, I will have no compunction whatsoever and have absolutely no doubt in my mind when I go through the lobbies today that I will have made the right decision for the reasons, and I do not need to have insinuations to impugn my integrity to the opposite. And before I explain why I am making that case and that decision, I will happily give way.
Grateful for the honourable member giving way, and of course every member is entitled to make their decision in either the lobby. They have to justify it to the electorate. For that reason, does the honourable member believe that having a 3-line whip is necessary?
Alex Barros-Curtis.
It's an irrelevant point, and the point that I would make, I've already said that regardless of the position of the party, I don't need to be told how I will vote on this for the reason that the case is not made out. And he says, if people will stop chuntering, the individuals who have said that they have to look in the mirror tomorrow, every decision we make in this place, regardless on this motion or on amendments, on legislation, we do, I have no doubt, with integrity and with our best motivations of our constituents in mind. So the need to remind me or my colleagues of that today suggests more about the person making the statement than it does about me and the decision I've made. So as I said, I will vote against the motion because I do not believe the case has been made out. And in my time as a solicitor, I've seen many witness statements and particulars of claim. And if I hear and reflect on what the Leader of the Opposition laid out as her case today, I thought it was one of the most poorly made out cases in my professional lifetime. Well, if he waits to hear why I think that, then I will happily give way in a moment. This motion cuts across existing procedures, as has been said, and that just a few weeks ago, everyone in this House jointly, unanimously agreed, supported and initiated. And as I said, and I will go on to explain, it lacks any credibility or evidential basis. You can chunt some more, but maybe listen to the basis on why I reached my decision, and then I will happily give way in a moment. So, I will turn to, as I say, the lack of evidence to make out this case. But before I do, I want to mention, as others have mentioned, the integrity of the Prime Minister in and of itself. I've known the Prime Minister for a number of years, and I know that he is a man of integrity and that he will act without fear or favour and will always be the hardest critic on himself. He has apologised, and rightly so, for the poor and incorrect decision to appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place. He's done it in this House, he's done it to the country, and he has done it, most importantly, to the victims of Epstein. He's very eager. I will give way.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He's being most generous. But we haven't really heard the case yet, given that colleagues opposite will be in a similar position to the honourable gentleman. They will know the Prime Minister. They will have known him for years. They will be sure of his integrity or otherwise. Why does he think there should be a 3-line whip imposed on members opposite? Even the member for Bishop Auckland, who spoke with his cause, could see that it wasn't a good idea. But the honourable gentleman doesn't seem to see it. But as a good lawyer, maybe he'll be able to share the argument with the House.
I appreciate his patronising tone, but I will simply say this. I have said that I don't need to be told how to vote in this because I do not believe the case is made out, as I will go on to explain now if I can make some progress. And I underline this by reiterating what the Speaker said earlier and what I said to him when he was in the chair, that of course the question here is not about the application that was put before him, and he's rightly made the decision as he is required to once it came to him. But I am clear that from those who put the application to him for him to have to make the decision, it is a nakedly political stunt to submit that application in the first place. And that's not just because of what the motion is before us, but because of the shape-shifting of the opposition party leaders on this issue since The Guardian broke the story on the 16th of April. I'll give way.
I'll give it to my honourable friend, making a really powerful statement to the House. Isn't the reality that this is about a leader of the opposition who, just like with her call for us to join the US in attacking and join the war in Iran, she called the Prime Minister a liar, and the evidence has shown that there is absolutely no basis for it. Isn't reality that this is just the leader of the opposition once again shooting from the hip?
Curtis.
I thank him for his intervention. I completely agree, even if it was perhaps slightly askew from the point I'm about to make, but I think it goes to consistency on this issue and many others. And I think, as I said, the shape-shifting of the position of the party leaders, rather than wait for the evidence, we know that both the leader of the opposition and the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton had already made up their minds 2 weeks ago. I've got here, I will at least make a point and make the point and then I'll happily give way. On the 17th of April, this is the day after the Guardian story was broken, the Lib Dems put out a press release. Starmer must be investigated by Privileges Committee over the decision to overrule Mandelson's failed security vetting. But that was found wanting because the evidence was showed otherwise, as was proven when the Prime Minister came here at the earliest opportunity on that Monday, the 20th of April, and laid before this House the evidence, and Sir Ollie Robbins backed that up in his evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the 21st of April. I'll give way.
Member for giving way. He mentioned the Guardian story on the 16th of April. The Prime Minister found out on the 14th of April, so the earliest opportunity would have been the 15th of April at Prime Minister's questions, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The Prime Minister already addressed this when that was put to him in this House a number of times in the following days, whereby he said he was trying to secure the answers to the questions which he put on that evening and the officials were not able to answer, so that he could then, as he said, and as other colleagues and cabinet colleagues have made clear, at the earliest opportunity then come back in order to update this House, as is rightly the case. I go back to the timeline of the shape-shifting of the opposition. On that same Friday, the 17th of April, the leader of the opposition went on national radio and television saying it is completely preposterous for us to believe that civil servants would have cleared a political appointee who had failed security vetting. The Prime Minister is taking us for fools, and she called for him to go. A standard that, as other colleagues have elaborated on and I won't dwell on, has not previously and consistently been applied to the proven lawyer before Boris Johnson. So we've got the shape-shifting of the opposition parties on this point, and therefore the motion before us today dwells on two aspects: due process and, of course, the question of pressure. In respect of due process, Madam Deputy Speaker, now explain why I do not think the motion and the evidence is made out. I note the motion itself doesn't critique the process itself, which, as this debate has played out over recent weeks, has shown to be seriously deficient and lacking. That has necessitated the necessary reviews and changes at the Prime Minister's order, as some of this debate today has elaborated on. Indeed, this motion asserts, without actual evidence, that has been that has withstood further testimony from key officials to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And we know the Prime Minister was not told about the UK security vetting's recommendation to not grant Peter Mandelson clearance, that he was not told about that in many subsequent weeks. And Sir Chris Wormwood confirmed that due process was followed. So I do not accept that that case has been made out. And when we turn to the question of no pressure, the Leader of the Opposition made great play of her selected quotes. And I have Hansard before me from Prime Minister's questions of the 22nd of April. And it is quite clear, as the Prime Minister starts his answer to her question, that he will deal directly with the question of pressure in relation to the decision to appoint Prime Minister Peter Mandelson and to put him in place. The Prime Minister, is clearly referring to the parts of Sir Ollie's evidence of the 21st of April to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the specific point about whether or not pressure was brought to bear on the outcome of the vetting process. This was also the gist of the Leader of the Opposition's preceding question, actually, to the Prime Minister, to the question that the Prime Minister was answering. It is also notable that just today, Sir Philip Barton substantiated the position that there are two different types of pressure, and whilst there was pressure to get on with making a decision, which the honourable member earlier alluded to, he then went on to say he was very clear, quote, that he was not aware of any pressure on the substance of the vetting decision, which is what this motion goes to. I'm conscious of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so I want to conclude by expressing solidarity to my honourable friend, for South Shields, who spoke with great power earlier. And her and I have spoken about some of these issues before I have the privilege of being in this place, and of course I offer my support. But as my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland referred to in his excellent speech, I want to be clear that from the tone from some in this debate, it is clear that this is not about the substance of the issue, but it is about trying to exploit political partisan gain. And it is, I have no doubt in my mind, that certain political opponents will seek to make the lives of my honourable friend and others difficult, just like they have when it comes to other serious issues, such as impugning our decisions on, for example, grooming gangs, and putting out social media targeting us, which then means we have become the subject of death threats, and as my honourable friend for South Shields elaborated on, much worse for her and her constituency. Indeed, the Tory front bench were nodding at this when my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland talked to this earlier. They probably, as I said, have already got those digital media attacks ready to define us as voting to cover up. But I have no doubt, there we go, I see they've confirmed it already again, which I think belies exactly their intent behind this. There is no doubt in my mind that it was a mistake to appoint Peter Mandelson, and the Prime Minister has taken responsibility for that. But as the quality of certain contributions today have pointed to, and as I've explained my reasoning for why I will not support this today, it is clear to me that rather than seeking to uphold standards, this risks undermining them. We should get on with the business of government. We should get on with some of the issues the right honourable member mentioned earlier about the issues that our constituents are most concerned about. We should focus on the job in hand, and it's for all of those reasons why I will not be supporting this motion today.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm mindful of Mr Speaker's earlier advice about repetition. I'll keep my remarks short and to the point. We've had a number of speeches where other members on the other side have debated whether there is a sufficient threshold to refer this matter to the Privileges Committee. Yet, I have to say, if you look at the evidence, there is clearly some very, very concerning issues amongst those documents that have been released to the public domain, what has been said on the floor of this House and what has not been said on the floor of this House. Now, we take the advice given by Simon Case when he was Cabinet Secretary back in November 2024. It's very clear from that document that was released as part of the humble address that the Prime Minister was advised, if he wanted to make a political appointment, that vetting should be done before that appointment is made. We now know, of course, that didn't happen. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, when one takes the letter that Chris Wormholt, as then Cabinet Secretary, sent to the Prime Minister in September of 2025, he asserts that the process that was followed was in line with the advice given by Simon Case to the Prime Minister. And this is important, because the Prime Minister has referred back to that letter as a reason why due process was followed, yet that letter seems, on the face of it, to be inaccurate in itself. And therefore, that is something that we need to investigate in this House. And then, of course, we come to the answer to the Prime Minister gave at Prime Minister's questions on the 22nd of April, where, of course, he removed the word that with any, which implied that there had been no pressure, that there had not been any pressure rather than that pressure. And when this was raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Brentwood and Ongar, at Cabinet Office Questions last Thursday, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asserted on the floor of the House that he says, "I think the difference between the words that and any is not of any material relevance." Now, I think anyone with a basic grasp of English, and having heard the testimony of Ollie Robbins versus the answer the Prime Minister gave, would clearly say that he has tried, at least in my view, to misrepresent what Mr Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. So I do believe that as well is an extremely, extremely powerful reason why this matter needs to be referred. And then I come to the case of the unanswered questions, the evidence that we don't have. And I refer back again to Simon Case's advice to the Prime Minister back in 2024, because what was released as part of the humble address is just Mr Case's evidence. the box for the Prime Minister's comments remains blank. Now, are we expected to believe that the Prime Minister did not respond to the advice given him by the Cabinet Secretary, or has that advice been withheld from this House? A question I think that does need to be answered. And then there are other matters. There are the evidence that the Prime Minister did see regarding Peter Mandelson, some of which he has confirmed to this House of Prime Minister's questions in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. But he has refused to answer whether he was aware of Mr Mandelson's business links, particularly those connected in Russia and his directorship of Sistema, even after Russia invaded Ukraine. And then there's the matter of documents which the government is unwilling to even confirm even exist. For example, Mr Mandelson's declaration of interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've asked repeatedly whether that document simply exists, not whether it's going to be published in full at this point, and we do not get answers. And then we find today Morgan McSweeney giving evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and confirming that a meeting took place in December regarding the first meeting that took place regarding the potential appointment of Mr Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States, and the Cabinet Office have said they have no record of this meeting. So were there no minutes taken at this meeting? If not, why not? Or have those minutes somehow vanished? All of these, I think, are very, very good reasons why this matter needs to be referred to.
Honourable friend, I mean, the Prime Minister has told the House, and this is about the allegation that the Prime Minister may have misled this House, that all due process was followed. The decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was made, we're told by Morgan McSweeney this morning, in a meeting for which there are absolutely no records and notes despite extensive searches. At the beginning of this process, they failed in due process, and yet he has stood there repeatedly telling us that due process was followed. On that alone, there would be cause to allow the Privileges Committee to investigate, and members opposite do need to look deep in their consciences before they vote against.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with my right honourable friend. It's absolutely astonishing that the decision to appoint an individual to the most important ambassadorial role that we can offer took place in a meeting of which there now appears to be no record. So we have three clear issues here. We have a discrepancy in documents that have been published. We have inaccurate recollection of events in response to questions in this House, whether inadvertent or deliberate, and we have a failure to provide full transparency in relation to this very, very sorry saga. Now, as my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset, said, the Prime Minister is losing in the court of public opinion, and therefore the best route for him now is to refer himself to the Privileges Committee to make his case and perhaps to clear his name. Because as my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, said, it's not always the cock-up. And we know in this case the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was a cock-up. It is the conspiracy that brings you down.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, let me also pay tribute to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, because their views have been heard far too little in these debates. Let me also address some of what I feel to be quite patronising comments made to backbench Labour MPs today. Nobody has asked me to speak today, and nobody has put any pressure on me. In fact, colleagues on these benches know that I have my own mind and will express it as I see fit. At a moment of genuine challenge for families across the country, when households are concerned about rising prices, instability abroad and pressure on living standards, the opposition has brought a motion that is ultimately more concerned with political point scoring than practical solutions, and that is deeply regrettable. Because the British public expect and deserve better than Westminster at its most performative. They expect seriousness and rightly expect scrutiny where scrutiny is due, but also expect Parliament to focus on the issues that shape their daily lives. The bills landing on their doormats, the cost of food in the supermarkets, the price of fuel at the pumps, and the strength of the economy in uncertain times. On Peter Mandelson, let me be absolutely clear. He should never have been appointed as our ambassador. The Prime Minister recognised that. He's apologised for that. He did so properly. repeatedly, with transparency and accountability, and with respect to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That was the right course of action, and I would not have expected anything less from the Prime Minister, because I too have known him for many years. I have worked with him as he sought to rid our party of the stain of anti-Semitism, which has now infected others. I've seen him stand up to Putin when others have taken bribes from his allies. Madam Deputy Speaker, given those processes of transparency are in place and underway, which they are, why, it has to be asked, are the parties opposite working to ride roughshod over investigation processes they all agreed to? Well, we've heard it here earlier in the debate. Social media clicks and cheap headlines ahead of significant elections. The fact is that the government has agreed to and is complying with the humble address to allow scrutiny of the Mandelson appointment in this place, to see the facts, the advice that was available to the Prime Minister at the time Mandelson was appointed. And my right honourable friend, the member for Islington South and Finsbury, is chairing a select committee inquiry to which key figures involved in the Mandelson appointment have rightly been summoned. And the Prime Minister has come to this House repeatedly to answer questions about that appointment. As has been already expressed, politically motivated use of the Privileges Committee procedures risks undermining those procedures. What is clear, the circumstances the opposition hoped would come to light, which they hoped might bring down a successful Labour government, have been nothing more than conspiracy. First, they said that the Prime Minister must have known that UK security vetting recommendation was to reject the vetting for Peter Mandelson. Yet, Ollie Robbins confirmed to the Select Committee last week that he had chosen not to share that crucial information with the Prime Minister. They were wrong. They said that the Prime Minister was wrong to say that due process was followed, yet Chris Wormald has confirmed in a letter to the Prime Minister that the process was followed. In his own words, the evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that appropriate processes were followed in both the appointment and the withdrawal of the former ambassador to Washington. Again, they were wrong. How could the Prime Minister have taken any other assessment than due process was followed when it was spelled out to him in black and white from his own officials? Those are not rumours, they are not talking points, they are facts, and facts matter in this place. Many good colleagues on these benches, and indeed I'm sure some on the others, know deep down that the number one issue facing our constituents is the cost of living fallout from Trump's war in Iran, a war aped on by parties opposite. They know that because when we've been out on the doors in the lead up to the elections in May, that's what voters are telling every one of us. They're worried about their bills, the prices at the pumps and the prices in their supermarkets. And while some in this House want to engage in political stunts, this very afternoon the Prime Minister is convening a committee on the response to the conflict in the Middle East, on how we support the British economy, our services and, most importantly, our constituents. What is clear is that there is only one party focused on the job of delivering for the British people, and it is the one that the country voted for in the last election. The Conservative Party, after 14 years of chaos, scandal and economic recklessness, now wants to lecture anyone else on standards in public life is galling. From the party that gave us Partygate, revolving door Prime Ministers, cronyism, collapsing public services, Liz Truss's catastrophic experiment that sent mortgages soaring and punished working families for Conservative failures. Meanwhile, they collude with the SNP who asked voters...
I've made the point previously. Please will members confine themselves to debating the issue at hand and not into fighting the local election campaign, perhaps. Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those are the issues we could have been debating today, but instead We are debating a political stunt. This government is standing up for the British people, showing leadership in our support for Ukraine, bringing our national rails services back into public ownership, delivering our historic Employment Rights Act, amongst many others. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I vote this afternoon, I do so knowing full well I was elected to serve on the priorities that matter to the people of Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Their bills, their security, their welfare, and I will vote to ensure that we have a government that continues to focus on those priorities.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the motion to refer the Prime Minister to the Privileged Committee revolves around two words, Madam Deputy Speaker. Pressure, that's the first word, and it's absolutely vital. Also, process. And of course, the Prime Minister is the master of process. He bangs on about it all the time. The king of process here in the Commons. And he says that full due process was followed, and yet we've already heard from other honourable members that Sir Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, gave the Prime Minister in November 2024 due process. He said that actually the vetting and the due diligence should be carried out before confirming the choice of ambassador. The Prime Minister chose to avoid that due process. There is a second key element of due process that I don't think has been properly teased out so far this afternoon, and that is with regard to the timing of the decision on vetting through January 2025. Because if full due process was being followed, then the security authorities, the vetting authorities, should have been allowed to take whatever time they deemed necessary to make their judgment. And with regard to Mandelson, goodness me, there's a lot to go through to check that clearance. Clearly, we've heard from a number of senior civil servants that actually they were not allowed to carry out full due process and to take as long as they determined was necessary, even if that took them beyond the inauguration of the President of the United States. No, I bring you on now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the second word, which is whether or not any pressure whatsoever was applied. And we've heard from not one, not two, but from three separate senior civil servants that actually the pressure was not on the decision itself, the pressure was indeed on the speed of the decision, because the decision had already been taken by not following due process. And we have heard Sir Ollie Robbins confirm that pressure was felt to get on with the decision. We've heard yesterday from Ian Collard that actually pressure was applied to make that decision. And we've heard, of course, from Sir Philip Barton that actually, again, he said the pressure was to get on with it. There was no space in the decision. There was no space in that. In other words, due process was not followed. And it was all about, I will happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
If I give way. Did we not hear last week at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that whilst there was pressure and that was discussed, it had no impact on the decision, and it was a marginal decision, and they felt that the risks could be managed. I feel that the honourable gentleman is missing this part out in his story.
I think the honourable gentleman, but I would remind him what the Prime Minister said at Prime Minister's questions just last week. No pressure existed whatsoever. Whatsoever is the critical word, which is the flaw in the honourable member's argument. So we now know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not only actually did the Prime Minister inadvertently mislead the House with regard to full due process, but he has misled the House for a second time with regard to whether or not any pressure existed whatsoever. Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence is in. And for a Prime Minister that prides himself on process, anecdotally, it seems that there is a culture that does not exist around him and within him and perhaps himself. For example, we now know that the Cabinet Office questioned whether or not there should be any vetting at all. In other words, they didn't want full due process, so we know that. And we now know that Sir Ollie Robbins, in terms of the decision whether or not to retain him or fire him, clearly full due process was not followed. And then the issue of whether or not this decision to refer any member of the House to the Privileges Committee, precedent clearly shows that it should not be whipped. And I would argue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that precedent is a process. And the process of not whipping this decision, this vote, is not in this instance, Madam Deputy Speaker, being followed. So I would urge all honourable members to ignore the whipping, to follow the conscience and to follow the evidence. The evidence is in, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House of Commons.
David Pinto-Dyczynski.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Appointing Peter Mandelson was wrong. And as with any debate on this subject, we should start by acknowledging the suffering of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. They have my full solidarity. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have listened closely to the opposition during this debate, and I think we need to call their behaviour for what it is. This is political game playing of the lowest order from the party opposite. Politics is a circus to them. They thrive off this use of politics as a soap opera because it is all they know. That's why the public grew so heartily sick of them, and it is precisely why so many of their former colleagues no longer sit on their benches. Just weeks ago, their leader showed a catastrophic failure of leadership in calling for this country to rush to war. When she spoke then, she had no underlying strategy and she didn't focus on what was right for the country. Clearly, she has learnt nothing from that. Her cynicism becomes clear now when we peel back their rhetoric and expose the lack of substance behind her arguments. Peter Mandelson was dismissed last September. Rightly so. The Prime Minister has already acknowledged that his appointment was a mistake. Senior civil servants, including Ollie Robbins, Chris Wormholt and Cat Little, have all made clear that due process was followed in that appointment. Ollie Robbins himself has said that no one from Number 10 ever spoke to him or messaged him to apply pressure. And Philip Barton today also confirmed that there was no pressure on the substance of the vetting. I also want to deal directly with this point about the sequence of vetting. I have been through developed vetting. I've been through security vetting numerous times. It is completely standard procedure to make offers of jobs contingent on passing security. On this point, as on other points, there is simply no case to answer. What's more, this government is undertaking an extensive release of documents. No, I'm making some progress. In the interest of transparency and respect for this House, ministers have updated us on that progress with the humble address. And on top of that, the Foreign Affairs Select Committee is holding hearings. What's more, alongside that, the government has strengthened already the processes around national security vetting and senior appointments. So I ask again, what's the real substance here? We are not uncovering new facts. In fact, the opposition's argument has changed time and time again, as the member for Cardiff West so eloquently pointed out. What we are seeing is lots of throwing mud in the hope that some of it will stick. The party opposite is not speaking in the public interest, but in service of political opportunism. It is demeaning and diminishing an important parliamentary process. Our disciplinary processes are serious. They should not be used for political point scoring. A privileges investigation would not bring further clarity. It would only create a long, costly and wholly unnecessary duplication of processes that are either completed or already underway. It is a distraction, and I'm guessing that's why the party opposite wants it, a stunt, and that's why I will be voting against it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the previous government, this House was treated with contempt. Standards were bent and procedures were torn apart to protect those in power, with the support of many members now sitting opposite. So we are entitled to ask, why do they raise this now? Well, it's for one reason only. Of course it's because there's an election in a few days' time, but it's also because fundamentally they cannot accept the change this government is delivering. They cannot accept that we are investing in public services that they ran into the ground.
I'm going to make the point again. We're debating privilege. We're not debating the government's record and its actions. David Pinto-Jaczynski.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so with that, I will then wind up. We were elected with a mandate to deliver change, and that's exactly what we'll do. The party opposite's trying to distract from that fact, but Madam Deputy Speaker, it will not work.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I echo the voices of other MPs across this House, particularly the member for South Shields, when asking why doesn't the Prime Minister refer himself to privileges? And if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why is he whipping his MPs against a House motion? Now, we have the Privileges Committee, as Madam Deputy Speaker, you know full well. The Privileges Committee, the Standards Committee, is there to judge us and our conduct in this House, to judge members. We sign a MP Code of Conduct when we become MPs, and these two committees are the select committees that judge our conduct in the House. The select committees, the Foreign Affairs select committees, all of these committees are to judge the government, to hold the government to account. Those two committees are the only committees that hold us as MPs to account. Therefore, why hasn't the Prime Minister taken the leadership that he has demanded of others time and time again and not refer himself to privileges? He has demanded others resign for far less trivial matters. He has referred and demanded that others be referred to privileges and standards. But why have the rules changed for him? Now, we could spend another afternoon laboriously analysing who did what and when. Another week of the Prime Minister telling us what he didn't know and wasn't responsible for. That the buck stops anywhere but here. This is from the man who has made a career of standing on the moral high ground, damning others for behavior he is now demonstrating, demanding others do the honorable thing, something we now see he is clearly incapable of doing himself. Instead, choosing this painful spectacle, clinging on until inevitably those sitting behind him or beside him dispense with his tarnished services, which we all know they will do soon. And I note, Madam Deputy Speaker, many are absent from the front bench, perhaps on full-time leadership maneuvers as we speak. But I do not wish to further condemn the Prime Minister, only offer my genuine sympathy on a basic human level for the embarrassment and shame he must be feeling underneath the veneer of virtue he has spent decades cultivating that is now crumbling to dust with his every word, his every defection, every desperate excuse. What goes around comes around. And for the Prime Minister, it has come around, right here, right now. It is an intensely sad and embarrassing sight. And for that, he does not deserve my condemnation, only pity.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In advocating for the motion today, the Leader of the Opposition, who I see has just returned to her place, I know she was waiting for me, her essential argument, I believe, is that we in this House have not spent enough time debating this issue and that perhaps just one more committee would be the answer. Madam Deputy Speaker, before we began our debate today, 5 statements, 2 debates and more than 13 hours of debate here in the House of Commons. That's my count of how long we've been discussing the Mandelson issue. That's a small c Conservative estimate because it cannot account for PMQs, all the other ministerial questions, and it is of course distinct from the hearings, the very important hearings, being held by the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Intelligence and Security Committee, as it forensically carries out its work in compliance with the humble address and the release of all papers relating to Lord Mandelson's appointment as the ambassador to the United States. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that the British public believe that just one more committee is the answer, but I do want to set out why I think we are at an important juncture and look at three actions that have been taken by the government. The apology from the Prime Minister, the action taken across government departments, and the ongoing scrutiny that is still being applied to this case. The apology. The Prime Minister has offered repeated and unconditional apologies from that dispatch box, from when he's been asked questions by the media and to the victims of Epstein. He's made clear that this was an error of judgment. There has been a message of contrition that I believe that has been heard by people in this House and across the country. We all make mistakes. That is not in dispute. So let's turn next to the action that has been taken and continues to take place across government. More than 300 documents have already been released to the Intelligence and Security Committee in full compliance with the humble address. And I think this is really important because I was a part of the debate, and it was a good debate that this House had about involving the Intelligence and Security Committee in this process and giving them that oversight. And at the time, the benches opposite said that this was the very important thing to do, and there was a consensus across the House. But earlier today, I will happily.
Him giving way. I too was in that debate, and if the member remembers, as the House will show, it was the decision during the debate to suddenly do that. The government was going to vote against having the humble address. It was only because members from both sides of the House, particularly the Security Committee, put themselves forward to say, we have an option here. So the reason we were actually having the debate in the first place was because this side of the House compelled the government to come to give that papers away. He can't have it that it was just put out there by his side.
Andrew Lewis.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. I remember it vividly. Members from both sides made the case, and I said in my remarks that it was an example of the House at its best because we came to a good decision to involve the ISC. But the reason I raised it again today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because I was fascinated by what the Leader of the Opposition said. She characterised that committee as, quote, a never-never committee in her remarks earlier today, as if it would never come to the answer. So all of a sudden it seems that it's politically convenient that they've now lost faith in the ISC when they were advocating for it for so long. But more action has been taken, and it's important that it has been. On vetting has been discussed extensively today. The process that was in place under the last government and at the start of this government has gone and has already been changed by my honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, to the Prime Minister. In the future, all vetting will now be completed before appointments. That is absolutely the right change.
Right, but it's quite clear from the advice given by Simon Case in November 2024 that that was the situation. The only reason that we found out that there wasn't the alternative one was because the documents were forced into the open. And does he not agree that Chris Wormold's letter that suggested that everything had been done properly directly contradicts the direct advice given by the then Cabinet Secretary that you should do the vetting first? It's not compatible, it's illogical, and surely the Honourable Gentleman, who is giving the least embarrassing speech on behalf of the government so far, congratulations to him for that, can see that.
Andrew Lewin.
It's very kind. I'll see him on the cricket pitch in a week's time. Look, there's a serious point here in that there are a number of very senior civil servants that I'm going to come to who have given evidence on this and have said that process was followed. And it leads neatly into my next point about the importance of ongoing scrutiny. The scrutiny that is being conducted by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Very happy to give way.
On the point, and we've heard a lot of evidence today, does he agree with me that what's clear about the process is that there were so many inconsistencies and so much confusion that the Prime Minister was absolutely right to build back trust in that process and make the decisions that he has done?
Thank you. I appreciate the intervention of my honourable friend. I think he was absolutely right, and the House was absolutely right to accept the humble address, to involve the Intelligence and Security Committee, and to give the Foreign Affairs Committee all the scope that it needs to ask questions of the key actors in the process. And just to remind the House, in the last few weeks and days, we've had evidence in public from Cat Little, Sir Oliver Robbins, Morgan McSweeney, and of course the Prime Minister himself repeatedly from that dispatch box. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the government is not hiding. It is putting everything in the sunlight, as an honourable member suggested earlier. But But this is a deeply serious issue for the House and for the country. And I want to again associate myself with everyone who has spoken today about the pain that must continually be felt by the victims of Jeffrey Epstein every time this issue is raised, and our thoughts are with all of them. But the Prime Minister has apologised unconditionally. He has acted, and the government has acted, and scrutiny from 2 committees is still ongoing. So the judgment before us today is not whether scrutiny should happen, because it most clearly and evidently is. It's whether we should support a conveniently timed motion from the Leader of the Opposition to refer the issue to one more committee. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that is the answer. And I would trust the judgment of this Prime Minister over the Leader of the Opposition every day of the week.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to put 2 things on record here before I commence my remarks. So the Labour Party don't stand for election in Northern Ireland. We do not have elections next week or the week after. So everything I'm about to say has got absolutely nothing to do with a so-called political stunt, but everything to do with the integrity of this House. And by the way, I find patronising the context that we shouldn't be discussing these things because the government of the day want to get on with the cost of living. I have had 2 car bombs at the edges of my constituency in the last 5 weeks, so believe me, there are much bigger things that I would prefer to be talking about at this time. However, it is incumbent upon everybody in this House to make sure that everything we're doing is completely above board. Now, last week, I posed the question. I don't know why Mandelson was appointed. Prime Minister then said it was a mistake. But here's what I don't understand. Everything that was out there about Mandelson that would have been cause for concern was open source material. It was out there. Peter Mandelson wouldn't have survived the vetting for a kids' football club, and rightly so. And yet we're expected to believe from those benches that it's nothing to see here, we're going to do some process here and there, it's a bit of a hoo-ha, as if there's been a bit of opprobrium around an appointment of a local Rotary club. This is the government of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And we need to make sure that everything that is done here has the trust and confidence of the people that we are sent to represent. One of the things that I'm really passionate about is people being able to get on in life. But if you look at the social mobility figures for the UK, they are declining steeply. And that should be a concern for us all. But don't worry about that. It seems to be jobs for the boys going great guns over the road there. Instead of a meritocracy, it's a chumocracy. And that is at the nub of this. We cannot get answers as to why this was done. So what I'm asking today, will the real Prime Minister please stand up? Please stand up. Is it the man who wanted to tread lightly on our lives? Is it the man who promised a decade of national renewal? Is it the man who said that he was going to do things by the book and better? Because in my nearly 2 years here, I have not seen that. So I would ask people from across the way, and I want to commend the member for South Shields for her heartfelt words, because this should not be about party politics. This should be about doing the right thing. And I'm here as one member of my party, so I'm aware that I'm speaking from a place of privilege myself. But believe you me, there's a stink here, and the public smell it. And if we're serious about getting better in terms of making our constituents' lives better, in terms of proving that this place can deliver, well, every single person here today has a choice. Make the right one.
Philip Barton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I just start by saying I do take serious exception to the remarks from the honourable member from Beaconsfield, who I see is just about to exit the chamber, complaining about us spending an afternoon talking, in her words, laboriously about process, because it is process that is on the face of the motion that the Leader of the Opposition has brought to this chamber today, and that is what we are debating, and it is because of her party bringing that, and I am more than happy to spend an afternoon talking about process, because that is what we are here to do. I speak today in this debate on privileges with a unique perspective, one garnered from almost 15 years of experience working in a highly regulated sector, with responsibility for managing financial crime and reputational risk at 2 FTSE 100 firms, accountable for decisions made in managing conflicts of interest, for promoting ethical codes of practice, for training staff on when to do the right thing, for testing the effectiveness of whistleblowing regimes, and for completing enhanced due diligence on individuals who pose heightened risk. That is an experience gathered in the UK, in the US, India, the UAE, and elsewhere. And I also speak today as a recently departed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and as someone who sat in Portcullis House only in November and quizzed Sir Chris Walmald, the former Cabinet Secretary, and Sir Ollie Robbins, former Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, when they gave oral evidence to that committee in light of Peter Mandelson's sacking as UK Ambassador to Washington. Now, let me say this. First, my thoughts are with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's terrible crimes. Nothing we say or do today can take away from the unimaginable hurt and pain that man caused and continues to cause for victims, survivors, their friends and families. Today and all days, we must remember them and do all we can to support them in their continued fight for justice. Second, I will confine my remarks to the specifics of the proposed referral to the Privileges Committee in the motion today. Mandelson's appointment, what was recorded in the Proprietary and Ethics Team due diligence report, the UK security vetting process, those are all topics which have been debated on numerous occasions in this place already, and there remain live reviews underway which I do not want to preclude in any way. Third, the Prime Minister has rightly recognised that appointing Mandelson as Ambassador to Washington was a mistake. Mandelson's behaviour has been contemptible, and we are in no doubt on these benches that he should never have been appointed. It was a mistake for which the PM has faced significant opprobrium, and there have been consequences for the Prime Minister. Let us not forget that. The honest truth is that we are all fallible. The PM made an error of judgment. For that, he has rightly apologised last Monday in this House and sought forgiveness. But to suggest that he has in any way misled this House is a political fabrication, as I will set out. It is anchored not in a truth, but in a smokescreen of political mendacity, which supposes a cock-up somehow equates to a conspiracy. Now, the opposition may wish to move a motion to have the Prime Minister referred to the Privileges Committee, something which has not happened since Boris Johnson's referral back in the early part of 2022. That case then, and the matters being debated today, are like chalk and cheese, because Johnson was referred to the Privileges Committee for the most egregious of lockdown breaches, partying in number 10 in breach of the rules, while we all made daily sacrifices to contain the virus, denying that he had breached the rules, and then doubling down on his denials. And reading back through the 108-page final report of the Privileges Committee from 2023 gave me flashbacks, especially recalling that Johnson misled the House on no fewer than 6 occasions, that he misled the Privileges Committee itself, that he breached confidence, that he impugned the committee and undermined the democratic processes of this House, and perhaps most importantly, that he was complicit in a campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the Privileges Committee itself. I mention all of the above not to advance a political argument, rather to warn Conservative colleagues that the country does not forget what took place the last time the Privileges Committee convened to consider a PM's conduct and advise them to take heed of that history. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And he speaks wisely at the time that Boris Johnson was indeed put before the Privileges Committee. And does he also believe this House should remember that the Prime Minister then lost an anti-corruption champion over this issue and they resigned. And again, members on the other side of the House would be well placed to remember what happened when the Privileges Committee actually found the misdeeds and wrongdoing of the previous Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and he is a noble campaigner on cleaning up this House and the public sector more broadly. Now, today's opposition motion supposes the PM may have misled the House due to statements he gave in this place, first about due process and second about pressure. This is a complex topic, and given the forensic demolition of today's motion by my honourable friend, the member for Cardiff West, with reference to pressure, I will focus my remarks on due process. Now, before I speak more pointedly to process, as flagged by the opposition, let me say this. I have no special access to information. I've not spoken to any of the individuals concerned regarding Mandelson in any way, shape or form since the humble address. I offer only my analysis based on the documents we have been given before us and statements made to this House by the Prime Minister and others when giving evidence before Parliament. And I speak as a member of this House determined to drive up standards in public life, to improve the integrity of our system of government and to work constructively with members of all political persuasions to improve the standing of politics as a force for good out in the country at large. That's why only last week I met with the Ethics and Integrity Commission to give formal input into that body's workstream to tighten rules about financial disclosures, lobbying and the operation of the business appointment rules as they relate to ministers and senior civil servants. But first, let us consider ongoing proceedings, because on the 4th of February, this House passed a humble address relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as His Majesty's Ambassador to Washington, D.C. It directed HM Government to, and I quote, lay before this House all papers relating to Lord Mandelson's appointment, including but not confined to the Cabinet Office due diligence which was passed to number 10, the conflict of interest form Lord Mandelson provided to the FCDO, material the FCDO and the Cabinet Office provided to UK security vetting, as well as, amongst others, and again I quote, all information on Lord Mandelson provided to the Prime Minister prior to his assurance to this House on the 10th of September 2025 that full due process was followed during the appointment. Now, subject to agreed redactions for national security and international relations purposes, as agreed with the Intelligence and Security Committee, the first volume of material was published by the Cabinet Office on the 11th of March, and the Foreign Affairs Committee has taken evidence from Sir Ollie Robbins, former Permanent Under-Secretary at that department. That took place last Tuesday. On Thursday, the Foreign Affairs Committee heard from Catherine Little, Civil Service Chief Operation Officer and Permanent Secretary at the Cabinet Office. And earlier today, it heard from Sir Philip Barton, previous Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, as well as from Morgan McSweeney, former Chief of Staff at 10 Downing Street. And there is also a separate live police investigation being undertaken by the Met into Mandelson, which the Cabinet Office will be keen to avoid prejudicing. It will require a delicate balancing of information so as to ensure that detectives are able to conduct their vital work without it being in any way overshadowed by ongoing parliamentary inquiries. Which brings me to the reasoning for today's debate brought by the official opposition. Now, on the first limb, due process. To the best of my ability, my understanding is that the opposition contend that due process was not followed, one, because UK security vetting took place after Mandelson's appointment, and two, because his vetting decision was not escalated for discussion with number 10 or the Cabinet Office. On the sequencing of events, let me set the record straight as I see them. When the Cabinet Office published its first volume of material, after the humble address, it included a file note marked Official Sensitive, Personal and Staffing, dated the 11th of November 2024. Advice to the Prime Minister, options for His Majesty's Ambassador, Washington. In that note, written to the PM by Simon Case, Cabinet Secretary at the time, it is laid out in very clear language that one option was a political appointment, as was undertaken when Ed Llewellyn was appointed as HM Ambassador Paris by David Cameron in 2016 and as HM Ambassador Rome by Boris Johnson in 2022, for which there was a clear process to go through. To quote Lord Case in that note to the PM, if this is the route you wish to take, you should give us the name of the person you would like to appoint, and we will develop a plan for them to acquire the necessary security clearances and due diligence on any potential conflicts of interest or other issues of which you should be aware before confirming your choice. A letter is then needed from the Foreign Secretary to the PUS to FCDO formalising the decision to make a political appointment. That was in November 2024. Simon Case's note was followed up by another note dated the 11th of December 2024 from the PM's Principal Private Secretary, Nin Pandit, noting due diligence had been sought from the Propriety and Ethics team in the Cabinet Office on Mandelson, checks which were conducted by PET on the 4th of December 2024. Then after that, the PM's Chief of Staff discussed Mandelson's relationship with Epstein and noted the PM's Director of Communications was satisfied with Mandelson's responses to questions about contact. Importantly, this was before further information came to light in September of last year, when it was identified that those responses were not truthful. The PM's PPS, I'm going to make some progress if that's okay, because I want to make sure I just don't like I'm in the flow of things, and I want to make sure, well, I'm not halfway through yet, so I've got a long way to go. The PM's PPS flagged that the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein would be gone over with the Prime Minister by his private office. And the Principal Private Secretary noted that after a decision to proceed was made, only then would a decision be made as to when to make any appointments and announce it, and when the new ambassador would take up post, subject to a letter from the Foreign Secretary to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, followed by approval by the King, and then agrément being obtained from the US administration. Correspondence from number 10 to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the FCDO, and from the FCDO PUS at the time, Sir Philip Barton to the King's Private Secretary, was disclosed in the first volume of material published following the humble address, which testifies to this sequence of events taking place. And on the 20th of December 2024, the Private Secretary to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the FCDO emailed Mandelson congratulating him on his appointment, noting his onboarding, including regarding his clearance, which the head of the US and Canada Department at the FCDO on the 23rd of December 2024 noted was an important, and I quote, first step. And when Sir Ollie Robbins came before the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 3rd of November last year, he said in response to a question from my honourable friend, the member for Putney, that, quote, as is normally the case with external appointments to my department and the wider civil service, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Yeah. Moreover, Sir Ollie confirmed in that very session, and I quote, we also went through the standard UK national security vetting process for DV, and that I am absolutely confident that UK SV undertook the process in precisely its standard way, doing all the checks it would expect to do, and we had ample time to assess and decide on the basis of its work. Now, in reference to the remarks from the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, it is worth noting actually, that it was confirmed to the Foreign Affairs Committee that the high-risk concerns in SV were not Epstein related, just for the record. I will give way to her on that point because I've mentioned her.
Does that make it better?
I am correcting her on the points that were mentioned here. I'm not here to talk about the process. We will come on to that shortly. Former Cabinet Secretary Chris Warmore at the same session on the 3rd of November noted, and I quote, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract, as my honourable friend the member for Hendon has mentioned, and before they take up a post. If we are recruiting a permanent secretary or similar from outside the civil service, this is normally what would happen. The security clearance process would happen after the announcement of the appointment, but before the person takes up the post, and the appointment will be subject to the security clearance being granted. Mandelson was issued an FCDO employment contract with a start date of the 3rd of February 2025. At section 17 of that contract, entitled Security Clearance, it is made explicit that, in inverted commas, you must obtain the required level of security clearance as soon as possible and maintain the required level of security clearance throughout your employment. Dated the 30th of January 2025, Mandelson's offer of fixed-term employment with the FCDO confirmed his, and I quote, security clearance was confirmed by vetting unit and is valid till 29 January 2030. Now, I will not be selective in referring to evidence given to this House which favours one view or another. So let me be clear. Ollie Robbins mentioned in his letter of the 21st of April to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee that the then Cabinet Secretary, at the time of Mandelson's appointment being proposed, Simon Case, recommended, the operative word, in November 2024 that vetting should have been completed before an announcement was made. But in the very same letter of the 21st of April, Robbins was also explicit in confirming, and I quote, "When the PM informed the House that the process had been followed in respect of national security vetting, he was correct." Moreover, on the topic of vetting, Robbins stood by the letter he wrote with the Foreign Secretary to the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 16th of September 2025, in which he confirmed ministers are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. He went on to state in his letter on the 21st of April that, and I quote, "This position reflected long-standing practice and guidance and correctly constrained our ability to share information beyond the vetting process then or later." He noted that the FCDO, and I quote, completed developed vetting to the normal high standard. That he, Robbins, met the Director for Estate Security and Network Directorate, ESND, and was briefed orally that Mandelson was a borderline case, leaning towards recommending clearance be denied, that the highest risks could be managed and mitigated as recommended by ESND, and that UKSV acknowledged the FCDO may wish to grant clearance. Robbins also confirmed that UK security vetting did not fail Mandelson, the FCDO did not overrule their decision, that a risk-based decision was arrived at by the FCDO, taking into account the feedback from UKSV as a result of the full vetting process having been gone through, and that DV clearance is a risk judgment. So Ollie was clear in his evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee recently that no direct communication took place between anyone in Number 10 and himself, that the interaction between UK security vetting and the Foreign Office was, and I quote, entirely standard, and that clearance was granted subject to mitigations agreed following a FCDO Security Department assessment which could address the highest risks associated with Mandelson. And take remarks from Kat Little, Civil Service Chief Operation Officer and Permanent Secretary to the Cabinet Office, in her oral evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee, which was clear in her remarks last week, which I quote, "My view is that due process was followed, and if I might explain why, I believe that is because the process, as I have outlined to the committee, is that UKSV makes a recommendation and the Foreign Office makes a decision as to whether to grant DV. That is the process, and that is the process that is agreed with the Foreign Office." Furthermore, on the topic of vetting, Kat Little was clear in her oral evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee that "I do have access to a number of emails which have been disclosed recently to me. What I can see is that there is a senior official from the Government Security Group who goes back to the Foreign Office security team and advises two things. One, that is a decision for the Foreign Office, and two, that they would advise that developed vetting is sought. And that, and I quote, "The Prime Minister did not know about the UKSV conclusion and that he did not know which specific risks were identified at the time of appointment." Only this morning, former Foreign Office Permanent Secretary Sir Philip Barton said in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee he was very confident the appropriate process was carried out. So there we have it. Not my comments, but those of senior civil servants, a former Cabinet Secretary, two former Permanent Under-Secretaries at the FCDO, the current Permanent Under-Secretary at the Cabinet Office, all in direct contrast to the motion laid before the House by the Leader of the Opposition. All of the view that proper process was followed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know whose words I would rather believe, and this chimes with the remarks the PM has made previously that for a direct ministerial appointment, it was usual for security vetting to happen after the appointment but before the individual starting in post. Members on the opposition benches might take objection to the process. They would be right to do so. But it was a process set out at the time of the appointment, and it was the process which was followed by the Cabinet Office, by the FCDO, by UKSV, and ultimately by the Prime Minister, as the Minister ultimately accountable for the decision. The PM has rightly changed the process so that appointments can only be confirmed once vetting has been completed. And he's rightly appointed Sir Adrian Fulford to lead a review into security vetting to make sure that there is consistency across government into the means by which decision makers are informed of any concerns ahead of appointment. The PM has rightly set up the Ethics and Integrity Commission and tasked it with improving processes around lobbying, the revolving door between government and the private sector, and financial transparency. I commend him on those steps and his commitment to bring forward legislation as soon as possible to allow for the removal of disgraced peers. That is the right thing to do, and I trust that legislation will obtain support right across this House. Now, only yesterday, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister confirmed that the Cabinet Office has passed to the Intelligence and Security Committee all the material it has processed as part of the Humble Address and judged to be prejudicial to national security or international relations. Over 300 individual documents. It includes a number that are relevant to the processes of Peter Mandelson's security vetting too. And we expect the second tranche of documents under the ambit of the Humble Address to be published after Parliament returns following prorogation. Now, as was mentioned in yesterday's ministerial statement on progress around the Humble Address, outstanding documents are either with the government awaiting publication, with the ISC, or with the Metropolitan Police, given the ongoing criminal investigation into Mandelson. The last time a referral was made to the Privileges Committee on a PM's conduct was during the COVID pandemic, and Boris Johnson was under an investigation by the Metropolitan Police for repeatedly partying in Number 10 during lockdown, and then misleading the House by saying that rules had been followed when they had not. And the police had issued fixed penalty notices for breach of COVID-19 regulations. I have mentioned the vital ongoing work within the Cabinet Office to view documents within the remit of the Humble Address, of the Intelligence and Security Committee's work reviewing proposed redactions, of the public evidence sessions held by the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the wholly separate police investigation. The question to therefore ask the Leader of the House is why bring this motion to the House now? Why bring this motion when we have not had the full disclosure of the documents within the ambit of the Humble Address, including the private messages, the WhatsApps, the additional minutes and file notes which were not included within Volume 1, published back in March? Why duplicate the work already being undertaken by the Cabinet Office and the ISC under the Humble Address? Why not wait until after prorogation when the full documentary evidence is available to then determine whether a Privileges Committee referral is warranted? Why not wait until all relevant witnesses have been able to give evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee, including remarks given today, which we're only just in the process of digesting? The Leader of the Opposition makes much of due process in her motion. My retort is simple. Due process will also be followed in getting to the truth. Let all the documents be released, and then let this House determine the facts of the matter. And so the cynic in me would say that today's privileges motion is nothing but a barefaced political stunt designed by the party opposite, clutching at straws with just over a week to go until the local elections, to politicise a very important review process currently underway across government and Westminster, which hard-working and dedicated civil servants are working on, alongside ministers, to ensure the Humble Address is fulfilled as quickly as possible. My obligation, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is to this country first and above all else. I owe it to my constituents to outline my rationale and my way of thinking. I have done so, and that is why I will be voting with the government today.
John Lamont.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not quite sure how to follow that, but I do hope the whips are listening to that job application for a promotion. In the history of opposition leaders in this place, no one was quicker to demand investigations. No one was more willing to take a pious, high and mighty view. No one was faster to demand resignations. No one talked more about accountability than the current Prime Minister. The Prime Minister claimed to the whole country that he was a man of morals and principles and high character. In opposition, he portrayed himself as the moral arbiter, the font of all things just. Now that he is in power, with the threat of an investigation hanging over him, his true self has been revealed. There was much evidence of the Prime Minister's failings prior to the Peter Mandelson affair, but this scandal has truly exposed him for all that he is and is not. In the Prime Minister's efforts to reject and suppress an investigation into this torrid affair, he has renounced all those claims he made to be a man of morals, principles, conviction, honour, and all the other similar words he lifted from the dictionary without really understanding their meaning. In opposition, it was apparent the Prime Minister said what he thought he needed to say, not what he meant. The litany of broken promises he has presided over since assuming office are a system, not a bug. Because this Prime Minister did not come into office with a plan or a vision or anything he would stick by. He told the country what he thought they wanted to hear, with no intention of keeping his word or delivering. In the Peter Mandelson scandal, he is showing who he really is. A Prime Minister with no substance. And if the House believes this sounds like a partisan political attack, let's not forget that it was the very scandal that provoked Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar to call for the Prime Minister to go. It is the handling of this scandal that caused Scottish Labour to lose all faith in his judgment and his leadership. And I notice the Scottish Labour MPs are looking at their phones at this convenient moment. At the very best, at the very least, the Prime Minister could have come forward and admitted all he got wrong here and thrown open every document so the public got the transparency they deserve. Then, as some small consolation for his failings, there would be some accountability. Yet, now, today, he still refuses to even deliver that. The Prime Minister rejects further investigation. He gives the distinct appearance of someone afraid of scrutiny, running scared of what may yet come out, unable to accept the scale of the mistakes during this scandal. If his position does not change, then it is now on Labour backbenchers to show what they stand for. Will they let a Prime Minister of this political colour or of any blatantly disregard accountability and transparency? Will they let a Prime Minister refuse the scrutiny that the public expects when a scandal like this occurs? Will they let a Prime Minister away with such a grotesque error of judgment as appointing Peter Mandelson? It is their choice today. Labour MPs have the opportunity to show they are not all of the same lot as the Prime Minister. They can demonstrate they meant some of the lofty promises they were elected on, or they can continue to back a Prime Minister who has lost his way and lost the country. If an investigation happens or not, this scandal has already told the public everything they need to know about this Prime Minister. Even if they can't see it, and even if the Parliamentary Labour Party don't accept it for many months to come, it is over. Refusing investigations like he is trying to do today only confirms what is already apparent. The Prime Minister is not who he claimed to be in opposition. The principles he claimed to hold are gone. His commitment to accountability was a nonsense. The morals he espoused were a con trick. The piety was all pretend. His promise to the British people was change. Change is what they want now. A change of position today, which should not be hard given the example this government has set during its short term in office. What's one more U-turn among dozens? Change in the culture at the heart of this government, so it does not meekly go along with the Prime Minister's appointment of people like Peter Mandelson. The country's had a good look at the Prime Minister now, no longer sees what they thought they did when he was in opposition. Even the Prime Minister must now look back at his own words and wonder, who was that? His record has not lived up to his rhetoric, or to the standards he claimed to hold, or to the promises he made to the British people. If the Prime Minister whips his MPs to vote against an inquiry today, he may survive in office a little while longer, but it won't change what he has done or stop the British public demanding change. I'll happily give way to my constituency neighbour.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my constituency neighbour for giving way. He's given a speech full of hyperbole, and I would simply ask if we're to take this matter seriously. This is a motion about a specific question, and yet he seems to be giving a speech whether it's a referendum on the Prime Minister. Would you agree with me that it is simply not the case that that is what we are voting on tonight?
This motion is allowing if it is passed by the House, will allow an investigation into the integrity and the decisions that this Prime Minister has made. It is the Labour MPs opposite, it is the Prime Minister who is blocking that investigation. We are grateful to the Speaker for allowing this motion to be debated today. The Speaker has decided that it meets the standard required to be debated. It is for MPs like the Honourable Member for Northumberland to decide whether he's going to stand with his constituents and not block this inquiry, not block this investigation. We all want answers. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, he should have no fear of this investigation taking place. I will be happily supporting the motion to allow this investigation to proceed, but I would just reflect on and congratulate the members for North Shields, Nottingham East, South Shields, Nottingham East and Kingston upon Hull South East for their very brave decision to break the Labour whip and to support this motion. Now, I remember sitting over there in that far corner as a government MP, having just voted for the Owen Paterson motion. I've never felt so dirty and disappointed in myself having made that decision to vote in that way, following the whip at the time, following party colleagues, which we thought was the right thing to do. It was the wrong thing to do, but my gut told me that, but I just wasn't brave enough, perhaps, to make that decision. A few months later, when the same moment arose and I had to decide, do I follow my whip and follow my conscience? I followed my conscience and I resigned. I did the right thing and I've never regretted it. And my call on the Labour MPs today who are mulling over this decision is do what your gut is telling you to do. Yep. Follow your conscience and do the right thing. This investigation will provide the answers we all want, and the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, he has nothing to fear.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I apologise to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't promise as learned and long a speech as my humble friend from Bolton West. However, even in such a heated and highly controversial debate as this, I've managed to gain cross-party consensus. So my day has not been wasted. I am pleased to get the opportunity to speak in this debate. Perhaps not so much that I'm speaking in this debate, but because for me the opportunity to speak in this place, to represent the people of my constituency of Harlow, is an honour every single day. And I hope that members across the House will recognise I do my best to avoid being too party political. In fact, I gave a whole speech in which the member for Bedford and Holmes wasn't able to intervene on me because I avoided being party political. I know the challenge is on again, I appreciate that. Except when it comes to education policy, but I do declare an interest on that one. Also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I've actively engaged in this matter, contributed when the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister has attended this House, as he has a number of... He's not there. Okay. He's slipped out and I've got a speech. But the number of times he's been in the House, in his place, to respond to the humble address, and represented my genuine concerns about the vetting process, which I'm glad... if he was here, I'd ask him to make further reference to in his wind-ups, but also express my... genuine concern about the impact of the appointment of Peter Mandelson on the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to express my deepest respect to the Speaker's office and to you personally. As you'll be aware, I do find you just a little bit terrifying.
Quite right.
More cross-party agreement. So I absolutely respect the Speaker's decision to allow this debate to take place in the House today. Now, I'll admit I was reluctant to speak in this debate, not because of my lack of faith in the Prime Minister, which remains firm, and not, as the member for Cardiff West mentioned, because I do genuinely worry about my security and the security of my family, and I have to put that on record, and members from across the House who've supported me in that matter will know what I'm talking about. But on a lighter note, I was reluctant to speak in this debate because I couldn't really work out how I was going to make reference to Harlow in it. But twice. And then I realised that actually that's the point, isn't it? Oh, he's here. Because I come to this place to talk about my constituent, my friend, my former work colleague Jamie, who works 6 days a week with nothing left to enjoy himself, to treat his family or his 2-year-old son. I want to be talking about how this government helps people like Jamie, how people in this... Yeah, sorry, I'm a figure. Again, terrified. How we in this House can make a difference to Jamie and tackle the cost of living crisis. What I would gently say to both sides in this debate who have implied that those who don't agree with them are somehow selling their soul, I would just, respectfully disagree. And I was genuinely... So I came to this place, I was a teacher, you all know that, and I came to this place because I was angry with the former member for Surrey Heath and some of the decisions he made about education, because I frankly disagreed with them. And what really struck me when I came to this place was members opposite aren't these horrible, terrible, horned beasts that I was led to believe that they are. Some of them maybe. However, some of them genuinely believed, did I say horned, but genuinely, that I feel I'm going to have to do a point of order and apologise next. But they genuinely believe what they were voting for, and I saw that the other day in the pensions bill, where the discussion about mitigation came across. And look, I disagreed with what the members opposite said, but I respected their right to disagree. And I think it's important that in any debate, including this one, we agree to disagree. Yeah, go on.
I realise the honourable member is struggling to read his own handwriting. Does he have anything to say at all about the Prime Minister's conduct in appointing Peter Mandelson?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I'm sorry that he is offended by my handwriting. I think there are probably more important things to discuss. I will.
A moment or so ago, whilst he popped out, the honourable gentleman was saying something rather nice and complimentary about the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister. I just wanted to give him the opportunity to repeat it. Now he's back.
I thank the honourable gentleman for a far better intervention. My comments I made for the Chief Secretary, the Prime Minister, while he popped out, was just that he will be aware that throughout this process I've contributed to his many contributions to the humble address, and asked a number of questions to him about the vetting process, and also about the impact that obviously this ongoing issue has on trade invoice to Harlow, did you say? Has on the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's really important that we recognise that, and I'd ask him to comment on that in his wind-ups. Madam Deputy Speaker, the point that I wish to make, and I hope that it's taken on its merits, is that I absolutely appreciate members on the benches behind me who have spoken in support of this motion and are doing so because they believe it is right. However, don't assume that those of us on these benches that aren't doing that aren't doing the same thing. The majority of people in this House, whatever political party they represent, vote in these lobbies because they genuinely believe it's the right thing to do, for whatever reason. So I reject the concept that that's not the case. And I say to members opposite, I say politely to members opposite, trust me when I say it will be far easier for me to join them in the lobbies this afternoon, but I don't believe it is the right thing to do.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And listening to the debate today, I fear Labour backbenchers who are not going to support this motion are being too pessimistic. They see a referral to privileges as a threat or something to fear. That's the wrong way to approach this. This vote and a referral to the Privileges Committee should be seen by Labour MPs as an opportunity. An opportunity for the Prime Minister to prove, as he says he believes, that he has done nothing wrong, that he has not misled the House. An opportunity for the government, who have summoned all their backbenchers here today, to demand and to expect them to give the Prime Minister their confidence, to instead show them that the loyalty the Prime Minister expects from them is justified. Because Labour backbenchers should be in no doubt, and as we've heard multiple times today, the manner in which this vote will be managed by the Labour whips is not usual for a motion to privileges. In whipping them to vote to save the Prime Minister from appearing before privileges, from having to explain himself, the Prime Minister is once again not following normal process. We have already heard many speeches from these benches of what the allegations are, that we believe the Prime Minister has misled the House, that due process, normal process, has not been followed, as the Prime Minister has repeatedly said it has. And Labour members must not forget that at the heart of this saga is the catastrophic lack of judgment shown by the Prime Minister when he hired the twice-fired known friend of a convicted paedophile to whom the Prime Minister knew he had retained, even after the annexation of Crimea, an exec role at Sistema, a company with Russian defence interests. That's the level of judgment and calibre of decision-making the Prime Minister has been trying to justify. And in trying to justify that, that is what has led to claims that he has been misleading the House, and which we are discussing today. The issue that Labour MPs have to face today is in deciding whether or not to support the Prime Minister's version of events. And is that too many times we've seen throughout this saga that it has been the Prime Minister's version of events versus that of others. By asserting that he has not misled the House, the Prime Minister is effectively saying that Sir Ollie Robbins and Sir Philip Barton have misled the Foreign Affairs Committee. And is that really what Labour MPs are comfortable supporting? Sir Ollie Robbins said that Number 10 put pressure on the Foreign Office to expedite Mandelson's vetting. The Prime Minister insists this didn't happen. Sir Philip Barton said today at the Foreign Affairs Committee that usual process for appointing an ambassador would be vetting first and then the announcement. Not the announcement and then the vetting, as has happened in the case of Mandelson's appointment. This, yes.
I think she may be inadvertently misquoting the Prime Minister, but if I'm wrong, I want to invite her to quote the Prime Minister exactly where he talked about pressure to expedite the process. Because my recollection of what the Prime Minister said was that there was no pressure to change the decision not to expedite the process.
It's a very welcomed intervention, and my recollection and that of most people on these benches is that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever, and that is not what was said at the Foreign Affairs Committee, so both those things can't be right. Are Labour MPs saying that the Prime Minister is right, or are the Labour MPs saying that Sir Ollie Robbins misled the Foreign Affairs Committee? Both those things can't be right. Exactly. So they need to choose who they agree with. They need to choose which of those is correct. They both can't be correct.
Well, Frank, if way.
Yeah.
I've got a suggestion for this disagreement that's going on in the House. Why don't we refer it to the Privileges Committee?
Genius! My honourable friend is full of great ideas, and that is the calibre that we expect from the member from the Isle of Wight. But on misleading the House, the Prime Minister said that no one at Number 10 was aware that any concerns on Mandelson's vetting before the revelation had been made a few weeks ago, despite it being reported in the Independent in September last year. And on this very point, I submitted a name day question to the Cabinet Office last week, which was due to have been answered yesterday, simply asking, and I quote, whether the Independent is one of the newspapers to which A, the current, or B, any previous Director of Communications, Press Secretary, or anyone else at number 10 has a subscription? The name day deadline has passed. The answer has not been received. This was a simple question. Why has it not been answered? It would be very easy to find the answer to that question. Maybe no one at number 10 had a subscription to The Independent, but if they did, it would be difficult to hold the line, but no one at number 10 had any inclination until just a few weeks ago that there had been any issues with Mandelson's vetting. And if the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister would like to intervene now and shed light on either the delay or the answer to that question, I'll happily take the intervention. That says all you need to know.
He shook his head.
But to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do hope that Labour backbenchers and indeed ministers see today as the opportunity it is for the Prime Minister. By voting for this motion, they will give the Prime Minister an opportunity to present his case to the Privileges Committee, an opportunity to prove his side of the story, an opportunity to, if, as he said, he did not mislead the House, to be exonerated of that claim. But I will leave MPs with this final thought. If, as he claims, the Prime Minister has done nothing wrong, why has he whipped the entire Labour Party, summoned them back from across the country, some of who we have not seen in weeks in this place, in order to vote to prevent him having to give evidence to the Privileges Committee?
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I usually come to this House to speak and represent the people from Hinckley and Bosworth and occasionally some of the people from across the nation to try and raise issues and debate those that are pertinent to this cause. But today my speech is aimed at the Labour backbenches because at the end of the day, regardless of what is said here, it's their decision when there's 400 of them who will decide what happens in this debate. And so I want to just gently highlight two parts. First of all, the standards set, and second of all, doubt. Now, the Prime Minister set very clear standards since he's been in Parliament. And it reminds me of the famous fable, The Fox and the Stork. Those of you not familiar with it will know that the fox invites the stork in to have dinner and he serves soup. But mischievously, he serves soup in a flat plate, and of course the stork can't eat it. But the stork, not losing their temper, reciprocates and invites the fox back to have soup at their house. And when the stork serves the soup, serves it in a very long, thin glass. And of course the fox can't get to it and loses its temper. And the moral of that story is, the fable of that story is, treat others as you wish to be treated yourselves. And if we look at the process that the Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, has taken, this is due process by the standards set by the Prime Minister happening back in retort to himself. And you only have to look at some of the tweets that he put out. The first one was back on January the 22nd. I quote, "The Prime Minister is a national distraction. Millions of people are struggling to pay the bills, but Boris Johnson and his government are spending the whole time mopping up their own rule breaching, sleaze and deceit. He must go. He's got to go." But then he follows it up from this dispatch box to the Prime Minister stating, "There are only two possible explanations. Either he's trashing the ministerial code, or he's claiming he was repeatedly lied to by his own advisers and that he didn't know what was going on in his own office. Come off it." So this is the standard that the Prime Minister set himself before he became Prime Minister. And so is he following that standard? Well, we only have to see from other examples since the Prime Minister has been elected to see that he isn't. He gave passes to a donor to number 10. He took suits, he took glasses, he appointed a donor to the football regulator. And of course, when it came to freebies, he is the MP in the last Parliament that took the most freebies above and beyond, even the 3 or 4 below him. So he set his own standard, but doesn't seem to meet it. And that fits with the way in which he came into Parliament as well, because he said change, but he changed his promises.
Yep.
He said I would do things differently. And this is where I will agree, because when it came to a standards debate, as we've heard here, the last government said it was house business and didn't whip it. This government has made a change, and they're whipping it.
Yeah.
The question is why? Which leads me on to my next point. We've talked about the standards, now we need to talk about the doubt. I've heard today that some Labour MPs have no doubt in their mind about the Prime Minister. But I've equally heard other Labour MPs on that bench who do. And that's really, really important here. Because if you have no doubt, that's fine, vote against this motion. You're going to have to explain to your constituents exactly the decision you made and why, and live with that. That's what an MP does, and that's what an MP should do. But the Prime Minister himself clearly has doubt in his backbenchers. Because, as we've heard, he's going to whip this. Why? If he's so confident that so many people would come to the conclusion that there was nothing to see here, he wouldn't need to whip it in the first place. But we know the real reason.
Running scared.
There are so many unanswered questions. A Labour MP is saying there's no chink of doubt. There's no question unanswered. They can explain the inconsistencies from the civil servant. Why it's taken months to get this sorted, why it required humble addresses, emergency debates, and still 9 months on we're having these debates. Why were comments in the PM's box notes left empty? You see, I don't believe Labour MPs are going to show the same lack of curiosity that the Prime Minister showed when appointing Peter Mandelson, because they have a duty, and they know that, to their constituents to make sure they get it right. How do I know all this, though? Well, because our side have been here before. Many of us on these benches are the remnants of what we had to go through. We've seen it. And the sort of hypocrisy I've talked about does cut both ways. And what did we learn last time? Well, it's the infection that gets you. And here we are 9 months on since I made that speech, and the infection is turning into sepsis. The patient is in real trouble. Which leads me towards the end, because at the end of the day, Labour MPs could learn from this side of the House, or they will share the same fate. You see, the Conservative Party is effectively a mirror to the Labour Party that they didn't ask for, but they'd be wise to study. And if they don't believe me, maybe they'll listen to a certain now Prime Minister back in the debate on the 21st of April 2022, who closed his speech by saying, "If we do not pass this motion and take this opportunity to restate the principles, we are all complicit in allowing the standard to slip. We are all complicit in allowing the public to think that we are all the same, that nobody tells the truth, and that there are alternative set of facts." That's what Labour MPs have to wrestle with. So I hope they listen to the now Prime Minister and his words back then.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll aim to be brief and to the point. Before I start, I'd like to pay tribute to the very moving, powerful and thoughtful speech by the Honourable Member for South Shields back at the beginning of this debate. I do not underestimate the bravery that it takes to stand up and speak out, and to all Labour colleagues who resist the whip with courage today, I recognise that and really welcome it and value it. Because what's at stake today is trust, honesty and integrity, issues that go to the core of what our politics should be about. And the behaviour of a Prime Minister who promised to restore honesty and integrity to government. And I agree with the Honourable Member for Nottingham East, who said, again very powerfully, that our constituents do care about honesty, truth, trust, integrity. Now, it's well known that I have many criticisms of the Prime Minister and this government, as do constituents across the country. Yes, he has repeatedly shown very poor judgment. Yes, he has betrayed the hopes of those who voted for real change in 2024. Yes, I am deeply frustrated that we are spending so much time, that we have to spend so much time debating these issues when there are pressing daily concerns of our constituents facing a cost of living crisis that we should be giving more attention to. And yes, I think he should resign. But that's not what we're here to discuss today. Our decision today is not even on whether the Prime Minister misled the House, still less to judge whether it was an intentional or reckless misleading. Our decision today is to decide whether the Prime Minister has a case to answer that he may have misled the House. And it is absolutely clear that there is a case to answer there. Let's look at the detail of the motion. It cites 3 quotes from the Prime Minister's own words. The first being his assurances about full due process being followed in the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And yet, just this morning, we've heard yet more evidence from Sir Philip Barton, the primary civil servant in the Foreign Office at the time, who was absolutely categorical that normal process is that vetting comes first and appointment comes later. It was the opposite way round in this case. The Prime Minister, again as the motion says, made clear that his position was that the position of Mandelson was subject to developed vetting and that no pressure whatsoever existed in relation to this case. This is clearly not a tenable position. Now, some colleagues on the government benches have tried to claim that although it's perfectly clear that there was considerable pressure put on the timescale within the context of an already announced appointment of Peter Mandelson, within the context of there being absolutely no contingency plan for if the vetting process failed him, within the context that it would have been a complete foreign affairs crisis for that vetting process to have failed in. Those colleagues are asking us to believe that there was still no pressure whatsoever on the process. This is clearly, the Honourable Gentleman has said a lot today and there are others still waiting to speak. It is clear that there is a case to answer here. That is the decision we have to make. Not whether the Prime Minister, not whether we're definitively certain that the Prime Minister misled the House, but whether we feel that there is a case to be answered, and thus this matter should be referred to the body that is in existence to deal with these issues, the Privileges Committee. Now, as many members across the House have already commented, the Prime Minister could and should refer himself to that committee. That would save a great deal of heartache, clearly, within the Labour Party. But if he will not do that, all of us, whatever our party, owe it to our consciences and to our constituents to refer him to the Privileges Committee and to vote for this motion.
Hear, hear.
Christopher Chope. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to participate in this very important debate. And I'm going to add a perspective from somebody who has never been in the Whip's office, but has witnessed the dark arts of the Whips in my time in this place. And I can see that what is happening today is that the Prime Minister has been persuaded by his Whips to put on a demand that all his troops should support him in voting down this motion, the consequence of which is that he will be even more unpopular, the results for Labour in the local elections will be even worse, and that as a result it will be easier for the Labour Party and its Whips to be able to scapegoat the Prime Minister for their failures. And so it will then be easier for them to change their leader, which is what a lot of them are yearning to be able to do. If the Prime Minister referred himself or this motion was not being contested, then what would happen is that the Prime Minister, as many of my honourable and right honourable friends have said, would have the opportunity to go before the Privileges Committee, explain himself, and even if some of the allegations were proved to be true, in my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, the penalty would not be that severe. And I can remember at the time of the 1997 general election when Margaret Thatcher came down to support me in Christchurch. That was the same day that one of our colleagues who was standing in another constituency was condemned by the then Standards Committee for having been in breach of the rules of the House. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first thing that the former Prime Minister had to contend with when she arrived in Christchurch was, what do you think of Neil Hamilton? And she had what I thought was a perfect answer. She said, nobody's perfect. And obviously, when you answer a question like this, it's very hard to put any supplementaries in. And despite the press's best efforts, they weren't able to get anywhere further. And then they had to start talking about the Conservative prospects of winning back the Christchurch constituency in that election. But I think that if this matter was referred to the Privileges Committee, then ultimately the effect would be that somebody would say, well, nobody's perfect. They've got a Prime Minister who uses words which to exaggerate a situation by such as whatsoever. And whatsoever, when looked it up in the dictionary, is really to reinforce the strength of the proposition, that there'd be no pressure whatsoever. And so in using that word, I suspect, no, I'm not going to give way because I think we need to make progress. So the effect of using that word was to, I think, probably inadvertently mislead himself. I'm being generous. But what I'm really saying to members opposite is watch out. You are probably working very well together to bring down the downfall of this Prime Minister. And what I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that my constituents would be delighted if there was a general election and a chance to change the government. But the last thing they want is to get rid of this Prime Minister and be faced with another Prime Minister from the Labour Party who they think will be far worse, even though they might be more effective. So that's my small contribution to this evening, but I hope that it may influence the way in which some of the members opposite choose to vote.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister came to this very dispatch box and said that no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this Mandelson case. Now, I recall our late Majesty famously saying recollections may vary, but even for the Prime Minister, I really think that's stretching that phrase given the evidence that we have from Ollie Robbins and others. Now, recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was reading Black Box Thinking, a book by Matthew Said, which at its heart was talking about the importance of learning from failure and using that to improve. And in some respects, I think the Prime Minister believes that he has done all that is necessary by changing the process for appointments. But the Prime Minister is really missing the point. The issue is what has, or rather what has not been done, and what the Prime Minister told this House about, what he told the House about, whether this was misleading and whether it amounts to a contempt of the House, bearing in mind the standards expected of ministers as set out in the Ministerial Accountability and Ministerial Code. So this is not just an innocent mistake. The phrase, "the cover-up is worse than the crime," is really resonating with me at this moment, although I think the crime is equally heinous. And on the cover-up, now despite the member for Bolton's protestations, I notice he's not in his place, so I think he's probably tired himself out, to which I'd say brevity is the soul of wit. I simply say due process was not followed, despite the Prime Minister stating otherwise to the House. The security vetting was not carried out before Mandelson's appointment. The Foreign Office had to act at pace to confirm the appointment. Pressure was applied so that there would be an appointment before the inauguration. And as the member for Bridgington and the Walls has said in the House earlier, no minutes or records are kept of a key meeting from December 2024. This is a drip feed of constant information, and eventually, like dams, it will burst. And we're waiting for this to come out. Now, on the crime itself, this is really a question of judgment. Alarm bells should have been ringing. We all in this house knew about the Prince of Darkness. I mean, I was 10 years old when he was first dismissed. I was 13 years old when he was dismissed for his links with the Hinduja case. Again, I grew up knowing the background about Lord Peter Mandelson. And then it comes out about his links with Russia, his links with China, which is a national security risk, let alone we're talking about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And all of this was brushed aside in a rush to appoint this man as our ambassador. Now, I'm sorely disappointed that members opposite are going to be made by being whipped to allow him not to go before the Privileges Commission. Because if he has no case to answer, then he has absolutely nothing to hide. The prosecutor is only prepared to ask questions, he's not prepared to answer any. And I'm sorry that some of the Labour MPs have had to come before us and say they are scared about what will happen next for speaking out against this. This is not what we should be aiming for in this House. This is all about today, this privilege motion, about the House and its reputation. And I feel that the Prime Minister is under a duty to answer the questions. And the Privileges Commission is a perfect mechanism by which to bring certainty on the procedure and what has been said to this House. This House has a long and distinguished history. And this, using the Privileges Committee, is all part of preserving that history and the respect that people have for the mother of all parliaments. And it is above party allegiances. He, the Prime Minister, would save his MPs if only he would refer himself to the Privileges Committee.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to take part in this debate. And I do, as many colleagues on this side of the House have referenced, it brings back deja vu, rather kind of horrible chill up my spine, remembering being on that side of the House and being pushed by the whips in certain directions to vote for certain things. And here we have a Prime Minister, and it's would have been said, but who promised to do things differently, to promise change, promised higher standards, promised transparency, and is the ultimate arbiter and keeper of the ministerial code. And yet, week after week, if politics is often about a certain amount of deflection, but seems to go beyond all past precedent in not answering questions and drives the Speaker up the wall to the point where they actually have altercations in the chamber. So there's that as a backdrop. So we have a Prime Minister who promised he would be particularly transparent, was in fact going to bring a duty of candour law forward before that was dropped, who promised higher standards and yet doesn't live up to it. And even the most, and we have some of them, I mean, we have the new trade envoy to Korea. Fabulous to see that loyalty can be rewarded. The Honourable Member for Rugby is in the chamber. Well done. So for those who think there can be a reward for backing the government, even when possibly you shouldn't, there can be reward for it. But as colleagues on this side of the chamber have said, if you don't vote with your conscience, if you don't do the right thing when your gut tells you to, you will regret it. And there's a particular change in today, because on this matter, which is a House matter, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman in a moment, on a House matter, to have a three-line whip on this. When the members who've spoken on behalf of the government line, one in his seat said he didn't think the three-line whip was a good idea, the others didn't want to answer on it. But who was the three-line whip for? Perhaps the Prime Minister's Chief Secretary can tell us, because the members opposite are telling us they would always vote with a conscience and they would always do the right thing. And yet, after the whips had phoned round, it was decided that they must impose a three-line whip. Now, it could be my honourable friend, who's never been a whip and hasn't much fondness for them, has put the ghastly deed at their door. Well, as a former whip myself, I tend to think it's more likely the whips did their job. They gave a nuanced but properly informed answer. And then number 10, sitting there in their bunker, panicking, their only job to keep the Prime Minister in place, make sure he's not replaced. They said, no, unless you can give us 100%. Well, there's no such thing as 100%, the Chief Whip would reply. No, I insist that there be a three-line whip imposed, and that happened. But the Honourable Lady, who's a brilliant tennis player and great partner, will forgive me if I give way to the Honourable Gentleman who I referenced, and I therefore should allow to come in. thank the honourable gentleman. I like the honourable gentleman a great deal, and I thank him for his kind words. The moment's somewhat past, but he was implying that the Prime Minister is avoiding answering questions. But this is the if you listen, this is the Prime Minister who came before the House last Monday and answered questions from honourable and right honourable members for 2.5 hours. And the honourable gentleman spoke about transparency. This is the Prime Minister who led a government that is releasing all of the documents before this House and the public. So you can talk all you like about transparency. The right honourable gentleman can talk all he likes about transparency and answering questions. I've just demonstrated that both of those things have been achieved already. Well, the honourable gentleman, as so often, does two things brilliantly. One, he reinforces his merit in terms of the whips and future position on that side, and yet makes our case for us. Yeah, dragged before the House. It's not me. The Speaker was falling out with him, and the Speaker is formerly a Labour MP. It's just the frustration of a whole nation at a man who promised he'd be open and transparent, who can't ever just give a straightforward answer. It's got to the point if he was asked whether he'd like mash or new potatoes, he'd say to his wife, he'd start talking about pork chops. He just can't answer the question. And when he is dragged here, I'd say to the honourable member for Rugby, and that's what the issue today, he misled this House. And we've gone over it, I won't go over it all over again, you'll be deeply relieved, but he said that due process had been followed. We know that, and we had evidence today, didn't we? Morgan McSweeney said, he interviewed. He's an old pal of Mandelson's. He was the man pushing for Mandelson's appointment, and he's the guy who asked Mandelson the questions, and then, whoa, let's review the answers that he got. Let's get now Lord Doyle, another pal of both of them, to provide the independent review. That is what the Prime Minister presided over, all in order to deliver what McSweeney also made very clear today was absolutely the Prime Minister's decision. He made the decision. He got his mates in this crony boys club to sit around and review each other and then put Mandelson into place. And then he came here, and that's the point, and said that due process was followed. Due process was not followed. We know only because, and again the government had to give way halfway through the debate because it could see the direction it was going, only because of the humble address have we found out that the official advice to the Prime Minister, the official advice from the Cabinet Secretary was that you must, if you're going to have a political appointee, you must do the vetting before you announce it. That was there. And this effort, and that wasn't in the public domain when Chris Wormald, who will have to answer for his own judgments himself, came out and said, all due process was followed. But quite clearly, to anyone who could read that advice and see what happened, it wasn't followed. So Chris Wormald's letter was false and wrong, and claiming it as the great defence of the Prime Minister, I don't see how you square it. And we've had no answers to that. So we've got so many questions. That's even before we get to last week, as the Honourable Gentleman says the Prime Minister was here. But under that questioning, he, and from my right honourable friend who does a brilliant job of keeping her temper while he evades and seeks not to answer, he said there was no pressure whatsoever. Now, quite clearly that's not true when Ollie Robbins repeatedly said how much pressure there was. So there are plenty of reasons to believe that the Prime Minister, who said he was going to set a higher standard, has misled this House. That's all we need. As the Speaker said, we're not judge and jury today whether he did mislead the House. That's why we have this a Privileges Committee to look at it. It's dominated by Labour MPs, and such is the lack of confidence in Number 10, perhaps in the Whip's office, certainly in the Cabinet, for this Prime Minister, that not only does this Prime Minister not trust the Labour MPs on that committee, it doesn't even trust all the members opposite who are being dragooned into voting for something with a three-line whip when no such whip should ever be applied.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start with a clumsy metaphor. And if you're in public, not you, if one is in public office, having anything to do with Lord Mandelson is akin to filling the world's smallest hot water bottle with the world's largest kettle, dressed only in your shorts and your flip-flops. The question isn't whether you'll get burned. The question is how badly you'll get burned, and potentially how fatally one could get burned having anything to do with Peter Mandelson. And one of the falsehoods that the Prime Minister has sought repeatedly to advance is that this was a mistake. It was a mistake to appoint Peter Mandelson. It was no such thing. It was a debt to be repaid. He had to appoint Peter Mandelson to that job. It was a deal he made with the devil. It was a high-stakes political game of Russian roulette. And the Prime Minister pulled the trigger when the bullet was in the chamber, and it's went off at the heart of his government. And now they've got through the noise of the bang, they're all suffering from some sort of collective cognitive dissonance where they can't see what a preposterous defence the Prime Minister and the Labour Party have mounted. I'll frame the rest of what I've got to say around honesty, integrity and respect. On honesty, the PM's version of events is inconsistent with the evidence in its greater or lesser part than that which has been proffered by officials. That much is clear. That in itself is enough to seek recourse to the Privileges Committee. The Prime Minister's evidence consistently sought to omit that this was a catastrophe of his own making for the reasons that I've set out, insofar as it was political payback. These are the detriments and demerits against the Prime Minister on the honesty front, but I can't be the arbiter of that. On integrity, he made this happen, as we've discussed. It's his mess. But he has inflicted substantial damage to politics across these islands. Many of us are campaigning in elections at the minute, and most of us will realise people don't care which party you are in when they've lost trust in politics. It's a plague on all of our houses, and that plague is now substantially more fatal because of the actions of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was but what? Does somebody want to intervene on me? No, I didn't think so. The Prime Minister was but one of 5 actors involved in this debacle, and all the other 4 actors have lost their jobs, while the Prime Minister, for the time being so far, keeps his. And I want to touch briefly on the whipping scenario. I won't go over the ground that people have said already, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is deeply questionable about the conviction of backbenchers in their Prime Minister, or conversely, the conviction of Prime Minister in his backbenchers, that they've whipped this vote. But to be clear, notwithstanding the very brave speech given by the Honourable Member for South Shields and others, I'm prepared to believe that there are Labour MPs over there who will go through the no lobby tonight and vote against this motion in good conscience on the basis of the evidence as they see, and that's fine. The problem they've got is they've been whipped to do it, whether that's their position or not, and they should be absolutely furious about that. But I can't be the arbiter of that. And on respect, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the appointment was a mistake. No, the Prime Minister must take responsibility. Officials and SPADs have all had to walk the walk while he remains in post, looking increasingly like a cuckoo waiting for his successor to arrive. And on respect, the most important thing on respect is when he stands there and he says that he's sorry to the victims of Epstein. What he should continue to say is that when I appointed him to the pinnacle of diplomatic appointments within the United Kingdom over in Washington, I appointed him in the knowledge that he was a sympathiser and close friend and confidant of the world's most prolific paedophile, and I still appointed him. I just didn't know how much of a friend and a confidant he was of the world's most prolific paedophile. That is no defence, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that. I'm surprised the former Director of Public Prosecutions doesn't know that that's the shallowest of all defences. And in closing, I will say that many members opposite have talked about how often and how many hours the Prime Minister has spent in this chamber fielding questions. Well, very, very few of them were actually answered. And but for the Leader of the Opposition, nobody gets a right to reply to the questions the Prime Minister serially doesn't answer about the appointment of Peter Mandelson. So recourse to the Petitions Committee is what we need to see here. All the things I've said, I can't be the arbiter of that, and neither can anyone else in here, but the Privileges Committee can.
Ben Obsejecti.
Why does the Prime Minister think everybody else's actions have consequences except his own? A question the country would like an answer to, a prescient question given the appearance of several recently defenestrated senior civil servants. But it isn't my question, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the Prime Minister's own question from 2022, and how hollow those words must feel now. The testimonies from Sir Oliver Robbins last week and by his predecessor Philip Barton and the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff Morgan McSweeney this morning, all casualties trailing in the wake of a Prime Minister who will stop at nothing to save his own skin, to torpedo what last vestiges of credibility the Prime Minister is desperately clinging on to. The Prime Minister set the conditions for Peter Mandelson to be the UK ambassador to the United States with a devil-may-care attitude to the consequences. The public announcement of his appointment in December 2024, His Majesty the King being informed, agreement with the United States being secured, all before vetting had taken place, ensured that the appointment was a fait accompli. Peter Mandelson then being granted access to the FCDO building and higher classification briefings before he was granted his developed vetting is a shockingly lax approach to our national security. It is not one without precedent, though. We saw much the same laissez-faire attitude with the previous ministerial appointment, that of the Prime Minister's special envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territory, Jonathan Powell. A similar pattern: access to the FCDO granted, access to classified documents, use of unsecure email for communications, question marks over potential foreign influence, all confirmed to have taken place prior to his developed vetting within the last few hours by Morgan McSweeney. Only this was 6 months prior to the Mandelson farrago. As I said at PMQs last week, playing fast and loose with national security is a key characteristic of the Prime Minister's chumocracy. The question of Mandelson's security clearance itself asks a host more questions. When Peter Mandelson commenced his role, he had already been given developed vetting, although UKSV had highlighted concerns. That's now well established. But if full due process was followed, why was Ollie Robbins sacked? On the 4th of February, less than a week before Mandelson started his role, the Appointments and Interchange Officer of the FCDO informed him via email that the role also required STRAP in addition to DV, and that a new STRAP application would need to be made. So Oliver Robbins confirmed that it was clear to him that he had received STRAP clearance from the STRAP authorities. In the chamber during the statement on the 16th of March, I asked the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister there in his place what level of security clearance Mandelson had been granted. Notwithstanding the minutiae of whether developed vetting is a clearance level and STRAP as a role-specific access, the reply I received from the Minister for the Indo-Pacific, somewhat conveniently 1 hour after The Guardian broke its story, only stated that Mandelson had developed vetting upon commencement of his role on the 10th. So when was his STRAP application made, and when was it granted? I asked the Prime Minister last week, and despite his legendary forensic eye for detail, he had no idea. Did the intelligence services also have access to the UKSV vetting report? The wider question is also what assessment the US intelligence services made of Peter Mandelson. Did he pass vetting by the US State Department? As the nexus for all Five Eyes intelligence and US-UK eyes-only intelligence coming from the United States, was Mandelson granted access to all the available intelligence in order to discharge all his responsibilities as ambassador? Would the US, for example, have given him visibility of TK-level imagery? What assessment has the government now made of the damage this debacle has done to the UK relationship with the United States? It is surely no coincidence that this special relationship has soured at the same time as this fiasco has unravelled, quite aside from the other faux pas the government have made in recent weeks. Even more damning as Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony was the Prime Minister's dogged determination to reward the now Lord Doyle. I was under strict instructions not to discuss that with the then Foreign Secretary, which was uncomfortable. I found it very hard to think how I could explain to the office what the credentials of Matthew were to be an important head of mission role, when I was in danger of making very senior, very experienced diplomats leave office. The fact that the Prime Minister put pressure on the FCDO to give Lord Doyle a head of mission role in the diplomatic service in March last year, despite his complete lack of qualification for the role, owing for that same individual to later have the Labour whip removed, owing to his relationship with Sean Morton, a man subsequently convicted of possessing indecent images of children, the Prime Minister very deliberately directed that that information was withheld from the then Foreign Secretary, although I suspect that that's not the first time he's done that. Two men with proximity to convicted paedophiles, both Labour peers, both key figures in the Starmer project. This government's cronyism is second only to its nepotism. And knowing what we know about the role that Peter Mandelson played in the last reshuffle, what confidence can the general public have that ministers who owe their careers to Peter Mandelson would vote honestly in this coming vote? It isn't on this side of the House that we have to worry about whether Peter Mandelson paid for anybody's wedding.
Well,
the laissez-faire attitude to Peter Mandelson's appointment has illustrated the nonchalance, arrogance and incompetence of the government under this milquetoast premiership. There's a key question we come back to once again. Why does the Prime Minister think everybody else's actions have consequences except his own?
Yeah.
The public must be assured that there has been an investigation into whether the Prime Minister misled the House. The Privileges Committee must investigate the Prime Minister, and Labour MPs must vote for this motion, for transparency and truth, not the defence of a Prime Minister who doesn't deserve their blinkered loyalty.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all extend my thoughts and prayers to the victim of Epstein. Can I also commend the bold and courageous contributions by the honourable members that sat opposite, which will be voting with the motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was elected as an independent member of Parliament to represent the people of Birmingham Perry-Barr without fear and without favour. I was sent here without a party whip, without shackles, controls, or indeed hidden notes given to me behind closed doors. I was sent here to exercise my judgment, my discretion, and my conscience at the behest of my constituents. And that is exactly what I do each and every day. Because the truth is, the British public feel deeply, profoundly disenfranchised. Too many people no longer trust politicians. Too many believe that we say one thing and do another. Too many people feel that there is one rule for those in power and another rule for everyone else. And we cannot simply dismiss this sentiment. We must confront it. Honesty matters, integrity matters, credibility matters, and above all, transparency matters. Because without these fundamental elements, public confidence does not just weaken, it disappears. And once it's gone, it's incredibly difficult to rebuild. So I ask colleagues across this House, especially those colleagues that sit opposite, what message do we send today if we refuse even to allow a committee to examine the facts? What are we saying to the public if we block scrutiny before it has even begun? This motion is not a verdict. It's not a judgment. It's not a declaration of guilt. It's a process, a fair, established parliamentary process to examine evidence, to determine the facts and to allow the truth to emerge. And yet we are told that members on the Labour benches are under a three-line whip. For those outside this chamber who may not know, that means they are being instructed, compelled to vote against this motion, to vote against even allowing the question to be examined. So let us be honest about what that looks like. If an individual votes to prevent this investigation, they are not defending due process. They are denying it. They are not upholding transparency. They are obstructing it. And they are not strengthening public trust. They are further eroding it. Because to the British people, it will look like they are shielding. It will look like blocking. It will look like protecting the powerful from scrutiny. And that is precisely the perception we should all be fighting against, not reinforcing. If we expect the public to follow the rules, to respect the law, and to have faith in our institutions, then we must hold ourselves to the same, if not higher standards. We cannot ask for trust while refusing accountability. We cannot demand integrity while avoiding scrutiny. And we cannot rebuild confidence by closing ranks. This is a moment that calls for courage, not partisan courage, but moral courage. The courage to say, let the process take its course. The courage to say, no one is above scrutiny. And the courage to put principle above party. As an independent member, I answer only to my constituents and to my conscience. And I'm confident that every member that sat opposite and their conscience too tells me that supporting this motion is the right thing to do. Not because of politics, not because of just principles, not because of personalities, but because the standards we owe to the British public. So I urge colleagues across this House, particularly those under instructions today, to reflect carefully on the message your vote will send. Will it be a message of openness, or will it be a message of obstruction? Will it be a message of accountability or a message of avoidance? Because the public are watching and they will draw their own conclusions. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about restoring trust in politics, then we must be serious about transparency. If we are serious about integrity, then we must be serious about scrutiny. And if we are serious about public confidence, then we must allow the truth to be examined, wherever that truth leads. And for that reason, I support this motion. And finally, can I say this? The Prime Minister is willing to put each and every member of Parliament of his political party at risk at the next general election. But he will not risk himself going in front of this privileged committee. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It has been a long and sometimes interesting debate. We have had some revelations. I was very interested to hear the speech by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. I'm sure we will all be delighted to hear that the Liberal Democrats are now opposed to sanctimony. I was also interested to hear from the Father of the House that he's not particularly political. And I welcome the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister back to his place. I congratulate him on the fact that the Today programme this morning he was being lauded as the Prime Minister's right-hand man. I hope that you will be not made too anxious by what's happened to all of the other Prime Minister's right-hand men. And,
he is smiling. He is smiling.
The motion before us today is very, very simple. The motion before us today is about starting a process which will take what is being discussed in this House and put it in the hands of a group, a committee of our peers who will get to adjudicate because there is no agreement on these points. This is the process that has long existed in this House to resolve issues such as these. We're doing this for a reason. It is simply because... Come on. We're doing this for a reason. It is because members of all parties believe that there is reason to believe that the Prime Minister may have misled this House. And so those Labour MPs who stood up and said, to the horror of the Liberal Democrats so sanctimoniously, that this was some sort of political stunt, OK, all right. Do they think that the Honourable Lady from South Shields was part of a political stunt?
Yeah, exactly.
Do they think that she was part of a political stunt when she said, good, decent colleagues will be complicit in a cover-up? When she said, it is a matter for privileges, was she part of a political stunt? Was it all about the local elections for her? When the Honourable Lady from Lagan Valley stood up and explained that she has no Labour opponent, she doesn't have any local elections, was she part of a political stunt? Was the Honourable Gentleman not in his place at the moment, the member for Kingston upon Hull East, when he stood up and said that he doesn't believe the House was misled by the Prime Minister, but he does think that the Prime Minister should be referred to the committee. Was he part of a political stunt? This falls away at the first hurdle. Exactly. What is going on here is a political objection because the Labour Party knows that the Prime Minister may well be in the wrong and they are scared of referring him. And that's the only reason. That's the only reason they need to put down a hard three-line whip and start twisting arms. You know, do they really believe that the member for Grangemouth was part of a political stunt? The member for Bradford East was a part of a political stunt? The member for Clapham, who's absent, who's tweeted that if she was here, she would be voting for this motion. They think she's part of a political stunt? No. As my right honourable friend from Belfast East said at the start of this debate, if the government has nothing to hide, it has nothing to fear from the Procedure Committee. Now, a number of Labour MPs have objected, saying that they think the Prime Minister is innocent, and they're perfectly entitled to make that case. We think that case is wrong, which is why, as my honourable friend from Gordon Buchan elegantly pointed out, that is why we need the Privilege Committee to adjudicate. A number of Labour MPs thought that the Prime Minister should have referred himself. Indeed, he should have done. It would have been the simplest way of moving this whole process on without any further need for the House to agonise over it. And those Labour MPs who stood up and said how sad it was that they couldn't debate all the other things they wanted to debate today, they could have done if the Prime Minister had referred himself. The case, which has been well trodden this afternoon, I will make again very briefly, is on 2 points. It's on full due process and it's on pressure. And on full due process, we know, because of the humble address, and only because of the humble address, a point made elegantly by my friend from Beverley, that Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, set out in November 2024 what full due process looked like. That the Prime Minister's appointee had to have security clearance before he was appointed, and he had to declare his interests before he was appointed. So far, the government, despite being asked on very many occasions whether Peter Mandelson filled in a conflict of interest document, have been unable to tell us. Did not release it in the humble address and have not been able to tell us whether such a document even exists. And on the case of security clearance, well, we know that this wasn't followed. We know that the Prime Minister immediately went ahead and made the appointment anyway, despite the fact that he had been told by the Cabinet Secretary that he should not do this. But look, there are plenty of other reasons why we know that full due process wasn't followed. It doesn't require any great experience of government to know that full due process does not include reading a due diligence document by the Cabinet Office which tells you that Peter Mandelson was a director of a Russian company during the Russian invasion of Crimea, and then think, well, we just need security clearance later. That's obviously not full due process. It's not full due process to ask Peter Mandelson's Labour Together friends to complete the clearance process for him. It's obviously not due process. And it's not due process to not keep any records of any meetings, of any calls, of any decisions in a way that is clearly in violation of all of the guidance given to civil servants. This in no way was full due process following. Those people who have nobly stood up and tried to make a case that Wormald, the later Cabinet Secretary, said it was all done fine. Let us remind the House that Wormald's letter to the Prime Minister was written on the 16th of September. By that time, the Prime Minister had already told the House that full due process was followed. The system was trying to defend a position that the Prime Minister had already made very clear in the House repeatedly. And at that point, at that moment in time, on the 10th of December, when he told my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, that full due process had been followed, the last piece of advice given to him by a Cabinet Secretary was from Simon Case. He knew that he had not followed full due process. On the point of pressure, that, I'm afraid, it's also very clear that the Prime Minister, at the very least, misspoke in the House last Wednesday. The Prime Minister said yesterday, he said that Sir Ollie Robbins went on to say, I'm quoting at this point, I have complete confidence that recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of any pressure. But what Sir Ollie actually said to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee was, I also have complete confidence that their recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of that pressure. There's a difference between no pressure and there being pressure. Sir Ollie, as he made very clear throughout his whole testimony, was put under pressure. He and his office were put under pressure. And so when the Prime Minister said, and I quote again, Sir Ollie was absolutely clear that nobody put pressure on him to make this appointment, that is manifestly false, because what he actually said was throughout January, honestly, my office and the Foreign Secretary's office were under constant pressure. Again, he said, while I think the department felt under pressure, we were proud of the fact that we had not bowed to that pressure. And he also said that he was very clear that he found an atmosphere where this was not just, please get this done quickly, but get it done. That was, I think, pretty clear. Yeah, it deserves to be said loudly because it's important, because the Prime Minister appears to have misled the House and not corrected the record. And under the Ministerial Code, as everyone knows, a minister sometimes makes mistakes, but they have to come and correct the record at the earliest available opportunity. The earliest available opportunity was Thursday. We could have probably squeezed it to Monday, but it is Tuesday and the Prime Minister is still pretending that he has done nothing wrong, even though it is here in black and white for everyone to read. There is clearly a case to answer. There is clearly a case to answer, Mr. Speaker. And I have sympathy for all those Labour MPs who have spoken in this debate, who have deep concerns and grievances about this. And I also have a very great deal of sympathy with those who feel the same way but haven't spoken. The Prime Minister's failure to self-refer, as several Labour MPs have suggested, has put them in this position. And they are being whipped to support something that they know is wrong. They are being whipped to support something they know their constituents will hate. They are being whipped to defend the Labour Together machine, which has brought such shame on the Labour Party. You've all taken money from them, so you can get angry. You've all taken money from them. Well, not all of you, to be fair. There are some honourable members opposite who are calling for an investigation into Labour Together, and quite rightly so. And they are being whipped by a Prime Minister who will lead them over the edge of the cliff if they let him. As my right honourable friend from Herne Bay said very powerfully, it is important in politics, at the end of the day, to be able to look yourself in the eye. And I know that there will be many Labour MPs who are going through the lobbies tonight who will struggle to do that. They don't need to. They all know how this ends. Where this ends is with the Prime Minister not fighting the next general election. They all know where this ends. It ends with them having then to justify what they've done. They then are left only with what is left of their reputations.
Secretary Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I just begin by saying that the comments from the honourable member in his final speech, not least at the beginning where he visibly enjoyed his jokes more than the rest of us in this House, shows that for them on that side of the House, this is purely a joking matter. But we take this seriously, Mr. Speaker, and so I will speak to the substance and the motivations of the motion that's before the House today. Before I do so, can I thank all right honourable and honourable members for their contributions to the debate. I would particularly like to thank honourable friends and other members who reminded us, as they should, that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein suffered the most hideous abuse and will be reminded of that every single time this matter is debated. The Prime Minister has apologised to them and expressed his ongoing regret for having appointed Peter Mandelson in the first place, which he knows is at the heart of this matter. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and indeed the whole government recognise the importance of transparency in respect to Peter Mandelson's appointment and dismissal as ambassador. This is why this is my 8th appearance at the dispatch box to provide updates on these issues, and why the government welcomes the opportunity today to debate the substance of the motion before us. Can I also recognise the diligence of this House's select committees to pay tribute to the work of my right honourable friend, the member for Islington South, and the members of her committee for the important work that she is leading on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Members from across the House will have heard the evidence from a number of officials and the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff as part of that ongoing work in this Parliament. I would also like to thank the honourable member for North Dorset as chair of the Public Administration Committee and the members of the Intelligence and Security Committee for their support in providing additional layers of transparency and accountability as the government complies with the humble address. Mr. Speaker, moving to today's motion from the Leader of the Opposition. I won't. In recent weeks, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I will happily give way in due course, but I want to turn to the substance of the motion first. In recent weeks, Mr. Speaker, some have accused the Prime Minister of dishonesty, saying there was no way that Foreign Office officials would have given Peter Mandelson's clearance against the vetting agency's recommendation, let alone without checking with the Prime Minister himself. The Leader of the Opposition herself on BBC Radio 4 said he knew, and I quote, that I know he is lying. But the testimony provided by Sir Ollie Robbins has disproved those accusations without further question. So rather than focus on the issues affecting our constituents and the country's most, what do the opposition benches do? They try to shift the goalposts and have tried again and again to make their arguments fit. Today alone, Mr. Speaker, we have heard members of opposite bounce from one accusation to another in a desperate search for something that will stick.
Keep getting it wrong.
And we have been subjected, Mr. Speaker, to the ranting incoherence of the Leader of the Opposition, where she's in search of something that she could use to justify today's politically motivated spectacle. I think we've heard enough, Mr. Speaker, of the ranting incoherence of the leadership of the opposition. So let's take the specific allegations in turn. First, Mr. Speaker, as to whether the Prime Minister was correct when he said full due process was followed. Yesterday, the government deposited a letter from the then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Wormold, into the library of the House. In that letter, it is clear he was specifically asked by the Prime Minister to review whether due process was followed in the appointment. He confirmed it was. Last week, the former Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, stated to the Foreign Affairs Committee that his department followed that process. We have also heard the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary's evidence, which covered this issue in great detail. Catherine Little stated unequivocally that due process was followed in relation to Peter Mandelson's vetting. I give way.
I thank him for giving way. Would not full due process have required the vetting to be completed before announcing the appointment as advised by the then Cabinet Secretary and ignored or overruled by the Prime Minister personally?
The Right Honourable Gentleman should listen to my speech, Mr. Speaker. I have just said that Catherine Little, Sir Chris Wormold and Sir Ollie Robbins all agree on the point that due process was followed. When the Prime Minister received new information about the UKSV process this month, he immediately asked for the full facts to be established, and he then came to this House on the 20th of April. And Mr. Speaker, on the statement that Peter Mandelson's appointment was subject to developed vetting, the Prime Minister has always been clear that this appointment was in line with the processes at the time. I understand there have been some questions about this process, but to be clear, as Sir Ollie Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee in November, and I'm quoting, as is normally the case with external appointments to my department, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. As Sir Chris Wormold told the same committee, and again I quote, the normal thing is for the security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract and takes up post. And as the former Cabinet Secretary said in his letter to the Prime Minister, having conducted a review into the process, and I quote again, the vetting process was complete before the previous HMA Washington took up post on 10th of February 2025, and it is more usual for security vetting to happen after appointment. I'll give way.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Clearly, he believes that he has a defensible position. So will the Minister support the withdrawal of the whip against the backbenchers?
I'm not going to answer silly questions, Mr. Speaker. Next, Mr. Speaker, on the question of pressure. On the question of pressure, because many members on these benches, many members have asked questions today about a general pressure or a specific pressure or a variety of different pressures, so they may want to listen to the answer. It is important to be clear about this because there is pressure. There is pressure to get stuff done every day across every area of government as we work hard to deliver for the British people. The Leader of the Opposition and other members who had previously served in government will no doubt recall this from their time in office. But there is clearly a difference between asking for progress updates and putting pressure on officials to predetermine an outcome or not to follow a proper process. That was not the case in this scenario.
it due process to make a public announcement of an appointment before vetting is completed? And is it not the case that having made a public announcement, the government created pressure on the process?
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying my best, but I've just answered both of those questions already from the dispatch box. I refer the honourable lady to her comments. I'll finish this section, and then I'll come to the honourable lady, the right honourable lady. And as Sir Philip Barton told the committee this morning, and I quote, "During my tenure, I was not aware of any pressure on the substance of the Mandelson DV case." I give way.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister really just one question in my speech. Will he repeat on the floor of the House the exact words that the Prime Minister used at PMQs in front of all of us, that no pressure whatsoever was put on the Foreign Office?
It's an important question, Mr. Speaker. It is an important question because it's going to the very heart of the motion before the House today. I'm going to just, rest your horses. It is important. It is important to place the Prime Minister's words in the right context. When the Prime Minister's... Mr. Speaker, they don't want to listen to the answer again. They don't like the facts, but I'm going to try my best. They should pay attention. When the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever to answer the right honourable lady's question directly, he was specifically responding to the allegation that there was pressure that Peter Mandelson should not be vetted at all and that he should be sent to Washington regardless of the vetting outcome. Again, Sir Ollie Robbins told MPs it was, and I quote, "never put to him in that way," and the Prime Minister made that comment immediately after quoting the evidence provided by the Foreign Affairs Committee. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, and we're seeing it again today after time, the opposition is just trying to expand their interpretation of the Prime Minister's words in bad faith because their previous claim that the Prime Minister must have known about Peter Mandelson's clearance has fallen apart in front of their eyes, and now they are grasping at straws. And this matters, Mr. Speaker, because, as the Honourable Member for Herne Bay and Sandwich argued, the processes in this House, the work of the Privileges Committee, is important. It is integral to our Constitution. But there must be appropriate thresholds for these investigations, not every week off the back of PMQs on an interpretation of the wording of the Prime Minister, but instead on very significant cases that warrant the work of this committee. And that's why it is important, Mr. Speaker, as many members in the House have done today, to contrast the allegations and the accusations of the opposition party today to the seriousness of when Boris Johnson was referred to the Privileges Committee in the last Parliament. This is important precedent, Mr. Speaker, because in those circumstances, Boris Johnson knowingly told this House that there were no parties in Downing Street during COVID lockdowns, only for it to emerge that he'd personally been at 5 of them and received a police fine for attending them. That is the nature of lying to this House, which he was proven to have done in the work of the Privileges Committee. This is not about interpretation of a question and answer at Prime Minister's questions. This begs the question, therefore, Mr. Speaker, if there is no substance to the allegations in the motion today, what is it? What is it that is driving the behaviour of opposition parties on the opposite bench? This question goes to the very basis of the motion before us. So I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask, what is it precisely about this Labour government giving rights and powers to workers, to renters, to the disadvantaged that they do not like? What is it, Mr. Speaker, about this Labour government standing against unearned wealth and people who use their privilege to extract value from the system rather than adding to it that they do not like? What is it, Mr. Speaker, about a Labour government raising taxes on private jets and non-doms to raise money for our state schools, our NHS, our police, to lift children out of poverty after years of neglect from the Conservative Party opposite that they do not want to hear? We all know why, Mr. Speaker, because they are on the side of the vested interests and we are on the side of the British people. But Mr. Speaker, to be fair to the House, this is not just an accusation I'm levelling at the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. because they are not the only ones playing games with this motion today. The SNP too. They're desperate to distract from their record in power. 10,000 kids in Scotland without a home to call their own, a Scottish NHS in decline, and the shameful ferries fiasco. What is it that they're trying to distract from today?
I thank him for belatedly giving way. I don't know if he's noticed, but this afternoon polling was released which outlines that 61% of people on these aisles believe that there should be an inquiry in the terms laid out in the vote tonight. Just 20% of the public agree with his position. Why is he once again on the wrong side of public opinion?
I noticed, Mr. Speaker, he has nothing to say to those kids, those patients waiting in the NHS, and all the people waiting for his government to perform. And the so-called Green Party, Mr. Speaker, just for me to complete going round the House, a party desperate to distract from Labour's mission for clean energy, from their opposition to clean nuclear power, to quibbling over new solar farms, which, and I literally couldn't make this up, Mr. Speaker, they think are too big. Get real. We are in an energy bills crisis and a climate emergency, and this Labour Party is going to pull out the stops to serve the British people. Mr. Speaker, whilst the parties opposite play...
Order. Please, if he's going to give way, in fairness to John, he's given way once already. You can't stand while the member's speaking. You can indicate, but you can't continue to hang loose like you're trying to summon a taxi. Come on, Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I for one am rather enjoying myself, but I think the public might want to listen to the debate in the House today. Because, Mr. Speaker, whilst the parties opposite, which you can hear from their chuntering and their joking and their shouting, are playing games, this Labour government is doing the work that matters. I've been asked, Mr. Speaker, where is the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister has been chairing this afternoon the Middle East Response Committee, bringing together the government to mitigate the impact of the war on the Middle East. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the parties opposite want to distract from the fact, after years of ordinary people facing pressures from the cost of living, a feeling like hard work isn't rewarded like it used to be, that they, the Conservative Party and their friends in Reform, wanted the UK to go to war in the Middle East, making it harder for the families up and down the country. Distraction. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, this government is investing in new rail, roads and nuclear reactors, new scanners for our hospitals, free breakfast clubs for our kids. It is this Labour government that has saved British Steel, investing in sovereign AI, renewing our high streets and delivering homegrown energy. This is relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it goes to the behaviour, the motivation behind the motion today. This Labour government is doing the hard work of building a better Britain. A Britain that gives people hope for a better future. All these opposition parties, they want to tear that down. They want to tear down this Labour government and the Labour movement. And they agree, Mr. Speaker, they agree. Because like our forefathers before us, we've stood up to the power of vested interests, and we will do so again. And so I say to the opposition parties today, I say to them all when they come here to try to tear down this Labour movement and our project for the British people, not today, Mr. Speaker, not on our watch. We will not let it happen, and on that basis I commend this statement to them.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes, Eric Cross and Gregory Stafford. For the noes, Deirdre Costigan and Nestle Calliscam. Order.
The ayes to the right, 223. The noes to the left, 335.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 223. The noes to the left, 335. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlocked. Can I just say, a member of Parliament speaking to complain to me and another member, when other members are shouting shame when they're voting, it is not acceptable and it will not be tolerated. So I hope that the people concerned will apologise to those members that they shouted at. Point of order, Sir Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of 190 questions for written answer that I've put down this session, which is coming to its close, all but one have been answered. The one exception is one that I mentioned on the floor of the House yesterday during the Chief Secretary's statement. And he responded that he always ensures that he honours parliamentary questions in a timely fashion. The last day for answering this question is today, and it so far hasn't been answered. So I wonder if I might give the Chief Secretary the opportunity to answer it now. And it is this: to ask who first suggested to the Prime Minister that Peter Mandelson should be appointed as ambassador to the United States.
Just to say, we're not going to carry on the debate, but Secretary Jones is desperate to answer.
Whilst I'm here, Mr. Speaker, first can I apologise to the right honourable gentleman? I would have cleared parliamentary questions, but I've been in the House all afternoon. To answer his specific question, I will refer him to the evidence given today to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee from Mr Morgan McSweeney, who confirmed that the first person to recommend Peter Mandelson to become ambassador was Peter Mandelson.
Emily Darlington, point forward.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your advice. I understand that it is custom and practice when an MP comes to visit your constituency that you are given due notice of that. The Leader of the Opposition came to my constituency and did not inform me that she was there, and I would like to know if we could how best to resolve this.
I think the good thing is you've told me about it, and what I would say to honourable members, whether the ministers, shadow ministers, leaders, whoever they are, the courtesy is the MP should know, unless it's for a private visit. So please, can everybody take that on board, especially as we're coming up to the election. The fever's already with us, so please adhere to what I believe is good practice. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Pension Schemes Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Sorry.
Now.
Before we consider the Lord's message on the pension scheme bill, inform the House that the